Ding! The host has succeeded the title of Daimyo. The strongest Daimyo system has been successfully bound. Host Fujiwara Tenichi. Identity Daimyo of the Land of Fire. Age 18. Strength Chunin level. Ninjutsu 60, Taijutsu 40, Jinjutsu 108, Senjutsu 0, Chakra 120. Note a Jinin's basic stats are around 10, a Chunin's around 50, a Jonin's around 100. Chakra attributes Wind, LV2 Fire, LV1 Yang, LV0. Note LV1. Able to use basic ninjutsu, LV2. Mastery of either chakra nature change or form change, LV3. Simultaneous mastery of both, LV4. Able to combine two natures to create a Kekkei Genkai, LV5. Able to combine three natures to create a Kekkei Tota, LV6. Able to use Kekkei Mora, LV7. Able to form truth-seeking orbs. Abilities Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique, and Clone Technique mastered. Shurikenjutsu Beginner. Jinjutsu, Demonic Illusion Tree, Binding Death mastered. Jinjutsu, Hell Viewing Technique mastered. Crank Wind Release, Gale Palm Beginner. Crank Wind Release, Great Breakthrough Beginner. Rank Fire Release, Great Flame Bullet Beginner. A Rank Wind Release, Rasengan Beginner. Overall evaluation: you already stand as the mightiest daimyo in history. Subdue the great ninja clans of the Land of Fire and restore the awe-inspiring authority of the daimyo. Item Daimyo Succession Starter Pack 1. Gazing at his own status panel, Fujiwara Tenichi's eyes welled with tears. Do not ask why his eyes were so often brimming with tears, because he had finally quietly endured his way to this moment. He had waited so long that a young wife could have grown into an old matron. After 18 long years, his golden cheat finally arrived. Fujiwara Tenichi's original name was Tung Tianyi, an utterly ordinary university student from 21st century Huagua. He had just graduated and was facing the risk of unemployment. In the blink of an eye, however, he suddenly transmigrated into the ninja world and became the third son of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Yet he was only a concubine-born child. His mother had been a mere palace maid, and he himself was nothing more than the product of the daimyo's drunken mistake. Had his mother's death in childbirth not stirred a moment of compassion in the daimyo and earned him a little extra care, he might not even have survived to the age of a toddler. Time flew by. By now 18 years had already passed. When he was 6 years old and refined chakra for the first time, he discovered the existence of his personal system. Yet the journey from his initial ecstasy to his later frustration took less than 10 seconds, because his system was called the strongest daimyo system. As the name suggested, it would only truly activate once he actually became daimyo. In his past life, he had only been a graduate from a mediocre university. Although he knew from reading novels some theoretical methods for making things like cement and glass, without actual power in his hands, even as a daimyo's son, he could only bring trouble upon himself by revealing such knowledge. However, heaven never completely seals off a path. The era of ninja villages had not yet dawned. The ninja world was still mired in chaotic warfare among the great ninja clans. In this age, conflicts raged not only between nations, but also among the various ninja clans within each country. Wars broke out frequently. Though the daimyo's own military strength was far inferior to that of the major clans, he still stood as the symbol of legitimate rule, and those clans would not openly strike at the daimyo himself. It was just like the shogunate period of the island nation in his previous life. Though warriors and courtiers ruled side by side, the emperor of that time had long since become a puppet. The daimyo's position was akin to that of the emperor, a symbol of orthodoxy and rightful authority. Yet the daimyo of the Land of Fire still enjoyed a somewhat better position than that former emperor. He held a certain amount of real power, and on the surface the great ninja clans maintained a degree of respect toward him. Precisely because the daimyo wielded some genuine authority, his offspring fought openly and covertly for the position of successor. Under normal circumstances, someone of Fujiwara Tenichi's status would never have the right to inherit the title, but this was after all the Warring States period. Though the major ninja clans did not openly intervene in the succession of the daimyo, they would still lend support from the sidelines to whichever prince they favored. Within the Land of Fire, two clans in particular now occupied truly transcendent positions: the Senju and the Uchiha. Fujiwara Tenichi, as a veteran fan of Naruto, knew this first Hokage all too well, and he was very aware that the young clan heir Senju Hashirama was in truth a man of boundless goodwill. Senju Hashirama was now about the same age as Fujiwara Tenichi. Relying on his wood release, he had already become a powerhouse on par with the top experts of the older generation. Even Uchiha Madara had to concede him a slight edge. Yet within the Senju clan, only Hashirama possessed wood release, whereas the Sharingan was not unique to Uchiha Madara alone. If not for the Uchiha clan's overall strength surpassing that of the Senju, Hashirama might well have pacified the entire Warring States era by himself. As a diehard fan of the series, Fujiwara Tenichi understood this future first Hokage very well. Taking advantage of a gathering, he sought Hashirama out for a deep conversation. During that exchange, Fujiwara Tenichi poured his heart out to Senju Hashirama, no not attacks, but his fervent yearning for peace, and even proposed the idea of establishing ninja villages. The moment this idea was voiced, he instantly won Hashirama's true heart. Hashirama, forgive me Madara, he is my true, destined partner. As the young clan head and strongest warrior of the Senju Hashirama's status within his clan was second only to that of his father Senju Butsuma. With Hashirama's support, Fujiwara Tenichi had effectively secured the backing of the entire Senju clan. With the Senju clan behind him, a concubine-born son like Fujiwara Tenichi, originally devoid of any real standing, was able to inherit the position of daimyo smoothly. Ninjutsu 80, Taijutsu 28, Jinjutsu 108, Senjutsu 0, 8 Chakra 120. For Jinin, stats range between 10 and 50. Chunin are from 51 to 100, and only those whose stats exceed 100 can be considered jonin. As the son of a daimyo, even if born of a concubine, it was still very easy for Fujiwara Tenichi to obtain chakra refinement techniques and some basic ninjutsu. However, his two elder brothers trusted him not in the slightest. Throughout these 18 years, Fujiwara Tenichi had been under constant surveillance. Having watched countless palace intrigue dramas in his previous life, Fujiwara Tenichi had learned the art of concealing his true abilities. As a result, his training in taijutsu and large-scale ninjutsu had progressed sluggishly, and his studies in jinjutsu had also stalled for lack of suitable targets to practice upon. Over 12 years of cultivation, he had spent nearly the majority of his time refining chakra, and yet between ninjutsu and jinjutsu there lay a yawning gap in taijutsu. Is it because I have lived 2 lives? Fujiwara Tenichi quickly arrived at an answer regarding his own condition. The powerful soul forged through 2 lifetimes had endowed him with remarkable talent in jinjutsu. Even with relatively little focused training, he could rely on his dense spiritual power to withstand the illusions of an ordinary jonin heathen. So this counts as my cheat as well, huh? Fujiwara Tenichi could not help but sigh in amazement. And so it was. Without this formidable spiritual strength, there was no way he could have refined nearly jonin-level chakra in just 12 years. A ninja's growth period could last until around the age of 30. Even in great clans like the Uchiha and Senju, those who became jonin before 20 were considered pillars of the clan. For ordinary people, without ninja bloodlines, the rate at which they refined chakra was only slower still. The composition of chakra is as follows. First, it is drawn from the physical energy of the body taken cell by cell from among the body's 130 trillion cells. Second, it is formed from mental energy tempered through extensive training and accumulated experience. Third, for those who practice sage techniques, natural energy must be added as well. For the vast majority of ninja, however, this third component can be ignored. Thus, the carriers of refined chakra are a ninja's own physical strength and spiritual power. Although Fujiwara Tenichi lacked rigorous taijutsu training, as the son of a daimyo, his nutrition had always been well provided for, which helped compensate for the physical energy aspect. Combined with the immense spiritual strength of a man who had lived 2 lives, the two reinforced each other, allowing him to possess near-jonin-level power at the age of 18. In this era, there was no such separate title as Special Jonin. Only those whose chakra reserves ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu had all reached jonin level could be honored as jonin. Otherwise, Fujiwara Tenichi would already have touched the lower threshold of that rank. The vast palace hall was utterly deserted, and Fujiwara Tenichi sat alone upon the throne. Open the Daimyo Succession gift pack. He knew this was his chance to turn the tables. Even though he had already become daimyo, he had not truly consolidated all power in his own hands. This was also why the great ninja clans did not interfere with the succession of the daimyo. Each of them commanded considerable influence within the court of the Land of Fire, able to curb the daimyo's authority and leverage it for their own family's benefit. The Hyuga clan supported the Minister of Finance, the Uchiha controlled the Ministry of Justice and Rights, while the Senju held the posts of internal affairs and governance. Within the Ministry of War, the veteran samurai clan, the Hitaki family, also possessed significant influence. The Nara clan was responsible for all palace affairs. Of course, other ninja clans also had their own footholds within these departments. Ding! The Daimyo Succession gift pack is opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 World Myriad Faction Draw chance. Can randomly draw a faction from the myriad worlds whose overall strength surpasses that of the host. 1 World Myriad Character Template Draw chance. Can randomly draw a character template from the myriad worlds whose strength surpasses that of the host. 100 Ninja World Shop Points and 100 Myriad World Shop Points. Usable for purchases in the system shop. Gazing at the contents of the gift pack, Fujiwara Tenichi rubbed his chin and thought to himself, it seems the quality of these draws is based on my own strength. In that case, I should prioritize enhancing my personal power. Open the system shop. Having sorted out his thoughts, Fujiwara Tenichi spoke directly. Ninja World Shop. Bloodline Limit Category. Single Tomo Sharingan 1i, 100 Ninja World Points. Double Tomo Sharingan 1i, 500 Ninja World Points. 3 Tomo Sharingan 1i, 100 Ninja World Points. Manjikyu Sharingan 1i, 100 Ninja World Points. Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan 1i, 200 Ninja World Points. Rinnegan 1i, 100 Ninja World Points. Byakugan 1i, 500 Ninja World Points. Tensigan 1i, 100 Ninja World Points. Shikatsumi Aku, 500 Ninja World Points. All Killing Ash Bones, 500 Ninja World Points. Crystal Release, 300 Ninja World Points. Ice Release, 400 Ninja World Points. Boil Release, 400 Ninja World Points. Scorch Release, 400 Ninja World Points. Would Release Yamato version, 400 Ninja World Points. Would Release Hashirama version, 500 Ninja World Points. Ninjutsu category. Upon purchase, ninjutsu is gained at basic proficiency. Purchasing twice grants mastery, 3 times brings perfectio. Myriad Worlds Shop. Dragon Ball World. Bleach World. One Piece World. Fairy Tail World. Food Wars World. Hunter x Hunter World. Note: Myriad Worlds points and Ninja World points can be exchanged at a rate of 110. It even supports foreign exchange, how considerate. But with the little I've got, it's only enough to buy a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan at most. Fujiwara Tenichi scratched his nose with a bitter smile and muttered to himself. Looking up at the main beam more than 10 meters above the throne cast from pure gold, and the great hall whose doors stretched beyond the range of his sight, Fujiwara Tenichi's gaze carried the desolation of a poor man. A life is full of twists and turns. Fujiwara Tenichi could not help but heave a long sigh. Ding! The host can earn Ninja World points by completing system missions. Oh! Fujiwara Tenichi's eyes lit up. Are there any missions available right now? Ding! The mission module has not yet been activated. You've got to be kidding me. Are you messing with me? Ding! Host, please do not be angry. Missions must be triggered. Only after the first mission is triggered will the mission module be activated. Ha Hugh! Ha Hugh! Fujiwara Tenichi took several deep breaths before finally calming his mood. Forget it, I should first buy a few ninjutsu techniques to bolster my strength. Once calm, Fujiwara Tenichi carefully analyzed his own strengths and weaknesses. First, ninjutsu. The few techniques I've mastered are all only at the rudimentary stage. Brank and crank jutsu are still manageable, but I still can't wield the Rasengan freely. If anything goes wrong in battle, that could be fatal. As for Jinjutsu, although I don't command many techniques thanks to the foundation of having lived 2 lifetimes, I can still shrug off illusions cast even by some jonin, so that's not a pressing concern for now. At present, Taijutsu is my greatest shortcoming. A wooden barrel can only hold as much water as its shortest stave allows. Fujiwara Tenichi understood this principle all too well. System: can the 8 inner gates be purchased separately? Ding! Yes, they can, but the total price will include a markup. Gate of Opening, 200 Ninja World Points. Gate of Rest, 400 Ninja World Points. Gate of Life, 600 Ninja World Points. Gate of Pain, 100 Ninja World Points. Gate of Limit, 120 Ninja World Points. Gate of View, 140 Ninja World Points. Gate of Wonder, 260 Ninja World Points. Gate of Death, 500 Ninja World Points. TCH, that's a 240 point markup, more than 20. What a profiteer. Fujiwara Tenichi spoke with a twinge of heartache. Still, it's exactly as I expected. In later generations, Might Guy stood at the pinnacle of taijutsu in the ninja world. He himself was merely a jonin of Konoha, and even that was a special promotion due to his taijutsu prowess. The 8 inner gates was his very foundation and could be called the foremost taijutsu of the ninja world. Once the 8 inner gates are open, one can gain power surpassing that of the 5 kage. In pure taijutsu, it can even reach a level close to the 6 paths. Yet before opening the Gate of Death, even upon reaching the Gate of Wonder, one's combat power still does not exceed the Kage tier. It is clear that the Gate of Death is both the greatest difficulty and the true essence of the 8 inner gates. However, the price of opening the Gate of Death is, as the name implies, one's own life. Having steeled his resolve, Fujiwara Tenichi said, "System, convert my myriad worlds points into ninja world points." Ding! Conversion successful. The reason he made this decision was because Fujiwara Tenichi had discovered that the purchasing power of myriad worlds points and ninja world points was actually roughly equivalent. The so-called 110 exchange rate announced by the system merely reflected the massive energy loss incurred when buying items from other worlds. I'll take 2 copies of the Rasengan first, then 3 copies of the Gate of Opening and 1 of the Gate of Rest. Ding! Purchase successful. In that instant, Fujiwara Tenichi felt a surge of power well up within his body. The direct benefit brought by the 8 inner gates. Forbidden technique. 8 inner gates: Gate of Opening Perfection, Gate of Rest Basic. A rank wind style, Rasengan Perfection. Host Fujiwara Tenichi. Identity Daimyo of the Land of Fire. Age 18. Strength Chunin. Ninjutsu 90, Taijutsu 70, Jinjutsu 108, Senjutsu 0, A Chakra 140. Chakra types: Wind, LV2 Fire, LV1 Yang, LV0. Abilities: 3 Body Technique, Proficient Shuriken, Throwing Technique, Beginner Magical Tree, Binding Kill, Proficient Netherworld Vision Technique, Proficient Crank Wind Style, Gale Palm, Beginner Crank Wind Style, Great Breakthrough, Beginner Brank Fire Style, Great Fireball, Beginner A Rank Wind Style, Rasengan Masterful. Forbidden technique. 8 gates. Second gate. Items: none. Lottery Multiverse Force Draw Chance X1, Multiverse Character Template Draw Chance X1. Ninja World Points 0, Multiverse Points 0. Evaluation: if you weren't a daimyo, you would have long become cannon fodder on the battlefield. Thanks to the assistance of the 8 gates, Fujiwara Tenichi's physical abilities have seen a significant enhancement. Not only has his taijutsu nearly doubled, but even his chakra reserves have increased somewhat. As long as he can solidify what he has learned, he will be able to become a qualified jonin. Now we can start the lottery. Ding! A drawing for Multiverse Forces. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Force, Night Raid from the world of Akame Kill. Ding! A drawing for Multiverse Character Templates. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the template, Kagaya Yuki from the world of Demon Slayer. Seeing the results of the draw, Fujiwara Tenichi breathed a sigh of relief, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Although it wasn't the best result, it was indeed the most suitable given his current situation. First Night Raid in the world of Akame Kill is an assassin organization that strikes fear into all the nobles, hastening the collapse of this dark nation. Nageshitan, Akame, Celsia, Brand, Hill, Leona, Labrak, Maine, Your Majesty. The 8 knelt on one knee before Fujiwara Tenichi, paying their respects. You are all excused. Fujiwara Tenichi needed such a just assassin organization to clear out the traitors among the upper echelons of the Land of Fire. Although the strength of the Night Raid members wasn't particularly outstanding, they indeed had a unique advantage in assassination due to their imperial tools. Akame's one-hit kill Murasame, Maine's romantic cannon pumpkin cannon, Leona's Beast King transformation Lion King, Labrak's ever-changing crosstail, Hill's all things severing soul devourer, Brand's demon's grasp operating armor, Nageshitan's lightning flash, Susanu's Celsius transformation, Freedom Gaia Foundation, all possess unique effects. Even shadow-level powerhouses find it hard to escape death when facing the onslaught of Night Raid members for the first time. And then there's the character template of Kagaya Yuki. Character template Kagaya Yuki, development level 10. Skills: basic swordsmanship. Talent pattern: transparent world, natural swordmaster. The drawn character template grants a 10 development level, yet the character's own talent directly enhances the host, and Kagaya Yuki's most notable aspect is precisely his talent. Kagaya Yuki is a genius limited by the world. A template like this is precisely what Fujiwara Tenichi needs, for what he lacks is the essential talent required to become a strong individual. Of course, Kagaya Yuki's own strength is not weak, possessing power on par with shadow level. A natural swordmaster, huh? Looking at the talents section of the Kagaya Yuki template, Fujiwara Tenichi said enviously. But now I also possess such talent. Huh? A series of faint sounds echoed in Fujiwara Tenichi's ears. What is that sound? Fujiwara Tenichi wondered within, looking in the direction of the sound. Everything in the palace seemed to vanish, and at that moment all that remained in his eyes was the essence of this world, with fine threads appearing before him. So this is what they call the breath of all things. With the talents of transparent world and natural swordmaster, Fujiwara Tenichi unexpectedly discovered the breath of all things. It turns out that not just humans and animals, but even plants, water, and stones have their own breath. Did Kagaya Yuki comprehend the breath of the sun based on the laws of solar breaths? Fujiwara Tenichi suddenly understood. All things have their own breathing patterns, yet ordinary people cannot perceive these patterns and naturally cannot learn or imitate them. Kagaya Yuki, leveraging his own talent, discovered this pattern and then learned to imitate it, ultimately creating the unparalleled sun-breathing sword technique, instilling psychological trauma even in the Demon King Muzan. With this in mind, Fujiwara Tenichi stepped out of the palace. Daimyo-sama, the maid waiting outside the palace, immediately bowed. No need for formalities, I'm just going for a walk, you don't need to follow me. Fujiwara Tenichi waved his hand. Yes, Daimyo-sama. The residence of the daimyo covers nearly 2,000 acres, larger than some small ninja clan settlements. Fujiwara Tenichi looked up at the dazzling red sun in the sky, trying to discern the thread that represents it. After a long while, Fujiwara Tenichi reluctantly lowered his head, raising his hand to rub his eyes, muttering to himself, "It really is still too far away." His distance from the sun is more than tens of thousands of miles. Even if he can sense the breath of all things and possesses the talent to perceive the entire world, it is still challenging for him to grasp the sun's breath, let alone see the thread that severs it. But at least there is hope. Since Kagayuki could comprehend the breath of the sun with his talent bestowed upon me, there is no reason I can't achieve it. If the Sage of Six Paths could create the moon, then one day I, Fujiwara Tenichi, will possess the ability to cut through the sun. The sun is 400 times the size of the moon, with a core temperature reaching 20 million degrees Celsius. To cut through the sun requires a power that is nearly impossible in the ninja world. Even with the system's help, it would be difficult for Fujiwara Tenichi to realize this goal in this world. The journey is long and arduous. Fujiwara Tenichi sighed deeply. Nageshitan. As night fell, Fujiwara Teni was handling state affairs in his palace, occasionally furrowing his brow. The position of the daimyo is akin to that of an emperor. It can be filled with joy or burdened with work, yet Fujiwara Teni is bound to the strongest daimyo system. While managing state affairs may not qualify one as an emperor of all ages, it is indeed a prerequisite for becoming a wise ruler. Shortly after taking office as daimyo, Neji Shitan handed over the intel on members of the nighttime assault team regarding officials at the provincial level and above in the Land of Fire to Fujiwara Teni. The political system of the Land of Fire resembles the 3 departments and 6 ministries of China's Tang dynasty, adopting a 2-official and 8-province system, with the 2 officials being the chancellor and the divinity official, the latter managing court rituals typically held by monks without real power. However, the former wields powers comparable to the daimyo, and this position explicitly forbids the ninja clans from interfering. If the current daimyo is incompetent, the chancellor will handle state affairs on behalf of the daimyo, ensuring the state remains stable. Below the chancellor, 8 provinces are established, including the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Ministry of Ceremonial Affairs, the Ministry of Governance, the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Military Affairs, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Finance, and the Imperial Household Ministry. These positions serve as avenues for the ninja clans to seek their own benefits, and after reviewing the information on these officials, Fujiwara Teni triggered his first task to reclaim the 8 provinces. Side quest: reclaim the 8 provinces, centralized power. Task description: as the daimyo, the information you receive regarding state affairs originates from the 8 provinces, which have long been controlled by various ninja clans. Reclaim the 8 provinces to achieve a high degree of centralized power. Task progress 08. Task rewards: gain 1,000 Ninja World points for each province reclaimed. So annoying. It wasn't until deep into the night that Fujiwara Teni finished handling all state affairs. These guys, do they have to make a long-winded discussion over trivial matters? Do they think I'm not busy enough, or that they're particularly talented? Clearly a few sentences would suffice, yet they insist on embellishing it with flowery language, writing hundreds of words, treating me like a mule to grind away. Fujiwara Teni complained for quite a while. It's no wonder there were so many foolish emperors in ancient times. Who would enjoy doing this every day? After finishing the state affairs, he couldn't simply go to sleep. He still needed to sort out the matter of reclaiming the 8 provinces. The Ministry of Finance oversees taxation and financial matters, with both the chief and deputy positions held by the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Tenin is still alive, so it's temporarily unassailable. The Hyuga family was among the prominent clans during the Warring States period, comparable to the Senju and Uchiha clans. In the era before Hashirama and Madara, Hyuga Tenin was the undisputed number 1 in the Land of Fire. Even the current Hashirama might not be able to defeat him at his peak. The Ministry of Governance and the Ministry of Internal Affairs both have personnel from the Senju family, while the Uchiha clan has intervened in the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Ceremonial Affairs, making it difficult to make any moves. The Ministry of Military Affairs is managed by the veteran samurai clan, the Hitaki family. However, there are no signs of any corruption, and their operations are quite proper, making it possible to take action there. The Imperial Household Ministry handles palace affairs and acts as a staff role. Members of the Nara family are suitable for this, and if he can truly reclaim the Nara clan, then the Yamashiro and Akimichi clans would also be manageable. At that time, it would be a significant boost. The friendship among the Inazuka Nara and Akimichi clans has been established since the Warring States period, working together in times of conflict, making them a top-tier force in the Land of Fire. As for the Ministry of Civil Affairs, it's truly a mixed bag. Sarutobi, Shimura, Kurama, TSK, Tisk, and other ninja clans are also intervening. The Ministry of Civil Affairs manages local household registration, taxation, transportation, construction, and other tasks. While its power may not be the greatest among the 8 provinces, the benefits to be gained are indeed the most substantial, which is why numerous ninja clans have interfered in its management. Fujiwara Tenichi furrowed his brow lightly, tapping his fingertips on the table as he pondered for a long time. The three major clans are still untouchable, and the Ministry of Civil Affairs is too chaotic. I should reclaim the Hokage and Nara first. However, before that I must find a way to resolve these tedious state affairs. If I have to manage affairs every day like this, how am I supposed to dominate the ninja world? Forget it, just get some sleep. My life is more important. The next day, a significant event occurred in the court of the Land of Fire. The nearly 60-year-old chancellor unexpectedly resigned, returning to his hometown after just taking office. Have you heard? Lord Tokugawa actually asked for his retirement. But isn't Lord Tokugawa from Kyoto? It seems to be the work of the newly appointed daimyo. However, every generation of daimyo starts off wanting to achieve something great only to become immersed in pleasure. It won't be long before the daimyo requests Lord Tokugawa to return to service. Regarding Chancellor Tokugawa Ieyasu's resignation, not only was there much discussion among the populace, but the officials of the 8 provinces were also abuzz. During a break, several officials gathered together whispering, "I didn't expect that the daimyo would take action against Lord Tokugawa just a few days after taking office, yet Lord Tokugawa didn't seem to have any objections. I wonder if the daimyo will target the officials of the 8 provinces. Don't worry, which of the 8 provinces doesn't have the shadow of a ninja clan behind it? If the daimyo wants to act, he'll likely target them first. Indeed, no matter who gains the upper hand, it will be beneficial to us. Alas, once Lord Tokugawa resigns, I wonder what changes will occur." In the game of chess between Fujiwara Tenichi and the ninja clans, if victorious, a large number of official positions will inevitably become vacant, benefiting the lower and mid-level officials. If defeated, they would remain unaffected. At this time in the Tokugawa residence in Kyoto, an elderly man with white hair was playing shogi with a man sporting a topknot. Checkmate. Tokugawa Ieyasu, despite nearing 60, had a deep and resonant voice. "Lord Tokugawa is indeed the pillar of the Land of Fire. Your skill in shogi is unfathomable." The man replied with a somewhat bitter smile. "The Nara clan head is truly gifted. Every time I play against you, I discover new strategies." Upon hearing Tokugawa Ieyasu's praise, Nara Shikaku was about to respond when he noticed Tokugawa Ieyasu setting up the board for another game, revealing an even more bitter smile. As the head of the Nara clan, this was the first time he was unwilling to play shogi with someone. "Please indulge this old man with a few more rounds, for I only have this one hobby." Tokugawa Ieyasu, noticing Nara Shikaku's thoughts, spoke with a smile. "What does Lord Tokugawa think of the daimyo?" Nara Shikaku could no longer hold back. It was his first time being so passive in a conversation. The Nara clan's secret technique is a deep development of in release whose essence is mental power, so each member of the Nara clan possesses extraordinarily high intelligence. Whether in shogi management, strategy, military tactics, or combat, they display remarkable talent. As the head of the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku is the best among them. However, he found himself at a disadvantage against a man nearly 60 years old. "Haha, our daimyo is quite extraordinary." Tokugawa Ieyasu chuckled. As a commoner, Tokugawa Ieyasu rose to fame in his 20s through shogi, unmatched among the 5 great nations. He entered public service at 30, and within 10 years he became the chancellor. Keep in mind, this is the ninja world. After conversing with Tokugawa Ieyasu for quite some time, Nara Shikaku left grumbling to himself, "That old man is truly skilled in shogi. I won't come here again." It seems the rumors that the Uchiha clan tried to control this old man with genjutsu, but failed, are true. Nara Shikaku thought to himself. Tokugawa Ieyasu had never practiced chakra, yet he could resist illusions with sheer willpower, demonstrating the strength of his mental fortitude. If he were to train in illusions, he would undoubtedly become a formidable master. Nara Shika felt a surge of emotions and quickened his pace. Upon returning home, he immediately engaged in secret discussions with the Yamashiro and Akito families. Meanwhile, in the office of the Grand Council of the Imperial City, there sat a short-haired woman with white hair, her figure graceful, yet her mechanical arm appeared somewhat out of place. She was Nagihitan. Nagihitan was the leader of the Night Raid and held a significant position within the Revolutionary Army. Before joining the revolution, she was a general of the Empire. Although her combat prowess was far inferior to that of her counterpart as Death, she matched her with her exceptional political and military strategies. Perhaps she was not as adept as Tokugawa Ieyasu the old fox in handling state affairs, but she could still satisfy Fujiwara Tenichi's requirements with simplicity. Indeed, it was simplicity. Although Tokugawa Ieyasu possessed formidable skills in governance, he was overly showy with his talents, whether intentionally testing Fujiwara Tenichi or just putting on a show for other ministers. However, Fujiwara Tenichi did not care about such matters. If this were a historical novel, he might spend hundreds of chapters engaging in strategic battles with him, but this was a tale of Naruto, a passionate anime, not a mere side quest. Looking at Nagihitan, who was buried in paperwork, Fujiwara Tenichi relaxed and stretched, saying, "Ah, finally, I can be free." It's truly difficult to be a good daimyo. Stepping out of the palace and gazing at the clear blue sky, Fujiwara Tenichi mused, what wonderful weather, perfect for some physical activity. With Najihitan assisting him in handling state affairs, Fujiwara Tenichi could now find time to complete the tasks assigned by the system. The first step is to check on the Ministry of War. Fujiwara Tenichi had contemplated for quite some time and ultimately decided to reclaim the Hotake family first. Not because the Ministry of War represented the military, on the contrary, in an era dominated by ninjas, the influence of samurai had been drastically diminished. The Hotake family was once the most prominent samurai clan before the ninja era began. However, with the rise of ninja clans and the widespread use of chakra, the samurai's ruling status was significantly affected. Even the most powerful samurai could hardly reach the level of a shadow, and compared to chakra, the training cycle for samurai was simply too lengthy. Swordsmanship requires a long time to hone, as not everyone is born a sword master like Kirigakure Yorichi. However, by the time a samurai reaches a profound level of swordsmanship, he himself would have grown old, which reflects the principle that youth is mightier. The peak of a ninja, however, is often in their 30s, the prime of one's life. Consequently, samurai gradually withdrew from the historical stage. Even established samurai families like the Hotake could only survive the currents of history by accepting chakra and applying it to their swordsmanship. There are not many samurai in the capital of the Land of Fire, only a little over 10,000. If there were more, even a daimyo couldn't afford such a financial burden, and the mainstream of this era is already ninjas. This little over 10,000 can be considered the final farewell of the samurai era. Looking at the samurai wielding long swords in the training ground, Fujiwara Tenichi couldn't help but sigh. This is simply the trend of the times. My lord daimyo. At that moment, a white-haired man approached Fujiwara Tenichi. This man was named Hotake Ichido, slightly taller than Fujiwara Tenichi, in his 30s at the peak of his strength, and he was the head of the Hotake family, serving as the deputy minister of the Ministry of War, a role similar to that of Lin Chong, the instructor of the 8th Imperial Guard, although he only trained a few thousand troops. However, this deputy minister was fundamentally different from Lin Chong's Imperial Guard instructor. A samurai is not the same as an ordinary soldier. Samurai have a family and apprentice lineage, and they hold a great reverence for the strong among them. Although these samurai are required to obey the daimyo publicly, if the Hotake clan were to call upon them, most would likely rebel. May I ask, my lord daimyo, what brings you here? Hotake Ichido was a straightforward man and asked directly. I have heard that the head of the Hotake family has entered the realm of swordsmanship. Coincidentally, I have a keen interest in the way of the sword and have come to seek guidance from the head of the Hotake family. Fujiwara Tenichi gave Hotake Ichido plenty of face, as he naturally needed to maintain a good attitude if he wished to recruit him. My lord daimyo overstates. These are merely praises from outsiders. If you have a need, simply issue a decree and I will not dare to refuse. The head of the Hotake family has worked diligently for the Land of Fire, so I must treat you with courtesy. Listening to Fujiwara Tenichi's gentle voice, Hotake Ichido thought, I believe you have ulterior motives. Treating me with courtesy and yet coming to challenge me, but what if I hurt this young daimyo? Although the daimyo's power is not very great, if targeted, the Hotake family would still face significant trouble. There is no need for concern, head of the Hotake family. My bodyguard possesses considerable strength. If the situation turns adverse, she will ensure my safety. Fujiwara Tenichi naturally noticed Hotake Ichido's concerns. Hotake Ichido glanced at the crimson-eyed girl beside Fujiwara Tenichi. She bore no traces of chakra, so he did not scrutinize her further. Even the top tier among samurai must admit that without chakra training, their own power would likely diminish significantly. However, he did not ponder deeply. He could always go easy, as someone of his strength could control his power. Then I shall take my leave. Hotake Ichido led Fujiwara Tenichi to a clearing in the training ground. The soldiers practicing nearby glanced over at the commotion. Hotake Ichido enforced strict military regulations, and during training they were not allowed to leave their positions. The samurai of this era differ from those of the future ninja village era. Most hold a belief and samurai spirit, preferring seppuku over turning to banditry. Fujiwara Tenichi drew the sun wheel blade from his side, a weapon gifted with the Kirigakure Yorichi template. My lord daimyo, I am about to begin. Hotake Ichido also drew his short sword and said to Fujiwara Tenichi. Looking at the short sword drawn by Hotake Ichido, Fujiwara Tenichi felt a bit of obsessive compulsiveness. For some reason, in the ninja world, both swords and blades were referred to as the way of the sword, despite being two distinct weapons. Come at me, head of the Hotake family. Hotake Ichido was enveloped in a surge of electricity before lunging toward Fujiwara Tenichi like a bolt of white lightning. This was a secret technique of the Hotake family, renowned in the ninja world, utilizing lightning attribute chakra transformation to stimulate the body, enhancing physical capabilities for a short time. Apart from being used in combat, it could also serve as a technique for body training. Watching Hitachi Ichido charge forward, Fujiwara Tenichi inhaled deeply, and his long sword glimmered with yellow lightning. Breath of lightning, thunder flash. Just like Hitachi Ichido, Fujiwara Tenichi also transformed into lightning brushing past him. However, as the two halted, Fujiwara Tenichi shot directly into the sky before launching straight at Hitachi Ichido. Triple strike. Hitachi Ichido barely dodged in time. The afterglow of the electric light left a yellow triangle in the air, dissipating only after a few moments. Hiss! Hitachi Ichido gasped, realizing he had nearly been struck. He quickly set aside his underestimation. Is this lightning release? Hitachi Ichido's gaze toward Fujiwara Tenichi was now tinged with awe. No, Fujiwara Tenichi paused before raising his voice. This is a new way of the sword. A new way of the sword. Upon hearing the words of the daimyo, the warriors in the arena erupted in excitement. Not only them, but even Hitachi Kakashi was somewhat taken aback by this term, which was soon followed by an overwhelming fervor. Ever since the appearance of the shinobi sect and ninjas, the warriors have been suppressed for centuries, holding their breath, but now hope has emerged. My lord daimyo, was that really not chakra? Hitachi Kakashi's voice trembled. Can't the head of the Hitachi clan sense it? Fujiwara Tenkai replied, gazing into Hitachi Kakashi's eyes. As the head of the Hitachi clan, Kakashi not only possessed exceptional swordsmanship, but also had considerable achievements in chakra, allowing him to sense that Fujiwara Tenkai's recent technique bore no traces of chakra. He just wanted to confirm once more. My swordsmanship is created based on the breath of all things, which I call the breathing technique. Fujiwara Tenkai declared loudly. Having just obtained the template of Kagaya Yuruchi, he naturally could not comprehend the sun breathing overnight. But with Kagaya Yuruchi's unparalleled talent in swordsmanship, he easily developed 5 fundamental breathing techniques: flame, water, wind, rock, and thunder. The surrounding warriors, upon hearing Fujiwara Tenkai's words, felt the flames in their eyes burn even hotter. Among them, only a few had learned chakra refining techniques. The vast majority had found it difficult to enhance their strength. Now, seeing a glimmer of hope, how could they not be excited? The breathing technique not only strengthens one's physical condition, but also allows for the use of attribute swordsmanship in conjunction with it. I have now developed flame breathing, water breathing, wind breathing, rock breathing, and thunder breathing. Moreover, I have also developed corresponding techniques to complement the breathing technique. First is flame breathing, first form Hinokagutsuki, second form flame, rising, third form fiery manifestation, fourth form vortex of flames. Water breathing, first form surface, / second form water, wheel, third form, flowing dance, fourth form tidal strike, fifth form compassionate rain of the dry sky. Wind breathing, first form dust, whirlwind blade, shaving, second form claw, keto, wind, third form clear gale, wine tree, fourth form rising sandstorm. Additionally, there are rock breathing and thunder breathing. Fujiwara Tenkai demonstrated the 5 fundamental breathing techniques to the warriors. However, he had just begun to grasp the breathing technique and had not yet perfected all the techniques. But this was enough to ignite the spirits of these warriors. These 5 breathing techniques are entirely distinct from the power of chakra, discarding hand seals, and can be executed with just a long sword. However, my talent is still somewhat lacking, as I could only develop these techniques. Listening to Fujiwara Tenkai's words of humility, Hitachi Kakashi felt a tightness in his chest. If this is what he calls a lack of talent, then what about us warriors who have failed to comprehend such power over thousands of years? Are we all fools? Currently, the breathing technique does have some drawbacks, namely the lack of large-scale attack methods, but in unknown duels, it shows excellent effectiveness. The absence of the hand seal process gives warriors using the breathing technique a greater advantage against ninjas. Looking at the enthusiastic subordinates around him, Hitachi Kakashi sighed. It truly is an enviable talent. It must be similar to the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. In Legends, the Sage of 6 Paths established the shinobi sect, teaching disciples chakra and ninjutsu, making ninjas the mainstream of the world. Now, by comparing Fujiwara Tenkai to him, it is evident that Kakashi holds Tenkai's breathing technique in high regard, even believing it could replace ninjutsu. I will teach the practice methods of the breathing technique to Hitachi Daisuke position, and in the future the soldiers of the military department will be able to cultivate it. Fujiwara Tenkai's words ignited a frenzy among all the warriors at the training ground. Long live the daimyo! Long live the daimyo! Long live the daimyo! Over 10,000 people shouted at the training ground, their voices resonating throughout Kyoto. Even the Kyoto gate opposite the military department could hear the deafening voices coming from it. At the Tokugawa residence, Tokugawa Ieyasu was simultaneously playing both black and white pieces against himself, which was one of the few pleasures he had after retirement, as there were not many skilled players like Nara Shikaku who could engage him. Hearing the sounds from the military department, the wrinkles on his face tightened. It seems the daimyo's abilities are not to be underestimated. Nara clan residence. Nara Shikaku was dealing with some family affairs, and he was still pondering over the discussions from yesterday's meeting with the heads of the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. After all, as the clan leader, he bore the responsibility for the rise and fall of the entire clan. Long live the daimyo. The three families of Boar Deer and Butterfly have large residences on the outskirts of Kyoto, but they still heard the sounds from the military department. Upon hearing it, Nara Shikaku's tightly furrowed brows nearly knotted together. Before long, the heads of the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans arrived at the Nara clan, and the three clan leaders began their discussions once again. Unlike other large ninja clans, the Boar Deer and Butterfly clans were among the few stationed near Kyoto, thus, they were more cautious regarding changes in the royal court and politics. Previously, when Fujiwara Tenichi was vying for the position of daimyo, they neither offered assistance nor obstructed, as if it was none of their business. If it weren't for the stroke of luck of encountering Senju Hashirama, who came to Kyoto to serve in place of his father Senju, Tobarama Fujiwara Tenichi might have been buried long ago. The other 7 ministries, including the Civil Ministry, Criminal Ministry, and Governance Ministry, reacted to the changes in the military department. Ding! A host successfully subjugated the military department, awarding 1,000 ninja world points. Hearing the system notification, Fujiwara Tenichi's heart finally settled. As expected, as long as I hold most of the power, the mission is complete. Not to mention the other 7 ministries, the military department alone has nearly 20,000 personnel, and human hearts are unpredictable. With some greedy and treacherous traitors, it is impossible to fully subjugate them. If complete control of a ministry is required to complete the task, Tenichi would have no choice but to abandon it. But fortunately, the system is somewhat reasonable. Host Fujiwara Tenichi. Identity daimyo of the Land of Fire. Age 18. Strength Chunin. Ninjutsu 90, a body 120, illusion 110, sage 0, chakra 180. Chakra wind, LV2 fire, LV1 yang, LV0. Abilities: body flicker technique mastered, shuriken throwing technique beginner, binding technique mastered, Nara's shadow possession technique mastered, crank wind release, gale palm beginner, crank wind release, great breakthrough beginner, brank fire release, great fireball beginner, a rank wind release, Rasengan expert, forbidden technique 8 gates, second gate breathing technique, flame water rock wind, thunder patterns, master level swordsmanship. Character template Kagaya Yurichi 20. Task: recapture 8 provinces, progress 18. Items: sun wheel sword. Lottery none. Ninja world points 1,000 points, multiverse points 0 points. Evaluation: specialization is not the way to go. Looking at his attribute panel, Fujiwara Tenichi frowned. Indeed, he was only slightly lacking in ninjutsu compared to a jonin, which triggered his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. System: open the Ninja World Mall. Fujiwara Tenichi selected Rasengan and made a purchase again. Congratulations, host. Rasengan has reached a new level of proficiency. As his proficiency with the Rasengan deepened, Fujiwara Tenichi's ninjutsu stat finally surpassed the 100-point threshold, fulfilling all requirements for jonin rank. A chime resounded, ding, announcing that the host had completed a hidden quest and earned the Jonatier gift pack. The notification startled Fujiwara Tenichi with genuine delight. Jonatier gift pack. System: did you quietly swallow my genin and chunin packages? Fujiwara Tenichi remarked wryly. Ding. This hidden quest, the daimyo's self-defense capability, is triggered when the daimyo faces assassination attempts without personal guards nearby. The system defines self-defense capability as jonin-level strength. To survive such threats, the host must possess at least jonin-tier combat prowess. Damn, Fujiwara Tenichi muttered in frustration. Elsewhere, sign-in systems and lottery systems dispense lavish gift packs every few days. Starting as a jonin is considered modest. Prodigies achieve Hokage mastery by age 3, transcend it by 6, and by 10, they strike down Madara Uchiha and battle Kagaya Otsutsuki herself. Yet here he couldn't even dominate his own generation, let alone subdue the entire shinobi world. Even Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were already striving toward Hokage ascension. Fujiwara Tenichi was only 1 or 2 years younger than them. Yet Madara could already summon colossal golems, while Hashirama needed only a gentle palm strike to summon forests at will. Morals decline with each passing age, and systems grow ever more unscrupulous. Fujiwara Tenichi subtly urged the system to uphold its principles, but received no reply. After consolidating control over the Ministry of War, the effects of his breathing technique gradually spread beyond its confines. Even the Senju Uchiha and Hyuga clans dispatched urgent intelligence reports to their respective clan compounds. In the Land of Fire, only the Nara Yamanaka and Akimichi clans maintained full clan compounds within the capital. Other major shinobi families stationed only envoys there, including the elite Hitaki clan, whose presence remained limited to a handful of direct heirs. After all, the Ministry of War stood among the Land of Fire's central administrative organs, vital to the Hokage clan's long-term ascendancy. At that moment, Fujiwara Tenichi was receiving the clan heads of the Nara Yamanaka and Akimichi families. Renowned as the Land of Fire's chief strategist, Nara Shikuzo's intellect arguably surpassed even Tokugawa Ieyasu's, making him exquisitely attuned to shifts in national policy. Though Fujiwara Tenichi had only recently assumed office and had yet to entrench his authority, the unwavering support of the young Senju clan head rendered his position virtually unassailable. As head of the Nara clan, Shikuzo had witnessed Hashirama Senju's awe-inspiring presence firsthand, the sheer overwhelming dominance of his would-release sweeping across battlefields like an unstoppable tide. The future shinobi god had already begun revealing his transcendent brilliance. Moreover, this young daimyo clearly possessed formidable talents of his own. Though the Nara clan held no cause for fear or dread, being targeted for purging would undoubtedly bring considerable complications. It was common knowledge that Nara men feared only two things: their wives and trouble. Preferring harmony over conflict, Nara Shikuzo promptly brought his two closest allies to pledge allegiance. Ha ha ha, Mr. Nara, Mr. Yamanaka, Mr. Akimichi. Your support means to me what Lord Tokugawa's aid once meant to my late father. Seeing their prompt submission, Fujiwara Tenichi graciously accorded them full dignity. Ding. The host has secured the ministry of the Imperial Household, earning 1 of 0 Shinobi World Points. Quest progress 28. Excellent. Next, the Ministry of Civil Affairs awaits. Meanwhile, my letter should soon reach Hashirama Senju, and the Ministries of Justice and Internal Affairs are likewise within reach. Fujiwara Tenichi harbored boundless ambition. 2 nights prior, he had meticulously composed a letter to Hashirama Senju, pleading his plight, since ascending as daimyo, all real authority had been seized by powerful shinobi clans, reducing him to little more than a puppet sovereign. Their shared vision, the founding of shinobi villages and lasting peace, would thus fall solely upon Hashirama's shoulders to realize. The letter's core strategy was pathos, so poignant it moved listeners to tears and broke hearts upon hearing it. May Hashirama forgive my calculated sorrow, for peace is the sole purpose. Fujiwara Tenichi gazed into the distance as the 3 clan heads departed resolute. A sharp snap. Damn it. I've overplayed my hand so thoroughly, even I'm beginning to believe it. He shook his head. Hell, if even I'm succumbing to Hashirama's earnest, thick-browed charisma, I am destined to become the daimyo king. For the first 18 years of his life, Fujiwara Tenichi lived in perpetual dread, until at 16 he met Hashirama Senju. They formed an instant, profound bond, becoming inseparable confidants. At times, Fujiwara Tenichi even believed his place in Hashirama's heart eclipsed that of Madara Uchiha himself. Though they had met only twice in person, their correspondence never ceased. Fujiwara Tenichi wove ideals of universal equality with visions of a shinobi village era, crafting a luminous blueprint for the future, one that resonated deeply with Hashirama Senju, securing the Senju clan's steadfast backing and enabling Fujiwara Tenichi's successful ascension to daimyo. Yet Fujiwara Tenichi was no man who abandoned loyalty after achieving power. Indeed, if I become daimyo of the entire shinobi world, true peace shall be realized. He murmured to himself, but above all, strength remains the indispensable foundation. The recent Jonatier gift pack, though yielding no legendary treasures, had solidified his foundational abilities. Not only did the pack grant him a new chakra nature, lightning, but it also elevated his proficiency with existing wind, fire, and yang natures by 1 tier. Typically, advancing chakra nature proficiency in early stages demands exceptional chakra control, the fundamental prerequisite being waterwalking training. Beyond that, mastery requires relentless repetition of thousands of jutsu, each demanding immense time and discipline. With rising proficiency, his jutsu execution grew increasingly fluid. Crank techniques now required minimal practice to achieve mastery, while brank jutsu could be grasped after merely 2 or 3 repetitions. Naturally, this applied exclusively to his wind and fire natures. Yet the greatest boon lay elsewhere. Heightened yin chakra proficiency granted him profound new insights into the sun-breathing technique, and even elevated the inherited Kyoju Ginyu template to 40% completion. Soon the radiant splendor of sun-breathing would blaze across the shinobi world. Your Majesty, a voice interrupted Fujiwara Tenichi's reverie. Najishiden had arrived. What is it? Your Majesty, all clans except the Sarutobi and Shimura families have accepted the daimyo's overtures and decrees. Earlier, Fujiwara Tenichi had dispatched Night Raid, under the Hokage clan's banner, to visit key shinobi families within the Ministry of Civil Affairs, seeking greater influence to fulfill the system's objectives. Oh, a glint of cold steel flickered in Fujiwara Tenichi's eyes. In the Land of Fire, only 3 clans ranked among the elite, the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga, though the Hyuga suffering from dwindling heirs had already begun their slow descent. Next came the Narayamanakura-Kimichi alliance, whose combined might placed them firmly atop the second-tier clans, yet individually each fell short of the Hitaki Sarutobi or Shimura lineages. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, renowned as one of the Land of Fire's top 10 warriors, had faced Madara Uchiha on the battlefield last year. With his summoned ape guardian Enma, he held his ground without yielding an inch. Sarutobi Hiruzen. As dusk deepened, Fujiwara Tenichi softly repeated the name. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the future third Hokage and legendary shinobi hero, was now in his prime, his power unquestionably Hokage. Defeating him would cost Fujiwara Tenichi dearly. Moreover, the Sarutobi and Senju clans were long-standing allies. Hiruzen's clash with Madara Uchiha had been undertaken precisely to aid the Senju. Any move against him would be indefensible before Hashirama Senju. Most critically, Fujiwara Tenichi lacked any legitimate pretext for action. To statesman, brute force remains the most reckless instrument of governance. Your Majesty, seeing Nijishiten hesitate, Fujiwara Tenichi prompted, gently speak. The Narayamanakura-Kimichi alliance has just pledged loyalty. Might we entrust this matter to Nara Shikuzo? Her words pierced his thoughts like lightning. The ministry of the imperial household, Shikuzo's domain, was inherently tasked with strategic counsel. Assigning him this duty was both logical and fitting. Nijishiten informed clan head Nara immediately. You play the benevolent face, while I bear the burden of darkness. Nijishiten shot Fujiwara Tenichi a reproachful glance, and he shivered involuntarily. Gazing at Nijishiten's alluring figure, Fujiwara Tenichi silently chanted Amitabha Buddha. In the heart of the Land of Fire, the Senju and Uchiha clans are divided by a river. The Uchiha are to the south while the Senju are to the north. It is said that this place was once the origin of the ninja sect. In a quaint and antique courtyard, two men are engaged in a heated discussion. After reading the letter from Fujiwara Tenichi, Senju Hashirama immediately ordered the transfer of all powers held by the Senju in the Ministry of Internal Affairs back to Fujiwara Tenichi. Seeing his elder brother being so resolute, Senju Tobarama couldn't sit still. What an outrageous decision! He was about to sell off their ancestral estate. It took all his strength to restrain his elder brother. Tenichi is my dear friend. He, like me, is someone who would sacrifice his life for peace. Looking into Senju Hashirama's determined eyes, Senju Tobarama grew even more resentful. First it was Uchiha Madara, and now Fujiwara Tenichi. I am the only younger brother. Oh brother, love me just once more. Brother, if you insist on this, then handle the clan's affairs on your own from now on. Senju Tobarama resorted to his trump card. Hashirama was instantly petrified. No, Tobarama, we are brothers. Under Hashirama's gaze, Tobarama ultimately chose to compromise. The Sun just rights in the 8 ministries can be transferred to Fujiwara Tenichi, but only in cooperation with him. After all, the clan has invested considerable effort in the Ministry of Internal Affairs and cannot simply hand it over. Hashirama was overjoyed. Of course, Tobarama, you are truly my good brother. Having reached a consensus, Senju Tobarama sent someone to convey the order to the Senju clan in the capital, and Senju Hashirama informed Fujiwara Tenichi of this matter through letter. Dear friend Tenichi, it's been a long time. I miss you dearly. I have read your letter, and from now on all officials of the Senju clan in the 8 ministries will follow your command. Also, a few days ago, I shared your idea of coordinated distribution for achieving common prosperity with another dear friend of mine. However, he laughed at us for being too naive, believing that true peace can only be achieved through absolute power. Yet peace achieved through overwhelming power is not true peace. People will continue to struggle and harbor suspicions against one another. What they seek is not peace, but fear of tyranny. True peace connects the hearts of people. Only when individuals can understand, tolerate, and help each other can genuine peace be realized. Fujiwara Tenichi looked at the letter sent by Hashirama and couldn't help but shake his head. Hashirama's view of human sentiments is too simplistic. Perhaps it is precisely because he has witnessed the most brutal wars in the ninja world that he yearns for peace so deeply. However, the peace he envisions is far too hollow. Another dear friend, is he referring to Madara? Fujiwara Tenichi murmured. Compared to Hashirama, Madara's ideology is far too absolute. He not only seeks to conquer the world with force, but also wishes to rule it with power. In the ninja world, achieving initial peace inevitably requires the method of war. However, how long can a person truly live? Even the Sage of 6 Paths has his end, so maintaining peace is the most challenging aspect. The road ahead is long and arduous. Fujiwara Tenichi sighed. Since succeeding as daimyo, he has sighed countless times. With great power comes great responsibility, and this is not mere words. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Aikido. I am here. Aikido knelt on one knee. How is the teaching of the breathing technique going? Since incorporating the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Hitachi clan, Fujiwara Tenichi arranged for Akito to serve as the deputy of the Ministry of Military Affairs for better understanding of the situation. Your Majesty, there are 16,000 men in the military ministry, and apart from the Hitachi clan members, only 500 have initially grasped the breathing technique. Oh, Fujiwara Tenichi said with interest, probing further, how many from the Hitachi clan have mastered the breathing technique? 25 people, among them the head of the Hitachi clan, has fully mastered the thunder breathing sword techniques and has even developed a new technique he calls Thunder Flash. Indeed, such talent is enviable. It must be said that although the Hitachi clan has few direct descendants, their talents are astonishing. In the future, the White Fang of Konoha, Hitachi Sakomo, with his swordsmanship, even wore the Hokage mantle, achieving great feats that shook the world. If Kakashi were not burdened by the Sharingan, he would not have been stunted in his growth. Fujiwara Tenichi believed that the greatest beneficiaries of the breathing technique should be the Hitachi clan. The secret technique that combines swordsmanship and chakra in the Hitachi clan was always limited by the amount of chakra, preventing them from reaching greater heights. Now with the breathing technique, they can break through this limitation and achieve new heights. It is precisely for this reason that those warriors became so fervent upon learning of the breathing technique. I wonder if there is anyone in this world who can learn my sun breathing technique. Fujiwara Tenichi narrowed his eyes. The template of the sun breathing technique has now reached a 45 development level, and what he inherited was not only power, but also the memories of the Sage of the Sun. Although the Sage of the Sun was a gifted individual who created the breathing technique and is the most powerful sun breathing practitioner, it took over a decade for the technique to fully take shape. Although Fujiwara Tenichi obtained his template, it has only been recently that he has begun to develop the sun breathing technique. Unlike the world of Demon Slayer, the ninja world possesses a type of power that allows individuals to comprehend the sun breathing technique more intuitively, that is yang attributed chakra. Although yin and yang attributes of chakra cannot be directly detected like fire, earth, water, wind, and lightning, there is at least a glimmer of hope. Akito tell Hitachi Sakomo to provide chakra test papers for all the warriors to detect their chakra attributes, and then cultivate the corresponding breathing techniques. Originally, most warriors in the military ministry did not practice chakra refining techniques, and many even resisted chakra entirely, but Fujiwara Tenichi's words struck fear in them. Even a powerful warrior like Hitachi Sakomo practices chakra. What right do you weaklings have to resist it? Fujiwara Tenichi attracted considerable animosity at that moment. However, everything was for the convenience of practicing the breathing technique. The 5 attributes of the breathing techniques correspond to chakra attributes naturally, making it easier to cultivate corresponding techniques with the same chakra attribute. However, my lord, over 10,000 chakra test papers is quite a significant expense. The Ministry of Finance likely won't approve that. Akito said hesitantly. The Ministry of Finance is responsible for financial matters among the 8 ministries controlled by the Hyuga clan. Touching their interests would mean no consideration even for the daimyo. No worries, this is just an opportunity to give Sarutobi Sasuke a letter of introduction. The Ministry of Civil Affairs is the wealthiest among the 8 ministries, and the Sarutobi clan has long profited handsomely. It is only right for them to contribute some resources. On the other side, Sarutobi Sasuke had also received a letter from Senju Hashirama. Senju and Sarutobi are allies. Senju Hashirama could not directly issue orders to Sarutobi Sasuke, but merely informed him of the relationship between the Senju clan and Fujiwara Tenichi, hoping he could cooperate with Fujiwara Tenichi to reclaim the power of the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Sasuke looked at the letter in his hand, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. Husband. A graceful woman approached holding a plate of fruit, gazing at the frowning Sarutobi Sasuke with gentle concern. What troubles you, husband? Is something wrong? Yuko, what brings you here? Seeing his beloved wife, Sarutobi Sasuke hurriedly stood up and took her arm. Sarutobi Sasuke's wife Shimura Yuko is the sister of the head of the Shimura clan and is now pregnant with his child. Though only 3 months along, this is the sole heir of the Sarutobi family, making it of utmost importance. Moreover, Sarutobi Sasuke is already over 30 years old, and the average age in the ninja world is only about 50, which only counts those with registered households. The Sarutobi clan holds the greatest influence in the Ministry of Civil Affairs, which oversees regional registration, taxation, and infrastructure, thus having a deep understanding of the local conditions in the Land of Fire. Currently, the average age of 50 only accounts for those with registered households. Many villages on the battlefield and children who died before having a chance to register are not included. If they were added, what country wouldn't be a living hell? Furthermore, he is the head of the Sarutobi clan. While he appears to be in a position of glory, such an identity is even more dangerous on the battlefield. If it weren't for his considerable strength, he might not have survived to this day. Looking at his wife's concerned gaze as her slightly protruding belly captured his attention, Sarutobi Sasuke couldn't help but sigh, saying, "I hope our new daimyo will be a capable leader." Having made up his mind, Sarutobi Sasuke reflected on the first 30 years of his life during which he had displayed remarkable talent, earning a formidable reputation, developing the once mediocre Sarutobi clan into a powerful ninja clan, second only to the Hyuga Senju and Uchiha clans. The hardships he endured are hard for others to comprehend, but now that he has a child on the way with concerns of his own, he naturally seeks to secure a future for the Sarutobi clan. In his recent battle with Uchiha Izuna, he found it exceedingly challenging, fearing that it wouldn't be long before this young man completely surpassed him. He still remembers the years when he fought against Uchiha Madara, easily restraining him and even subtly gaining the upper hand. However, as their encounters increased, he felt more and more strained with Madara, showing visible improvements each time. By this year, it was no longer Uchiha Madara who was restraining him on the battlefield, but Uchiha Izuna. The Sharingan, these bloodline limits are indeed troublesome. Sarutobi Sasuke complained to himself. He could be considered the most talented ninja in the history of the Sarutobi clan, having been born with 5 chakra natures. No one in today's ninja world could match him. The combination of 5 elemental jutsus made him invincible on the battlefield. Seeing her husband in distress, Sarutobi Yuko softly said, "Husband, I heard from my brother that my sister-in-law has given birth to a boy named Shimura Danzo. When our child is born, if it is a boy, let them be brothers. If it is a girl, let them be together." Watching his wife happily envisioning the future, Sarutobi Sasuke couldn't bring himself to interrupt and gently nodded in agreement. 3 days later in the daimyo's palace. Congratulations, host, for subduing the ministries of civil affairs, justice, and internal affairs, gaining 3,000 points in the ninja world. Currently, more than half of the 8 provinces have been reclaimed, with the remaining 3 ministries posing significant challenges. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, though outwardly respectful towards the daimyo, are merely paying lip service. If their interests are threatened, although they wouldn't directly confront Fujiwara Tenichi, underhanded tactics are inevitable. However, Fujiwara Tenichi currently has the support of the Senju clan and has reclaimed many small ninja clans, effectively holding substantial power. Yet although these ninja clans have pledged allegiance to Fujiwara Tenichi, when war breaks out, they likely won't fully comply with his orders. Every clan has its own interests to protect, and no one is willing to engage head-on in the main battlefield, as the losses would be too great. Fujiwara Tenichi contemplated many matters. Despite possessing the strong mental fortitude from living 2 lives which greatly enhanced his thinking speed and memory, governing a nation is not merely a simple task. There are far too many considerations involved. In these past few days, the Ministry of Military Affairs has gotten back on track, and the prevalence of breathing techniques among the samurai is gradually increasing. Once they truly master these techniques, I will have a firm grasp on power. Fujiwara Tenichi muttered to himself. He clearly understood that only by wielding strong military power can he truly seize authority, otherwise everything is merely an illusion dissipating at a touch. At this moment, within the Uchiha stronghold, the high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan were gathered in a conference room discussing the changes in the capital of the Land of Fire. The daimyo has taken control of the ministries of military affairs, imperial household, civil affairs, justice, and internal affairs among the 8 provinces. The next target will likely be Hyuga's treasury ministry. The elder of the Hyuga clan has grown old, and the younger generation of the Hyuga clan is unable to shoulder the responsibilities. Ultimately, they too will have to curry favor with the daimyo. This leaves only us Uchiha as the daimyo's remaining target. Elder, why wouldn't the daimyo act against the Uchiha first? Uchiha Izuna inquired of the elder. The elder took another sip of tea and looked at Uchiha Izuna, saying, "Because of your and Madara's existence. The war between the Uchiha and Senju has persisted for hundreds of years. Although the Hyuga have always stood on the sidelines hoping to reap the benefits, both our clans have remained cautious and have not fully committed. This is why, despite the Senju clan having numerous small ninja clans as allies, they still dare not engage the Uchiha in a life-and-death struggle. With our Sharingan, if our only opponent is the Senju, they are not a cause for concern." Seeing the elders speak eloquently, the surrounding clansmen displayed fervent expressions. For the Uchiha, the Sharingan is like an increase in combat power out of thin air. How many times can such a feeling be suppressed? Once, twice, thrice. Time flew swiftly, and summer had arrived in full force. Blazing sun overhead, unbearable heat suffusing the land. 3 months had passed since Fujiwara Tenichi assumed the title of daimyo. Of the 8 provinces, more than half now lay under Fujiwara Tenichi's dominion. Under the joint governance of Nara Shikazo and Najishiden, the Land of Fire began to flourish with renewed vitality. Not only the capital, but even the provincial regions enjoyed a respite, time to heal and replenish. War demanded staggering expenditures, Even great clans, such as the Senju and Uchiha, required breathing room to recover, and all the more so with the ever-watchful Hyuga clan looming nearby. As if by silent accord, the shinobi clans had collectively ceased hostilities upon Fujiwara Tenichi's ascension, 3 months of fragile truce. Yet this peace was but a mirage, ephemeral as flowers reflected in water, fleeting as moonlight on ripples, ready to shatter at the first tremor of war. At the grand gates of the Land of Fire's capital, a merchant caravan laden with goods entered the city. The middle-aged leader, clad in sumptuous robes, stared in stunned disbelief at the gate's sentinels. Truly, no toll. Indeed, Fujiwara Tenichi had enacted a new ordinance. Merchants entering the capital were taxed not uniformly, but according to market demand, lowered or even waived for scarce commodities, yet raised for those already oversupplied. Yet such a policy demanded extraordinary market insight and absolute administrative control. Without them, chaos would inevitably follow. Fujiwara Tenichi dared implement it only because he commanded an army of unpaid laborers. When he first presented the decree to Nijishiten, her gaze pierced him like that of a wronged, long-suffering wife. From that day forward, another towering stack of documents joined Nijishiten's daily burden. This stemmed not only from Fujiwara Tenichi's recent appointment, leaving him few trusted administrators, but also from the policy's radical foresight and unscrupulous hands that could easily destabilize the capital's markets. To pilot such a measure within the capital itself was inherently perilous, thus demanding utmost caution and vigilance. Had Tokugawa Ieyasu held the office of Daijokin, he would have rejected the proposal outright, perhaps grasping its strategic merit yet refusing to risk the capital on so untested a venture. Yet high risk bore high reward at the cost of Nijishiten's deepening pandide exhaustion. The capital's commerce surged with unprecedented momentum. Even merchants from the other 4 great nations, having heard of the capital's tax exemptions, dispatched caravans in eager droves. In these warring times, there were naturally filled gaps in the Land of Fire's supply. Merchants followed profit and gravitated toward wherever levies were lightest. Though tariffs would inevitably rise as cargo volumes swelled, establishing a stable trade route promised immense mutual benefit for both the Land of Fire and the merchants themselves. The capital's merchant population swelled, newly built inns created jobs for commoners, escorting caravans proved lucrative for shinobi clans, and above all, the merchants' arrival invigorated the Land of Fire's economic circulation. Within barely a month, the Land of Fire underwent a profound transformation. Fujiwara Tenichi in turn amassed considerable prestige, firmly consolidating his position as daimyo. Nijishiten, however, bore the brunt. Her labors dwarfed even those of oxen tilling fields. Here one must mention Nijishiten's imperial armament Reiko Kaseki, Susanoo, formidable in battle, yet equally adept in daily life, mastering domestic arts from sweeping and laundering to culinary excellence, with over 1,000 recipes perfected and governance handled with effortless grace. Akame, what is the situation? Within the daimyo's palace, Fujiwara Tenichi received Akame, who had just returned from the Senju clan lands. Days earlier, the Uchiha and Senju had clashed once more. On a smaller scale, yet Fujiwara Tenichi watched closely. Should open war reignite, he would move decisively against the 2 provinces held by the Uchiha. Once hostilities erupted, the Uchiha, besieged by the Senju and numerous lesser clans on multiple fronts, would be unable to safeguard the capital. Moreover, Fujiwara Tenichi had already secured firm control over the Land of Fire's bureaucracy, eliminating fears of provincial vacancies going unfilled. My lord daimyo, both the Uchiha and Senju have entered full mobilization. The war may ignite at any moment, Akame replied, bowing low with solemn deference. And the Hyuga, what of their movements? In their Byakugan's perception is too acute. Our scouts cannot penetrate deeply. Fujiwara Tenichi's brow furrowed at Akame's report. The Hyuga posed no existential threat. Though their heritage remained venerable, they lacked a true apex-tier master. Below cage level, sheer numbers could overwhelm them. Even the future Third Reikage fell to the Iwagakure's tide of warriors, albeit requiring a vast host. Yet shinobi of Jonin rank stood no chance against disciplined samurai armed with breathing techniques, many of whom now wielded foundational swordsmanship synchronized with their breath. In Fujiwara Tenichi's estimation, mastery of basic breathing sword forms enabled combat against Jinin, attainment of total concentration. Constant allowed victory over Chunin, and those who awakened the flame pattern could challenge even Jonin. Should one reach the pinnacle of breathing arts, the transparent world, they might even contend with a Kage. True, the breathing arts may appear unassuming, but what strength is needed to fell mortals so frail? Even the fearsome Great Fireball Jutsu, for all its spectacle, claimed no life across 700 episodes of the Hokage's Chronicles. Against shinobi lacking bloodline limits or secret techniques, a single precise strike to a vital point sufficed. One blade, one death. Moreover, unlike ninjutsu breathing arts dispensed entirely with hand seals, each sword stroke functioned as a sealless technique, saving precious instants that meant the difference between life and death. The Hyuga compound remains under strictest lockdown. No outsiders permitted, and even clan members undergo rigorous scrutiny. Hearing this, Fujiwara Tenichi's furrowed brow finally eased. At last, he nears his end. Hyuga Tenin. With Hyuga Tenin gone, the Hyuga would pose no further obstacle, and the sole reason for such extreme vigilance could only be this Tenin's strength was failing. Yet this remained mere conjecture. Tenin, that wily old fox, might well be laying a trap, luring adversaries into sacrificing themselves beside him. Others, however, dared not act rashly. Minor clans held back in fear. Neither the Senju nor the Uchiha would strike the Hyuga first. A perilous gambit, yet exquisitely calculated. However, the more this was the case, the more it revealed a sense of insecurity. In the short term, it could indeed intimidate the surrounding members of the ninja clan who were eyeing them hungrily. Yet with time, it would inevitably expose itself. As the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Fujiwara Ten had to consider the complex conflicts within the country, but the ninja world was not limited to just the Land of Fire. The neighboring four great nations had coveted its fertile lands for many years. In the past, the four great nations had invaded the Land of Fire, but the timing was never quite right. Coincidentally, it was during the peak of the Senju and Uchiha clans, both of which had the strong foundation to dominate a nation. However, because of this, although they quickly ended foreign wars, the friction between the two clans persisted, and many valuable resources were consumed in internal strife. Alas, war is truly bothersome. Can't I just experience the joy of farming? Fujiwara Ten sighed as he held the documents in his hand. War was a very common occurrence in this era. The annual ceasefire never lasted more than half a year, and that was only for large-scale wars. As for small-scale conflicts, they were continuous. The world is bustling with people seeking profit, and the world is chaotic as they pursue it. The purpose of war is profit, but the wars between the ninja clans can no longer be attributed solely to that reason. After such prolonged conflict, nearly all clansmen have lost relatives on the battlefield. Hatred has become the fundamental cause of war. Fujiwara Ten did not know how the future Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara managed to help their clansmen let go of hatred, but it was undoubtedly far more complex than portrayed in the anime. Hatred can be alleviated over time, but it is also a process that takes a long time, possibly requiring the transition of 2 to 3 generations. However, the ninja world is ever-changing, and no one knows what will happen in the next moment. Soon news of the impending war between the Senju and Uchiha clans spread throughout the major ninja clans, leading to a noticeable decrease in the number of merchants coming to conduct trade in the Land of Fire. Fujiwara Ten arrived at the military department where Aikido, whom he had dispatched to investigate the major ninja clans, had kept things in order. Brand, a member of the Night Raid organization, was also from a military background and donned armor akin to Imperial equipment. His strength was formidable, so Fujiwara Ten arranged for him to replace Aikido's position in the military department. Moreover, he was well aligned with the techniques of the breathing method, having mastered the state of total concentration constant. In the entire military department, only Kiki Ito could firmly overshadow him. "My lord." Brand knelt on one knee and respectfully saluted Fujiwara Ten. "No need for formalities," rise Brand. "How has the teaching of the breathing method been progressing?" Fujiwara Ten asked with satisfaction as he looked at Brand. In the military department, there are a total of 18,000 personnel. About 5,000 are practicing the breathing of flames, 2,000 are practicing the breathing of thunder, 3,000 are practicing the breathing of water, 5,000 are practicing the breathing of wind, and 3,000 are practicing the breathing of rocks. Among them, the breathing of thunder and breathing of rocks have seen the most success, with the number of people mastering the breathing method exceeding half, and over 1,000 can utilize the corresponding sword techniques. As for the breathing of water, breathing of wind, and breathing of flames combined, only 2,000 individuals have mastered the breathing method, and even fewer can employ the sword techniques. Brand detailed the status of the military department to Fujiwara Ten. After hearing his report, Fujiwara Ten frowned slightly and said, "Is there no one teaching? Those who can learn by themselves have already advanced 3 levels. Additionally, Riona has mastered the breathing of wind. Let her take a position in the military department as well." In the Night Raid organization, only Brand, Aikido, and Riona had mastered the breathing method, while the others showed no talent for it. In the world of Demon Slayer, most members of the Demon Slayer Corps are not combat personnel, and those who can truly master the breathing method are probably only a few hundred. Even in the ninja world, with the assistance of chakra, learning the breathing method still poses a certain level of difficulty. Bring forth the warriors who have learned the breathing of water and breathing of flames. I have time today to personally teach them." Fujiwara Ten exclaimed, feeling excited. These 18,000 individuals were the foundation of the Land of Fire, so Fujiwara Ten would naturally give his all. Both the breathing of water and breathing of flames are extremely potent means of combat. They must be planted as seeds within the military. I wonder if any of these individuals can develop their own breathing method, Fujiwara Ten muttered as he looked at two warriors following Brand a short distance away. Being able to grasp the basics of the breathing method solely from the written introduction left by Fujiwara Ten in just 3 months indicates a certain level of talent. In the Demon Slayer Corps, those who can develop a new breathing method must at least possess the qualifications to awaken markings. Moonlight Bunshi. Mitsuba Tsurugi. Greetings, Lord Daimyo. X2 Upon hearing these two surnames, Fujiwara Ten suddenly froze. The Moonlight family, although not a powerful clan in the future Konoha village, is still a formidable swordsmanship family. As for the Tsurugi surname, it belongs to a future general of the Land of Steel, holding a status not inferior to that of the Hokage. No wonder even without the assistance of the breathing method they have the opportunity to leave their mark in this era, Fujiwara Ten pondered. Rise you two. The fact that you could learn the breathing method on your own shows your exceptional talent, Fujiwara Ten said, looking at the two with appreciation. Not at all. Had it not been for Lord Daimyo granting us the method to practice the breathing method, we would probably still be wasting our years, Tsurugi replied humbly. Haha, there's no need for modesty. Since I have called you here, I naturally have faith in you. Since that day I demonstrated martial arts in the military department, I have gained some insights into the sword path. I just came to practice my skills and let you observe as well. First, the breathing of water. First form, water surface slash. Second form, water wheel. Third form, flowing dance. Fourth form, tidal wave. Fifth form, heavenly rain of generosity. Sixth form, spinning vortex. Seventh form, drip ripple assault. Eighth form, waterfall. Ninth form, water flow splash. 10th form, endless flow. After demonstrating a complete set of sword techniques, Fujiwara Ten looked at the mesmerized Moonlight Bunshi and did not call out to him, instead proceeding to demonstrate the techniques of the breathing of flames. Next is the breathing of flames. First form, dancing fire. Second form, flame rising. Third form, fiery manifestation. Fourth form, raging flame vortex. Fifth form, flame tiger. Ninth form, purgatory. After completing a set of sword techniques, the surrounding air temperature inexplicably rose by about 10 degrees. After a while, the two finally came to their senses and couldn't help but marvel at Fujiwara Ten's swordsmanship. The two looked at Fujiwara Ten with admiration, and he felt it necessary to say something. At first, I also thought that the breathing method could enhance one's strength, but as I delved deeper, I realized that true power lies within the sword path itself. The breathing method is merely a shortcut derived from the sword path. As long as one can perceive the breath of all things, they can easily create their own breathing method. However, the breath of all things is just the initial stepping stone of the sword path. Listening to Fujiwara Ten's words, the two young men couldn't help but reveal expressions of longing. As expected, during the hottest time of the year, Senju and Uchiha began to battle. The Uchiha initiated the flames of war, for aside from the Sharingan, their mastery of fire release was unparalleled in the ninja world, taking full advantage of the sweltering weather. However, the Senju were not caught off guard. Having battled the Uchiha for centuries, they were well prepared, especially with Senju Hashirama's wood release, which despite being made of wood surprisingly was resistant to fire, leaving Uchiha fire users exclaiming in frustration. According to Hashirama's letter, the situation at that time was as follows. The Uchiha side was led by Madara and Izuna, while the Senju were naturally represented by Hashirama and Tobirama. The total number of combatants was not large, but all were elite shinobi of at least Jonin rank. Fujiwara Tenkai speculated it was to preserve their fighting strength in case of a surprise attack. The two sides were evenly matched except for Hashirama and Madara, who were holding back. Everyone else was fighting fiercely. However, Tobirama and Izuna were not as harmonious. They were genuinely fighting for their lives, and Hashirama and Madara were well aware of this, thus paying closer attention to the battle between their younger brothers. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna, I will kill you two brothers and take back my big brother. Just as Hashirama and Madara were exchanging glances, a tragedy unfolded. Madara, should we get a little closer? They seem to be getting more intense. Hashirama, no need, don't worry Madara. As long as I am here, if there's danger, I'll intervene and stop them. At that moment, Tobirama unleashed a technique he had never used before, Flying Thunder God Slash. He was originally 10 meters away from Izuna, but in the blink of an eye he crossed the spatial barrier and appeared directly behind Izuna, killing him. Hashirama stood dumbfounded, turning to see Madara with a murderous glare. With Izuna's death, the Uchiha clan members instantly became enraged. Madara activated Susanoo, rampaging across the battlefield, while the Senju refused to back down, bravely pushing forward. Hashirama felt guilty over Izuna's death and showed mercy everywhere, resulting in heavy casualties for the Senju. Ultimately, the war concluded with Izuna dead, Madara nearly blind from overexerting his ocular power, and the Senju facing heavy losses. However, Fujiwara Tenichi knew that Madara would soon evolve his Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, using Izuna's power. Just as he was about to relish the feeling of invincibility, he was once more taught a lesson by Hashirama's would release. Fujiwara Tenichi, having befriended Hashirama, was aware of the war's eventual outcome, and thus aimed to provide support to the Senju. Let Hatake, Kakashi, and Brand lead the troops accompanied by the samurai trained in the breathing technique to the battlefield to support the Senju. Fujiwara Tenichi paused before adding, users of the breath of fire and breath of water need not participate in this battle for now. There are only a few users of the breath of fire and breath of water. If we lose them, Fujiwara Tenichi would have to expend effort to replenish them. Yes, my lord. The samurai quickly arrived at the battlefield, and upon seeing Fujiwara Tenichi's goodwill, the Senju were naturally pleased. Meanwhile, just after Fujiwara Tenichi sent troops to the battlefield, he began to deal with the Uchiha's pawns in the 8 provinces. Unlike other clans, the Uchiha did not let their own clansmen hold positions in the provinces, but manipulated some capable officials using the illusions of the Sharingan, causing Fujiwara Tenichi considerable headaches. It was not simple to break the illusions of the Sharingan. As far as Fujiwara Tenichi knew, only the secret techniques of the Kurama clan could achieve this. However, even if Fujiwara Tenichi had lifted the illusions from these officials before the war began, it would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Now, following the war, the Uchiha would have already suffered significant losses and soon face Hashirama's full assault. This was a prime opportunity for Fujiwara Tenichi to act. If the Uchiha and Hyuga were to clash again, I would win effortlessly, Fujiwara Tenichi thought whimsically. After the war between the Uchiha and Senju, both would undoubtedly suffer greatly. If Hinata Tenrin were to perish, the Hyuga clan would be a perfect choice for the Uchiha to quickly regain strength. However, this was merely Fujiwara Tenichi's self-serving speculation. The Uchiha would never dare gamble like this, for one misstep could lead to their annihilation. The officials from the Department of Justice and the Department of Ceremonies were quickly summoned by Fujiwara Tenichi, and the Uchiha remaining in the capital were also restrained by him. Due to the war, although the Uchiha clan sensed that something was amiss in the capital, it was of no use. In the palace hall, nearly 100 officials from the Department of Justice and the Department of Ceremonies gathered awaiting the Lord's command. Kurama clan head, I apologize for the trouble, Fujiwara Tenichi said, glancing at the woman beside him. This woman looked alarmingly pale with long light yellow hair. She was the only one of her generation from the Kurama clan to have awakened her inner demon and successfully subdued it, possessing illusionary techniques that were unrivaled in the ninja world. As soon as these officials entered the hall, they were already under the control of Kurama Kaien's illusions. The Kurama clan's illusions controlled the 5 senses of their targets, providing a heightened sense of realism compared to ordinary illusions. Moreover, due to the secret techniques involved, there was a certain probability that descendants of the Kurama clan would awaken their inner demons, which not only represented danger, but also came with opportunities. The appearance of an inner demon indicated a powerful spiritual force. Just like Fujiwara Tenichi in his 2 lifetimes, it involved reconstructing a spiritual entity that rivaled oneself, requiring a level of spiritual power even more terrifying than Fujiwara Tenichi's past experiences. If one could subdue the inner demon and absorb its spiritual power, their own strength would at least double. It is important to note that practicing illusionary techniques is not like ninjutsu or taijutsu, which can be enhanced through extensive practice. Illusions place greater emphasis on talent. In the heart of the land of fire, Uchiha Madara, awakened with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, felt an unprecedented surge of power. He discarded the advantages of timing and terrain, setting the battlefield directly by the Great Marsh. Originally, Uchiha chose this moment to go to war because the hot weather favored the Uchiha clan's fire release and could limit the sun-just water release. However, waging war by the marsh stripped away such advantages. Is it any wonder that the Uchiha are prideful? No matter how capable you are, having the geographical advantage is always beneficial. At least it could save a few clan members in battle, yet Uchiha Madara chose otherwise. Pride be damned, what can you do about it? On the battlefield, the Uchiha and Senju clans had already clashed. Thanks to the assistance of thousands of warriors sent by Fujiwara Ten, the Senju, despite suffering heavy losses in the previous battle, were still able to contend. Uchiha Shino, a son of an elder from the Uchiha clan, was a rising star who had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. Watching the sword techniques of these warriors, he immediately sensed something was off. These warriors clearly do not wield chakra when executing their sword techniques, yet they can deliver strikes no weaker than ninjutsu. Could this be what the intelligence referred to as the new sword path? Uchiha Shino specialized in Uchiha-style sword techniques and a rank ninjutsu with considerable power. Seeing such swordplay piqued his interest, and he wanted to utilize the Sharingan to learn these techniques. However, he soon discovered with astonishment that the Sharingan could not replicate these sword techniques. Despite his own sword techniques being nearly identical, he could not produce the same effect. Is it the breathing? Uchiha Shino murmured, then began to carefully observe the rhythm of the warriors breathing in front of him. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. The blood-red flames ignited on Uchiha Shino's sword, causing the surrounding warriors to widen their eyes in surprise. Just as they were about to exclaim, the flames suddenly extinguished. Having developed his Sharingan to the 3-tomo level, Uchiha Shino believed he understood it well enough. At that moment, he realized that this sword technique could not be replicated solely through the Sharingan's abilities. At least the 3-tomo Sharingan could not do so. The warriors, seeing Uchiha Shino fail to execute his sword move, seized the opportunity and rushed forward. This is a battlefield. You're no Uchiha Madara, so why act recklessly? On the battlefield, there are too many uncertainties. It's not just low-ranking ninjas, but also Chunin Jonin and even cage-level powers. You can never know the true strength of the enemy you face. The scene of soldiers pitted against soldiers and generals against generals only exists in movies. In the final moment near death, Uchiha Shino used the last bit of his strength to insert 2 fingers into his own pupils. This was an education every Uchiha received. Even children without awakened Sharingan would learn this. Absolutely must not let the Sharingan fall into the hands of outsiders. Of course, there are always exceptions. If one cannot destroy the Sharingan before death, the Uchiha clan would go to great lengths to retrieve it. However, the Sharingan is not very practical for other ninjas. Without the Uchiha bloodline, one cannot close the Sharingan on their own. One must know that awakening the Sharingan consumes chakra, and it expends a considerable amount. In the future, Kakashi, who was promoted to Jonin at 12, only used Kimui once in his 20s before he died from chakra exhaustion. This is a bloody lesson. This is just a corner of the battlefield. Death in war is never considered cruel. Meanwhile, the 2 protagonists of this battle, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, were rampaging through the battlefield as if it were uninhabited. This is the role of cage-level powers on the battlefield. If there are no forces to counterbalance them, they are like an adult entering a kindergarten. Madara, Hashirama. After carving a bloody path, the 2 finally locked eyes. The surrounding foot soldiers were also wise enough to distance themselves from this battlefield. Nowadays, war is as common as daily meals. These ninjas have long figured out the secret to increasing their survival rates. One of those secrets is to absolutely avoid getting close to the clashes between strong opponents. Aside from Hashirama, Senju Tobarama was also restrained by an elder from the Uchiha clan. Elders hold a position just below that of the clan leader and vice leader among the ninja clans of this era. They represent the clan's heritage and seldom participate in wars unless absolutely necessary. This time, due to the death of Uchiha Izuna, the balance of power between the Senju and Uchiha high ranks was disrupted, prompting the dispatch of an elder. The elder may not have reached cage-level strength, but at the very least they possess the ability to restrain ordinary cage-level powers. If they took advantage of Uchiha Izuna's death, right now the Senju could have a great chance to truly defeat the Uchiha, but they absolutely would not risk making such a move. Although the war between both sides had persisted for many years, and they had a good understanding of each other's backgrounds, there was still the ever-watchful Hyuga clan. Moreover, these various ninja clans allied with the Senju did so primarily to deal with the Uchiha. However, if the Uchiha were eliminated, their next opponent might very well be the Senju. At that time, it could very well be the smaller ninja clans allying with the Hyuga to take on the Senju clan. In just a few breaths, the battlefield within 10 meters of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama was cleared, and the people kept retreating. However, their speed was still a bit slow. Uchiha Madara, having fused with his brother's Mangekyo, had unprecedented power. His eyes, which were close to blindness, were fully restored. Susanoo. With Uchiha Madara's whispered dark blue chakra instantly gathered around him. A gigantic blue figure dozens of meters tall suddenly appeared on the battlefield, instantly capturing the attention of Brand. Is this what Lord Daimyo referred to as Susanoo? Truly deserving of being called a divine power. The sound of metal clashing echoed behind Brand. Brand, don't be dazed on the battlefield. The voice of Hatake Kakashi came from behind him, who just as he was lost in thought, several shuriken flew towards him, though it wouldn't breach his demon's embrace. Thanks, Kakashi. Looking up at Susanoo, Senju Hashirama murmured, has it increased in size? Then he joined his hands together, a circle of black markings appearing around his eye socket. Sage mode activate. Would release human technique. Would release dragon technique. With the Sage mode activated, Hashirama exuded a more violent yet exceptionally smooth chakra. Sage mode. Haha, you really have another trick up your sleeve. Uchiha Madara scolded angrily, witnessing the unprecedented powerful chakra emanating from Senju Hashirama. Not long ago, he had fought Senju Hashirama and believed he understood his strength thoroughly. After activating the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his power had advanced even further. Little did he know Senju Hashirama had been holding back all along. "Madara, I just didn't want to hurt you," Hashirama said sincerely as he looked at the furious Uchiha Madara. Hearing Hashirama's excuse, Uchiha Madara became even more enraged. "Are you saying you're stronger than me?" Yasaka Magatama. The chakra-formed Magatama rained down upon Senju Hashirama. Wood release, wood wall. With the wood wall blocking his attack, Uchiha Madara seized the moment to swing the dual swords of his Susanoo, slicing through the wood wall and charging towards Senju Hashirama. Seeing Uchiha Madara attacking, Hashirama commanded a wooden dragon to bite one of the swords while another wooden figure executed a bare-handed technique to block the other. Immediately, he leaped off the shoulder of the wooden figure and punched at Susanoo's shield. Super Strength Fist. Super Strength is not a unique skill of Tsunade, but one of the Senju clan's inherited secret techniques. The higher the quality of chakra, the greater the potential power. Hashirama's full-force strike was even capable of splitting mountains. "Nanny!" Uchiha Madara exclaimed in shock at his close friend's unpredictable attack. Boom! Crack! The sound of Susanoo shattering echoed as Hashirama smashed it to pieces with a single punch. Seeing the shield before him about to break, Uchiha Madara hurriedly channeled chakra and ocular power, causing the fractured area to begin to mend. The true form of Susanoo was about to appear, requiring immense ocular power and vast chakra to manifest. With the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara met these conditions. "Haha, let me show you the true power of a god." Uchiha Madara laughed maniacally. The chakra of Susanoo solidified, further wings sprouted, and its 4 arms each wielded a long sword no less formidable than the Kusanagi, manifesting a colossal figure resembling a war god. Complete body, Susanoo. "Ha, do you have any hidden tricks left? Show them all to please me, haha. Dance before me." At this moment, the king of dance descended. 4-sword dance. The sharp sword energy swept across the battlefield, cutting through the wooden dragon and wooden figures controlled by Hashirama. The surrounding ninjas and warriors retreated, but now Susanoo had reached a height of 100 meters. This distance was merely a matter of a single strike. Wood release, wooden barrier technique. Wooden shields shaped like fanged demon masks appeared on the battlefield, blocking the rampant sword energy, protecting not only the Senju clan, but also safeguarding the Uchiha. Hashirama pressed his palms together and said solemnly, "Sage art. Wood release, tree realm descend." This was the most powerful wood release technique Hashirama currently mastered, requiring an unimaginable amount of chakra, roughly equivalent to several hundred calories. This technique uses one's chakra as nourishment to rapidly grow and expand the trees sleeping in the earth, allowing for their manipulation. Countless massive tree trunks rising from the ground would rip through mountains, penetrate rocks, and cover the entire surface with the wildly growing wood, containing extremely violent chakra that even Madara's complete Susanoo could not withstand. In an instant, the towering Susanoo was completely shattered. "Is this the power you've been hiding all along, ha?" Susanoo was directly obliterated, and Uchiha Madara fell from a height of 100 meters. Had it not been for the cushioning effect of the wood, he would have faced severe injury. We won," a Senju clansman said in disbelief. "We won. Aha, victory." Looking at the defeated Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan members realized they could no longer turn the tide. Especially after witnessing such immense power, they once thought Susanoo was the power of a god, but they were astonished to see Hashirama crush it as if he were a child. In the midst of the chaos on the battlefield, a black figure underground mused to itself, "The reincarnation of Indra truly gets weaker with each generation. Yet the reincarnation of Ashura possesses such strength. Kushura was no more than this back in the day. So never mind, the only one I can trust is myself." At the center of the battlefield, just as Hashirama was about to heal Uchiha Madara, he sensed a strange chakra nearby, but thought, "Never mind, it's not strong anyway." Using sage techniques, Hashirama's perception abilities were extraordinarily strong, even capable of detecting the hidden presence of Kage's Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu remained unaware that it had narrowly escaped due to its lack of strength. Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara, who lay on the ground panting heavily, and said sincerely, "Madara, you cannot defeat me. As long as the strongest Senju and Uchiha join forces, no country in the ninja world can compete with us. The conflicts will eventually subside. Come on, Madara." Hashirama extended his hand towards Uchiha Madara, hoping he would awaken to this truth. However, Uchiha Madara ignored Hashirama's words. His heart was weary. In just a few days, he had lost his beloved brother and was unable to avenge him, all while enduring ridicule from a fool like Hashirama. In Madara's view, Hashirama's actions were mocking him, as if his proud strength were nothing but a joke. Are you lecturing me again? Uchiha Madara chuckled self-deprecatingly, observing Hashirama's hesitant expression. Madara, I have always considered you my dear friend, and I don't want to hurt you. Are you implying that you could kill me at any moment? Uchiha Madara roared at Senju Hashirama, then forced himself to stand. Come on, come on. Huh? Uchiha Madara staggered back a few steps as Susanoo reappeared. Looking at his frenzied best friend, Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow and shouted, Stop it, Madara. Continuing this fight is meaningless. Uchiha Madara glared at Hashirama, hoarsely shouting, Meaningless. Then why did Izuna have to die? Because you killed him. Uchiha Madara's roar resonated across the battlefield alongside Susanoo. This time Susanoo grew even more powerful due to Madara's rage, and its eerie Teigu mask instilled a sense of dread in Senju Hashirama. Watching Uchiha Madara controlling Susanoo, approaching him, Hashirama sincerely said, Madara, we were once friends sharing the same ideals. But before he could finish, Uchiha Madara interrupted him. Enough with these childish words. How long do you intend to keep saying this? It's impossible to be honest with each other. With that, Susanoo raised its 30-meter-long great sword. Seeing that his dear friend showed no intention of turning back, Hashirama's expression darkened as he clasped his hands together, summoning wooden beings to engage in battle. The great battle lasted a full day, and the aftermath of their clash was immense. At the very beginning, the clans of Uchiha and Senju had already ceased their fighting. In the end, it was Uchiha Madara's exhaustion of chakra that led to his defeat. Looking at Uchiha Madara lying on the ground panting heavily, Senju Tobarama slowly approached, raising his Raijin sword and saying, Madara, it's over. Seeing his brother about to strike down his good friend, Hashirama hurriedly intervened, Wait, Tobarama. Tobarama turned his head, looking at his older brother with dissatisfaction, questioning, Why, brother? Now is the perfect opportunity to strike. Do not act, Tobarama. Hashirama offered no further explanation, his face grim as he halted Senju Tobarama. Exhausted, Madara turned his head to look at Hashirama beside him, saying, Give me a quick end, Hashirama. To die by your hand would mean I died with purpose. Hearing Madara's words, Hashirama's dark expression dissipated as he gently replied, Stop trying to be noble. Killing you, the leader of your clan, will only incite a revolt among the young Uchiha who follow you. Listening to Hashirama's reasoning, Madara self-deprecatingly replied, The Uchiha no longer have anyone with such spirit. No, there will be. Hashirama paused before continuing. Even if there aren't any now, there will be in the future. I say we end this fight. Didn't we agree to establish an ideal village together? Beside them, Senju Tobarama reluctantly lowered his long sword. Hashirama gazed deeply at Uchiha Madara and said, Can't we return to how things were before? Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, reminiscing about his fallen brothers. Besides, I don't trust you at all. Listening to Uchiha Madara's resentful words, Hashirama sincerely asked, What must happen for you to trust us? Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, turning to Senju Tobarama, saying, If you want me to trust you, you must kill your brother right now or commit suicide in front of me. Then we would be even and I could trust your clan. After hearing Madara's words, Senju Tobarama gripped his sword tighter, growing wary of his brother. Seeing his older brother lost in thought, Tobarama could no longer hold back and spoke up. This is utter nonsense. What do you plan to do, brother? Kill me? Or are you going to seek death over a single ridiculous remark from this guy? This is absurd. Don't listen to him, brother. Hashirama slowly stood up and looked at Uchiha Madara with a sincere smile, saying, Thank you, Madara. You truly are a person of deep loyalty, granting me the choice not to kill my brother. You understand the feelings of an elder brother. With that, Senju Hashirama removed his battle armor and grasped the kunai. Hearing this, both Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara looked on in astonishment. Brother, this was earned with my life. The other clans must remember this too. Ignoring his brother's attempt to speak, Hashirama pressed the kunai to his abdomen and continued, After my death, you must never kill Madara. The Senju and Uchiha must never go to war again. Swear by the names of your fathers and the Yedo-Beburn descendants. With that, Senju Hashirama closed his eyes and murmured farewell. Brother. In a moment of crisis, Uchiha Madara reached out, grabbing Hashirama's hand, holding the kunai, whispering, That's enough. Is that the whole story? It sounds just like a melodramatic TV show. In the capital of the land of fire, Fujiwara Tenichi looked at the letter in his hand and said, I didn't expect that in just a few days the Senju clan would end the war. I thought it would take a few more years to enter the era of ninja villages. Is it due to the butterfly effect? Fujiwara Tenichi strolled through the daimyo's palace, pondering the future developments. If the Senju and Uchiha joined forces, they would truly be invincible in the ninja world. Among the 5 great nations, the Land of Fire occupies a central position, boasting the strongest economy and military power in the ninja world, followed by the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, while the Land of Water and the Land of Wind rank at the bottom. 3 years ago, the neighboring land of lightning, land of earth, and land of wind simultaneously invaded the land of fire. Although at that time Hashirama and Madara had not yet achieved their current strength, the power of the Senju and Uchiha was still not to be underestimated. With the combined strength of these clans, they easily repelled the invasion of the three great nations, while the land of water, which sought to intervene, didn't have time to react. However, this was also due to the complexity within these three great nations, which made it impossible to consolidate all their forces. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. From what I understand, the future Konoha village, although it will be restricted by the daimyo, will indeed have a system of equal status between the village and the nation. At least it will be like this while Senju Hashirama is in power. This means that Fujiwara Tenichi's power will be greatly limited in the future, as the powerful ninja clans of the Land of Fire will all join Konoha. That is an immense military force. If he cannot truly hold power in his own hands, then Fujiwara Tenichi will indeed be unable to sleep or eat peacefully. Even if Senju Hashirama becomes Hokage, it would not matter. However, the alliance between the Senju and Uchiha clans is not without its advantages for him. Now the Uchiha's power in the Fire Nation's court has been fully reclaimed, and there will be no further interference. Moreover, with such a formidable force established, the Fire Nation will remain in a dominant position in the ninja world for a long time to come. At least no other nations will be able to contend with it. With the Uchiha and Senju allied, there will surely be movements from the Hyuga clan. One reason the Hyuga clan has been able to maintain its status among the three great families of the Fire Nation is that the Senju and Uchiha have been at war, rarely turning their attention to the Hyuga, which has given the Hyuga clan the opportunity and time to develop. Of course, the deterrent effect of Hyuga Tenrin is also one of the reasons. Regardless, the curtain for a new era has already been raised. Fujiwara Tenichi stood straight outside the Great Hall, gazing at the tumultuous new era, and couldn't help but spread his arms wide. Time passed quickly, and 3 days later, the Senju and Uchiha clans have gathered in the capital of the Fire Nation, and news of the alliance between the two strongest ninja clans in the ninja world has spread to the 5 great nations, even reaching the overseas Water Nation. In the court, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, clad in official robes, stood among the ministers. "Your Excellency the Daimyo," everyone said in unison. "Everyone be at ease." Fujiwara Tenichi waved his hand. Since ancient times, conflicts and wars have been rampant among the major ninja clans. Now for the two clan leaders of the Senju and Uchiha to make peace, it is indeed a blessing for the Fire Nation and a fortune for the ninja world. The purpose of gathering you all today is also for this matter. Clan leaders Hashirama and Madara have decided to establish a village within the Fire Nation to oversee ninja-related affairs. As the ministers listened to Fujiwara Tenichi speak eloquently, they began to speculate on the daimyo's intentions. Is the daimyo in favor of this or against it? If such a village were established, the military power of the Fire Nation would be completely consolidated in the hands of the Senju and Uchiha, which would be more detrimental than beneficial for the daimyo. However, it is said that the daimyo has a good private relationship with the leader of the Senju clan, so he might be influenced by that. But the policies the daimyo has been implementing these days clearly indicate a desire to accomplish something. How could he agree to such a matter? Could it be due to the military coercion from the Senju and Uchiha? Indeed, ever since ninjas emerged, the power of the daimyo has been greatly restricted, as compromise through force has become commonplace. Although Tokugawa Ieyasu's position as prime minister has been lost, as a veteran of 2 dynasties, Fujiwara Tenichi still invited him to such a significant event. Tokugawa Ieyasu's status in the Fire Nation is comparable to that of a great scholar. Not only is he politically astute, but he is also skilled in chess, painting, and calligraphy, and is well-versed in knowledge, making him an idol for the students of the Fire Nation. Many officials in the court can be considered his disciples. However, during the decades that Tokugawa Ieyasu served as prime minister, he held most of the power in the Fire Nation. Although he has always been conscientious, the premise was that the current daimyo was uninterested in politics. After Fujiwara Tenichi rose to power, his status naturally declined sharply. Fujiwara Tenichi's willingness to allow him to continue participating in politics was solely due to his adeptness at handling political affairs. "Tenichi Madara and I have decided," Senju Hashirama said eagerly as he looked at Fujiwara Tenichi. How bold to directly address the daimyo by name. An official nearby immediately reprimanded Senju Hashirama. Ahem. Fujiwara Tenichi coughed a couple of times and waved his hand, saying, "It's fine. I have regarded Hashirama as a close friend since my humble beginnings. This is merely a reflection of our camaraderie." Seeing that Hashirama was being reprimanded, Uchiha Madara shot a fierce glare at the official. "You." The official, upon meeting Uchiha Madara's fierce gaze, was about to speak when his pupils suddenly dilated as if he had lost consciousness. "Madara." Senju Hashirama immediately stopped his friend's actions. Uchiha Madara turned his head away, snorting in disdain. Watching the official regain his senses slumped on the ground, Fujiwara Tenichi thought helplessly, I have to give him face now and cannot afford to offend him. Isn't this seeking death? Carry Lord Okamoto down to rest for a while. Oh, let's continue our discussion. Hashirama, please go on. Yes, Your Excellency the Daimyo. Senju Hashirama didn't care much for these formalities, but having just been admonished, he put on an act. Madara and I have decided to locate the village near the Death Forest in the heart of the Fire Nation, naming it Konohagakure. What a great name. Where the leaves dance, the fire also thrives. Hashirama, did you come up with this name? It's truly a wonderful name. Fujiwara Tenichi said sincerely as he looked at Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama scratched his head. This name was chosen by Madara. Oh. Fujiwara Tenichi feigned surprise. I didn't expect clan leader Madara to also be a person of sentiment. People say that the Uchiha clan is an evil clan, but I do not believe so. Fujiwara Tenichi looked at Uchiha Madara earnestly and said no family loves deeper than the Uchiha, they just seal their love away. Once the Uchiha comprehend true love, the emotions they have long restrained will be released. This is likely the reason for the appearance of the Sharingan. Listening to Fujiwara Tenichi's words, Uchiha Madara, who had never heard such a perspective, was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this daimyo to understand the Uchiha so well. However, Fujiwara Tenichi did not voice his subsequent thoughts. Once the emotions that have been restrained for so long are released, they will produce an immensely powerful love. Yet an overly intense love harbors the potential for a violent outburst. Once the Uchiha learn of love and then lose it, that love will be replaced by an even stronger hatred, resulting in a complete change in their disposition. This is also the reason why the Uchiha have been shunned by other ninja clans. Their power has come without justification. The discussions in the Great Hall went on throughout the day, and under Fujiwara Tenichi's deliberate guidance, Uchiha Madara surprisingly refrained from taking more extreme actions. After a day's discussion, various regulations for Konohagakure have been established. The leader of Konohagakure will be referred to as the Hokage, holding a political status just below that of the daimyo, and the ranks of the ninja, jonin, shunin, and genin, have also been standardized. Fujiwara Tenichi also proposed the concept of special jonin, where ninjas with special talents in specific fields, even if they do not meet the promotion requirements for jonin, can be promoted exceptionally. Currently, the greatest conflict between both sides is the subordinate status of the Fire Nation and Konohagakure. An official from the administration proposed that apart from the finances provided by the Fire Nation, Konohagakure could accept missions from the outside world non-conflicting with the Fire Nation for rewards, but the ninjas of Konohagakure must fully obey the daimyo. Senju Hashirama is not too concerned about this, but Uchiha Madara has raised that Konohagakure needs to possess certain autonomous rights. If the daimyo orders the ninjas to engage in warfare, it would contradict the original intention of establishing a ninja village. Both sides have been at a stalemate for a long time with no conclusion reached. We can establish a voting meeting to decide on matters related to war with all groups within the village participating in the vote, suggested Fujiwara Tenichi. Voting by the entire village is too cumbersome and troublesome, but to ensure fairness, we can implement a representative system. The Hokage and the daimyo will each have a veto power. If their opinions conflict, the representatives will vote on the matter. As for the number of votes that can be discussed, but it must be an odd number, and the voting rights between the commoners and the ninja clans cannot differ too much. Fujiwara Tenichi laid out his ideas one by one. However, when the territory and rights of the Land of Fire are infringed upon, the ninja of Konohagakure must participate in the battle without any hesitation. Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment and said, agreed. Well then, let the other trivial matters be handled by the ministers. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Fujiwara Tenichi arranged for everyone to have a meal. They moved to the banquet hall where the golden glass illuminated their thoughts. This was the highest level banquet in the Land of Fire, not just luxurious, but extravagantly so. At the dining table, Senju Hashirama drank cup after cup without turning anyone away. It was evident that he was quite happy. Madara. Drunk Senju Hashirama wrapped his arm around Uchiha Madara's neck, happily shouting his name, yet saying nothing else. Uchiha Madara turned his head away in a haughty manner, unwilling to admit that he had actually been bested by such a fool. Tokugawa Ieyasu, as the Grand Minister, although already retired, still held the qualification to sit close to the daimyo. Lord Tokugawa, you have toiled for the Land of Fire for half your life. It is time for you to enjoy some peace. Once Konohagakure is established, you shall represent me in overseeing the village of Konoha. Looking at Tokugawa Ieyasu, who was sipping his drink, Fujiwara Tenichi said with a smile. Fujiwara Tenichi had been in this world for nearly 20 years and knew quite well the various officials of the Land of Fire. This old gentleman was not only politically astute, but also loyal to the Land of Fire, having worked diligently in the position of Grand Minister for half his life. The reason for his retirement was that his influence in the court of the Land of Fire was simply too great. Fujiwara Tenichi had just succeeded as daimyo and lacked the confidence to fully control him. However, such a talent would be a waste not to use. It would be better to let him go to Konoha and give Senju Hashirama a headache. Given his stubborn nature, Hashirama would probably lose many brain cells. Moreover, his departure from the capital and the political center meant that the waters in the court of the Land of Fire would become lively, no longer stagnant, making it much easier for Fujiwara Tenichi to handle affairs. Then I thank the daimyo for your kindness. Tokugawa Ieyasu was a shrewd man, and having retired for several months, he had already gauged Fujiwara Tenichi's character. However, seeing such a talented new daimyo, he felt reassured. I originally wanted to hand over my trusted aides in the court directly to the daimyo, but it seems this daimyo is indeed cautious. Well, let the daimyo handle things himself then. Tokugawa Ieyasu thought to himself. After the banquet ended, the ministers left the hall, and Fujiwara Tenichi arranged for someone to take Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara to rest. After all, there were still many things to do tomorrow. The preliminary regulations for Konoha had been drafted, but the major ninja clans had yet to express a clear stance. Although the alliance of Senju and Uchiha represented the strongest force in the ninja world, this matter could not solely be resolved through military might. After night fell, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara first visited several major ninja clans in the capital with the orders of Fujiwara Tenichi. The Nara Yamanaka and Akimichi clans agreed to join Konoha as expected, and all secured a voting right. Although the Hitaki clan's residence was not in the capital, the clan head Hitaki Kakashi had always served in the military department, so Hashirama and Madara also paid him a visit. The Hitaki clan held a dominant position in the military department. If they joined Konoha according to the regulations established yesterday, the ninja clans within Konoha would not be allowed to hold positions of power in the Land of Fire. Thus, Hitaki Kakashi would have to resign from his position in the military department, which was not very beneficial for the Hitaki clan. However, Hitaki Kakashi did not explicitly reject Hashirama and Madara, only stating that he needed to discuss it further with the elders in the clan. Haha, Tenichi, don't blame me for poaching your talents. Senju Hashirama smiled as he looked at Fujiwara Tenichi. Among the 4 ninja clans he visited today, both Nara and Hitaki were families that held real power among the 8 provinces and could be considered Fujiwara Tenichi's trusted allies. Konoha is also a part of the Land of Fire. They are just contributing in a different place, Fujiwara Tenichi replied, looking at Hashirama, who was teasing him. Seeing Fujiwara Tenichi's serious demeanor, Senju Hashirama put away his smile and said boredly, "Sai Tenichi, ever since you became daimyo, you haven't been as fun as before. Baka, do you think everyone is as foolish as you?" Uchiha Madara, feeling neglected, quickly tried to attract Senju Hashirama's attention. "Is that so?" Ha. Hashirama showed no signs of anger, instead scratching his head and laughing heartily. Has there been no reply from the Hyuga clan? Fujiwara Tenichi changed the subject. With Hinata Tenjin dead, they are busy dividing the clan and have no time to deal with these matters, Uchiha Madara said disdainfully. Having lost his brother, he looked down on the actions of the Hyuga clan. A few days ago, the news of Hinata Tenjin's death finally spread, and it was still because the Hyuga clan had leaked it themselves. Before Hinata Tenjin served as clan leader, the Hyuga clan had always been divided into main and branch families. Years ago, Hinata Tenjin believed that this system greatly affected the relationships among clan members, and thus he forcefully abolished it. But now that Hinata Tenjin had died, those elders would begin to impose the system of main and branch families again under the pretense of protecting the Byakugan from falling into the hands of outsiders. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans have already clearly stated they will join Konoha. With the help of Sarutobi clan leader, the progress with the smaller ninja clans will be smoother. Senju Hashirama also reported his findings. The Uzumaki clan is also in contact, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Sarutobi Sasuke's strength is indeed impressive. Uchiha Madara had fought with Sarutobi Sasuke a few times and acknowledged his strength. I hope everything goes smoothly. Fujiwara Tenichi remarked. However, once the model of the ninja village is imitated by other countries, future wars will be fought between nations. Upon hearing Fujiwara Tenichi's words, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara fell into a long silence. Don't be so pessimistic. Didn't we establish the ninja village for the sake of peace? Senju Hashirama broke the silence among the 3. Indeed, drink up. Where there's a will, there's a way. Oh, cheers. For several consecutive days, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara tirelessly traveled for the affairs of Konoha village. However, the results they achieved were quite remarkable. The collaboration of the 2 top powerhouses in the ninja world alone exuded significant deterrent power. To date, over 80% of the ninja clans in the Land of Fire have agreed to join Konoha village. Even one of the 3 main clans, the Hyuga clan, has shown a clear intention to join. After all, since the passing of Hyuga Tenrin, the Hyuga clan has had no means to ensure their status. One of their conditions for joining Konoha village is that Konoha must not interfere in the internal conflicts between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan and must guarantee their rights within Konoha. The Hotake clan, after careful consideration, has also decided to branch off. The power held by the Ministry of War cannot be easily relinquished, and the warriors who have practiced the breathing techniques possess limitless potential, which may not be inferior to that of ninjas in the future. Currently, the breathing techniques are still restricted from spreading beyond the Ministry of War. Only the clan members of the Hotake clan who serve in the ministry have practiced them. To show support for Senju and Uchiha Hatake Kakashi arranged for another branch of the Hotake clan to join Konoha, thereby providing double assurance for the clan. Within the Hatake estate, Hatake Kakashi and his brother Hatake Kaido sat facing each other. The two were sipping tea, discussing the matter of branching off. "Kaido, I apologize for the inconvenience," Hatake Kakashi said apologetically as he looked at his brother. He understood his brother well. Kaido was also a swordsmanship enthusiast and had practiced the breathing techniques. However, after joining Konoha village, he could no longer pass on the breathing techniques to his children. "It's no problem, brother." Before the breathing techniques emerged, the Hatake clan was still able to establish itself in the land of fire through swordsmanship. Hatake Kaido took a sip of tea, and at that moment a warrior entered to report, "Head of the clan, a decree from the Lord has arrived." Upon hearing this, the two of them quickly stood up to receive the decree. "I deeply appreciate the contributions of the Hatake clan to the land of fire over the past decades and hereby announce this decree to you all. In the future, if any member of the Hatake clan's Konoha branch is of good character and exceptional bravery, they may come to the capital to compete for the title of Guardians of the 12. Those who succeed will gain the qualification to learn the breathing techniques." So decreed. The Guardians of the 12 are in fact future Guardians of the 12 ninjas specifically tasked with protecting the safety of the Lord. However, Fujiwara Tenichi decided to name them the Guardians of the 12, not limiting the selection to just ninjas. Hatake Kaido immediately knelt on one knee and said, "Thank you for the Lord's grace." Fujiwara Tenichi's decree provided the Hatake Kaido branch with the opportunity to learn the breathing techniques, and naturally the Hatake clan was grateful. At this time, the construction project of Konoha village had fully commenced. After all, with dozens of ninja clans gathering together, the infrastructure needed to be sound. Among them, the Land of Fire provided more than half of the funding and construction personnel. With years of continuous wars between ninja clans, they truly lacked funds and talents in infrastructure, relying heavily on the assistance of the Land of Fire. Fujiwara Tenichi also took this opportunity to secure a substantial amount of land in Konoha village. Although Konoha village may face numerous disasters in the future, it must be acknowledged that for the next 30 years, it will undoubtedly be the safest place in the ninja world. With the influx of various ninja clans, the economy will rapidly improve, making it one of the economic centers of the Land of Fire, and housing prices will naturally soar. Just as everything was progressing smoothly, an unexpected news arrived. The Uzumaki clan has established its own nation. The Land of Whirlpools has officially been founded. Upon receiving the news, Fujiwara Tenichi had little reaction, as he already knew that the future Konoha village would not include the Uzumaki clan. If it weren't for the fact that Uzumaki Kushina was the wife of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the two parties might have turned against each other. However, this news shocked the whole court. Although the Uzumaki clan had always lived on the borders of the Land of Fire, they were considered a ninja clan of the Land of Fire due to their close relations with the Senju clan and had received some financial support from the Land of Fire. Now they have actually established a nation. The Uzumaki clan has always been renowned in the ninja world for their sealing techniques. While their lethality is up for debate, they definitely pose a significant problem. Many sealing techniques require specific means to counter, making it quite difficult to break them forcefully. Therefore, various ninja clans are reluctant to provoke the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, the sealing scrolls of the Uzumaki clan are in high demand in the ninja world, and their medical ninjutsu is among the best. Thus, many clans maintain good relations with them, supported by the Senju clan. Over the years, apart from Uchiha, no other clan dared to provoke the Uzumaki clan. During the morning court, an official expressed dissatisfaction with the Land of Whirlpools. "My lord, the Uzumaki clan has lived within the territory of the Land of Fire since ancient times, yet they are now openly declaring independence and establishing their own nation, which is a blatant disregard for the Land of Fire. I implore you to send troops to attack immediately. My lord, the residence of the Uzumaki clan is located on the coastal border of the Land of Fire, adjacent to the Land of Water. If they ally with the Land of Water, our borders will be in danger." A small group of radical officials directly requested to send troops to wage war against the Land of Whirlpools. While there were indeed factors of dissatisfaction with the Land of Whirlpools, the majority were more concerned about making a name for themselves in front of the Lord. Fujiwara Tenichi had only just taken office for half a year, and he didn't have many true confidants yet. Gaining his favor would mean a quick rise in status. However, Fujiwara Tenichi was certainly not going to agree to send troops. If his system were the strongest ninja system, he might have had some chance. Otherwise, even with the Land of Fire's army combined, they would not be enough to face Senju Hashirama. My purpose in establishing Konoha village with clan leader Hashirama was to end the era of chaos and prevent war. If I were to send troops against the Land of Whirlpools now, it would be contradictory. Therefore, I refused to send troops against them. Upon hearing Fujiwara Tenichi's words, the officials understood that the Lord was unwilling to go to war, so they immediately changed their stance. Tokugawa Ieyasu, having regained his official position as the Konoha envoy, continued to attend the court assemblies. After listening to Fujiwara Tenichi's words, he began to ponder silently. My lord, Tokugawa Ieyasu stepped out of the line and spoke. What insights do you have, Lord Tokugawa? Why not send clan leader Senju as an envoy to the Land of Whirlpools, allowing them to become a vassal of the Land of Fire, paying tribute each year? This way it can also serve as a protective buffer against the Land of Water. Moreover, it would avoid a situation where swords are drawn, harming the friendship between the Lord and clan leader Hashirama. Tokugawa Ieyasu is one of the few officials who can grasp the relationship between the Lord and the ninja clans, and Fujiwara Tenichi was somewhat reluctant to send him out to Konoha village. Teigu Tianni accepted Tokugawa Ieyasu's suggestion, sending Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido as envoys to the Land of Whirlpools. Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido packed their bags and set off for the Land of Whirlpools. The Uzumaki clan is located in the coastal area along the eastern border of the Land of Fire, but after establishing their nation, they relocated entirely to an island. Although it is called a nation, the population barely exceeds 10,000, with many being indigenous commoners from the island. These indigenous people were pleased to have others come to build a nation in this remote place. They have lived on the island for generations, with the Land of Fire to the west and the Land of Water to the east, surrounded by other small countries. While no one claimed sovereignty here, there were frequent raids by ninja clans for resources. They were also forced to obey the commands of these ninja clans, engaging in labor, such as mining and logging, of course, without compensation. Now that the Uzumaki clan was establishing a nation here willing to take them in, and with someone backing them, they were naturally very eager. As a result, the establishment of the Land of Whirlpools hardly met with any resistance from the local indigenous people. Of course, the establishment of the Land of Whirlpools did not go unnoticed by the surrounding countries, including the Land of Fire. Upon hearing the news, the daimyo of the Land of Water mistakenly believed that the Land of Fire intended to invade them, and quickly issued orders for the various ninja clans of the Land of Water to take precautions. The internal situation in the Land of Water was even more chaotic than that of the Land of Fire, as they lacked truly top-tier ninja clans, leading to almost year-round warfare. However, the daimyo's words still held weight, and the Akimichi clan and the Mizuki clan formed a ninja army of nearly 1,000 men, along with several thousand warriors dispatched by the daimyo, marching grandly toward the Land of Whirlpools. Unfortunately, they happened upon the envoy Senju Hashirama, who was visiting for family ties. Entrusted with the will of Teigu Tianni, Senju Hashirama was already somewhat displeased with Uzumaki Mido, and felt compelled to put on a good show upon seeing the army of the Land of Water. The scene at that time was as follows. Dozens of warships from the Land of Water grandly arrived at the eastern coast of the Land of Whirlpools. Taking advantage of the morning sea mist, the ninjas of the Land of Water unleashed the mist concealment technique, causing the entire coastal area to become obscured in fog, with visibility reduced to less than 1 meter. Just as the fleet of the Land of Water was about to land in the mist, Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together and shouted, "Would release. Flower tree world descend." Countless thick branches erupted from the seabed in an instant, with more than half of the warships from the Land of Water being directly destroyed. The remaining ships only heard a massive noise, followed by the cries for help from the ninjas of the Land of Water. But it was not over yet. As the branches that emerged from the seabed grew to dozens of meters high, they bore flowers, and when the flowers bloomed, toxic gas spread across the entire sea area, carried by the sea breeze. From this point onward, the fleet of the Land of Water was completely annihilated. Witnessing the absolute power displayed by Senju Hashirama, the elders of the Uzumaki clan, who had been somewhat hesitant, immediately knelt. They declared that the Land of Whirlpools would maintain a perpetual friendship with the Land of Fire and would annually offer a substantial tribute of sealing scrolls to seek the protection of the Land of Fire. After Hashirama performed the Flower Tree World, the army of the Land of Water had already suffered heavy casualties, and those who managed to survive also perished during the cleanup by the Land of Whirlpools. Only a few individuals clinging to a broken piece of wood drifted at sea for several days before returning to the Land of Water. Upon returning to the Land of Water, they referred to Senju Hashirama as a divine being capable of summoning the divine tree. After careful comparison, the major ninja clans of the Land of Water finally identified his identity: Senju Hashirama, the clan leader of the Senju clan. From then on, the title of the ninja god Senju Hashirama began to spread throughout the ninja world. After resolving the situation in the Land of Whirlpools, the initial construction project of Konohagakure was also nearing completion. During the days that Senju Hashirama was on his mission to the Land of Whirlpools, Teigu Tianni was not idle either. He was continuously discussing the future planning of Konohagakure with Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara. According to the originally established historical trajectory, Konohagakure should not be established for several more years, and initially, it would only consist of the Senju and Uchiha clans, with other clans gradually joining to form the initial shape of Konohagakure. However, with Teigu Tianni acting as a small butterfly, Konohagakure not only was established several years ahead of schedule, but also included nearly all the ninja clans of the Land of Fire from the very beginning. Therefore, many rules and regulations had to be formulated and refined, otherwise, with so many ninja clans gathering together, various troubles would inevitably arise. Konohagakure Administrative Management Act, Konohagakure Commercial Conduct Guidelines, Konohagakure Ninja Rank Evaluation Standards, Konohagakure Ninja Employment Standards. A series of freshly drafted management policies for Konohagakure were carefully scrutinized and provisionally approved. With everything in place, the ceremony for the establishment of Konohagakure officially began. On that day, Senju Hashirama stood atop the Hokage building dressed in the Hokage robe. Behind the Hokage building was the Rock of Hokage, and the sculpture of Senju Hashirama's Hokage face had already been completed. The crowd gathered at the foot of the Hokage building, while Senju Hashirama appeared imposing under the Rock of Hokage. Teigu Tianni, Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Madara, and the clan leaders of various ninja clans stood behind Senju Hashirama, witnessing the dawn of a new era. The curtain on the era of ninja villages had been raised. From today onward, I, Senju Hashirama, shall be the first Hokage of Konohagakure. As Senju Hashirama's words fell, the crowd in front of the Hokage building erupted into cheers. Long live the Hokage, long live the Daimyo. Long live Konohagakure. The cheers broke through the skies, and the entire village was filled with a lively and harmonious atmosphere. Not only Hashirama and Madara, but the overwhelming majority of ninjas of that era also detested war. Although their relatives and friends had perished on the battlefield, their anger was only temporary. It wouldn't be long before they realized that the true culprit behind the deaths of their beloved ones was war itself. The establishment of Konohagakure gave them a glimpse of the possibility of ending the war, and everyone was genuinely cheering from the bottom of their hearts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reclaiming 8 provinces. The remaining 3,000 ninja world points have been issued. Task progress 88. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, witnessing the establishment of Konohagakure and elevating the status of the Land of Fire in the One Nation, One Village system. Rewards: 1 chance to draw a character template from the multiverse, 1 chance to draw a force from the multiverse, 5,000 ninja world points. Looking at the system's notification, Teigu Tianni stroked his chin and said, "Indeed, hidden tasks are the way to go. System, you've been quite lazy. You haven't made a sound for 7 or 8 chapters, have you?" Teigu Tianni remarked. Others have tasks that require daily sign-ins or daily lotteries. You, on the other hand, assign a task only once every 6 months. If it weren't for completing the hidden task, I wouldn't have even seen your shadow. Joking aside, Teigu Tianni looked at the large sum of money he had obtained, contemplating how to spend it for maximum benefit. Host: Fujiwara Tenichi. Identity: Daimyo of the Fire Nation. Age: 18. Strength: initial stage of shadow level. Ninjutsu 140, body 120, illusion 120, sage 0, chakra 200. Chakra: wind, LV3, fire, LV2, lightning, LV1, yang, LV1. Abilities: 3, body technique, mastery, shuriken, throwing technique, proficient, magical tree, binding, kill, proficient, netherworld sight technique, proficient, sea level wind, release, gale palm, proficient, sea level wind, release, great breakthrough, proficient, B-level fire, release, great fireball, proficient, A-level wind, release, spiraling sphere, innovative, forbidden technique, 8 gates, second gate, breathing technique, sun, flame, water, rock, wind, thunder patterns, swordmaster. Level: swordsmanship. Characteristics of A-level and below ninjutsu will be omitted. Character template: Kikuniga Uenichi, 70. Task: none. Items: Sunwheel Blade. Lottery: universal character template, drawing chance X1, universal force template, drawing chance X. Looking at his attribute panel, Fujiwara Tenichi consciously ignored the evaluation given by the system, murmuring, "I should first improve my strength to ensure that the lottery level can be higher." During the past 6 months, although Fujiwara Tenichi did not rely on the system, he had made significant progress in strength due to the powerful talents carried by the Kikuniga Uenichi template. Moreover, the accumulation of over 10,000 ninja points would allow him to elevate his strength even further. I should first enhance my body technique and illusion technique. System, please raise the first 4 gates of the 8 gates to an innovative proficiency level for me. The system's evaluation of body technique did not include swordsmanship, solely calculating Fujiwara Tenkichi's physical quality and fighting ability, so it was not very high. Ding, consuming 7,800 ninja points. Ding, 8 gates. Open gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate have reached the innovative realm. As for the illusion technique, it really relies on the bloodline limit to rapidly enhance in a short time. System, give me a pair of Freedomo Sharingan. Ding, consuming 2,000 ninja points. Friendly reminder, when purchasing higher level Sharingan, you can offset 2,000 ninja points. Hiss. Fujiwara Tenkichi took a sharp breath. System, is that really you? You haven't been possessed by another system, have you? System. Money really flows like water. I've spent almost all the money I saved for half a year in just this moment. However, the effects were significant. The 8 gates and Sharingan brought considerable boosts to Fujiwara Tenkichi's strength. The body technique score skyrocketed to 200 points, and the illusion technique score also reached 180 points. The rapid increase in body technique was also partly thanks to the Sharingan. After all, the bloodline limit provides comprehensive enhancements, and Fujiwara Tenkichi's chakra amount and ninjutsu proficiency also saw a significant boost. Now, even without relying on swordsmanship bonuses, he could still barely contend with shadow-level powerhouses. Ninjutsu 150, body 200, illusion 180, sage 0, e-chakra 250. Remaining 2,800 ninja points. Fujiwara Tenkichi looked at the ninjutsu and illusion columns that hadn't crossed the 200 threshold and pondered how to maximize the efficiency of the remaining ninja points. Flipping through the illusion technique section in the system shop, Fujiwara Tenkichi suddenly discovered a technique that perfectly matched his needs. Lightning Release Illusion Technique. Thunder Mirage Lightning Pillar, priced at 700 ninja points. System 4, Thunder Mirage Lightning Pillars. This technique is a lightning release illusion technique used by the elite Jonin Kishi of the Cloud Hidden Village, transforming the entire body into electric light, causing the opponent to mistakenly believe it is a technique obstructing their view, thus falling into the illusion seamlessly. Using the cover of bright light, it allows the enemy to enter the illusion without noticing, a technique that even Sasuke's Hawk team fell victim to. This technique is not only a ninjutsu, but also an illusion technique, effectively addressing both of Fujiwara Tenkichi's needs. Moreover, the price of this technique exceeds that of the spiraling sphere. After all, the spiraling sphere, being a non-henseal ninjutsu and a signature technique of the second Hokage, is already a top-tier A-level ninjutsu. Even if the Thunder Mirage Lightning Pillar doesn't reach S-level ninjutsu standards, it is not far off. Fujiwara Tenkichi directly upgraded it to the mastery level, causing both the ninjutsu and illusion scores to reach 200, and the proficiency of lightning attribute chakra also reached LV3. No wonder this illusion can deceive the Sharingan. Oh, it's truly exquisite. Next comes the exciting moment. System, start the lottery, first draw the template. Ding, it drawing universal character template. Congratulations host, you've drawn the template. Great Swordsman Rorinoa Zoro. Ding, it drawing universal force. Congratulations host, you've drawn the force, the 3 admirals of the Navy. Well, this is quite a windfall. Whether it's Zoro or the strength of the 3 admirals in terms of the ninja world, they are undoubtedly peak shadow-level powerhouses. Akainu, Kazan, Borsalino. I salute you, Lord Daimyo X3. The 3 donned capes engraved with the words of justice, exuding the aura of naval admirals. Admiral Akainu, a user of the magma fruit. Admiral Akiji, a user of the ice fruit. Admiral Kazuru, a user of the glint fruit. As admirals, they not only developed the powers of their devil fruits to an extremely high level, but also mastered the Navy's 6 styles and 3-color haki, which for Fujiwara Tenkichi are their greatest treasures. These 2 brand new cultivation methods can significantly enhance the overall combat power of his samurai army. Especially Kazuru, who is also a formidable great swordsman. Although he somewhat relies on his fruit powers, he can still show off in the declining swordsmanship of the ninja world. However, due to his lazy personality, having him teach sword techniques may yield minimal results. Overall, with the addition of the 3 admirals, Fujiwara Tenkichi now fears no one except for the 2 freaks, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Of course, excluding the hidden members of the Otsutsuki clan. Fujiwara Tenkichi looked at the newly unlocked template and felt somewhat emotional. As a daimyo, although he has delegated many political affairs to Nageshiden, he still has little time to cultivate and enhance his strength, so the development of templates has slowed down. Previously, the system had provided a new method for template development war. Of course, it refers to external warfare. For each shadow-level enemy killed by the Fire Nation's army, he can increase the development degree of the Kikoniga Uenichi template by 10. Killing a super shadow directly fills the development degree regardless of its current level. This is only applicable to the Kikunaga Uenichi template. Based on the strength of the template character, different development degrees are provided. As for ordinary Jinin, Chunin, Jonin, etc., no development degree is provided. According to the system's explanation, it does not want the host to become a bloodthirsty tyrant. Previously, among the water country shinobi slain by Hashirama Senju on the battlefield of Yuzushiogakure, one happened to be a cage-level expert, granting the Keigon Enichi template a 10% development boost. This alone reveals Hashirama Senju's terrifying prowess. Whether you are a Kage or a mere foot soldier, a single strike from his hand seals your fate. As for Roronoa Zoro's template, it revealed to Fujiwara Tenichi a new path forward. With the cultivation of a swordmaster's realm enhanced by breath techniques, Fujiwara Tenichi, without relying on ninjutsu, had already approached cage-level combat strength. Should he ascend to the rank of Grand Swordmaster, might he rival even an Ultra Ka. Character template Roronoa Zoro, 10 developed. Skills: weaponless swordsmanship, beginner 1 sword style proficient, 2 sword style proficient, 3 sword style proficient, iron cutting. Innate traits: iron will, beast instinct, innate sense of direction, lacking swordmaster's heart, iron jaw. Weapons: Wado Ikemonji, one of the 21 great swords, Sanbai no Tetsu cursed blade, Yukiatsuru, one of the 50 fine blades. No wonder Zoro wields 3 sword style so masterfully. He possesses the iron jaw trait, Fujiwara Tenichi muttered under his breath. Surely this innate sense of direction deficiency won't transfer to me as well. Fujiwara Tenichi suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. It should pose no serious issue. I and Keigon Enichi are both certain not to suffer from such disorientation. A single Zoro's influence is unlikely to alter that. Moreover, as the daimyo of Fire Country, I am always escorted. I need never navigate on my own. Enough. Let us return and assimilate today's gains. The 3 admirals had already been reassigned to new official posts by Fujiwara Tenichi, who had also deliberately elevated the Navy's status within Fire Country. Situated in the most prosperous region of the shinobi world, Fire Country possesses coastline only along its eastern border, rendering its maritime defense forces comparatively weak. To accommodate the admiral's new responsibilities, Fujiwara Tenichi resolved to expand the Navy's scale. Host: Fujiwara Tenichi. Title: Daimyo of Fire Country. Age: 18. Combat level: late Kage tier. Ninjutsu 200, Taijutsu 210, Jinjutsu 220, Sage Arts 0, Chakra capacity 250. Chakra affinities: Wind LV, 3 Fire LV, 2 Lightning LV, 1 Yang LV. 1. Abilities: Runka Wind Release, Rasengan Innovated, Near Rank S Lightning Release, Illusion Thunder Flash, Pillar Innovated, Forbidden Technique, 8 Gates Release, Gate of Pain, Open Breathing Techniques, Solar Water Rock, Wind Lightning Flame, Pattern, Swordmaster Level Swordsmanship, Weaponless Swordsmanship, Beginner 1 Sword Style, Beginner 2 Sword Style, Beginner 3 Sword Style Proficient. Character templates: Keigon Enichi 70, Roronoa Zoro 10. Active quests: none. Items: Sunbreaker Blade, Wado Ikemonji, one of the 21 great swords, Sanbai no Tetsu cursed blade, Yukiatsuru, one of the 50 fine blades. Lottery attempts: none. Shinobi World points 0, a multiversal points 0. Appraisal without. Fujiwara Tenichi stepped out of the imperial study. 2 maidservants instantly fell into step behind him. He halted abruptly and exclaimed, "Where precisely lies my private chamber?" The following morning during court assembly, just as dismissal was imminent, an elder official stepped forward. His name was Fujiwara Hiroshi, the daimyo's paternal uncle, a member of the imperial kinship. Yet historically, Fire Country's daimyos had abstained from governance, let alone involving royal relatives in state affairs. Most lived lives of idle luxury. Few, like Fujiwara Hiroshi, held actual administrative authority. Your Excellency, with the alliance between the Senju and Uchiha clans now secured, and Konohagakure, established Fire Country's internal strife has been fully resolved. Might Your Excellency then set aside state matters, for a time, and secure the succession. Thus shall Fire Country's future be assured. Fujiwara Hiroshi's words immediately drew fervent endorsement from numerous officials. Since antiquity, royal succession has rested upon direct lineage. When a sovereign remains heirless, ministers grow more anxious than anyone. Amid overlapping voices, here a suggestion, there an insistence. The matter of selecting consorts was effectively settled, awaiting only Fujiwara Tenichi's formal decree. Your Excellency, please issue the edict. Eyes fixed intently upon him, the assembled ministers left Fujiwara Tenichi no room to refuse. Fujiwara Tenichi frowned. This was beyond refusal. Over the past half year, he had cultivated the image of a sagacious ruler, prompting officials to eagerly display their loyalty, often submitting memorials, sharply criticizing him. They yearned to etch their names into history. Emperor Taizong of Tang, renowned across millennia, earned eternal reverence while Wei Zheng secured lasting fame precisely through his bold opposition. For civil officials, posthumous renown mattered above all. Presented with such an opportunity, they seized it without restraint. Were Fujiwara Tenichi to reject their joint petition, hundreds of impeachment memorials would flood Nariku's desk by dawn. This matter is already under consideration. I urge you not to press too urgently, Fujiwara Tenichi replied, deploying the most reliable tactic: delay. A sovereign's personal affairs constitute matters of state. How dare they be neglected? Fujiwara Hiroshi pressed relentlessly, granting no reprieve. Confronted by the minister's unyielding gaze, Fujiwara Tenichi had no choice but to yield. Fujiwara Tenichi, I never wished for a harem. I am coerced. Swiftly the imperial edict spread across Fire Country, igniting jubilant discussion among the capital's populace. With Konohagakure's founding, domestic conflict in Fire Country subsided, merchants from across the nations flocked there gladly. Its safety far surpassed that of other lands. Have you heard? The daimyo's criteria for consort selection extend beyond shinobi clans. Even merchant daughters may participate. Truly, is this fact? Then I shall send my daughter forth. Should she be chosen, I shall settle permanently in Fire Country. Lightning Country is far too perilous. With her appetite, even I could not match her. How could the daimyo possibly sustain her? You. Better to live peacefully as a dog than suffer as a man amid chaos. This truth holds universally. Not only merchants, but farmers too seek tranquil soil to till. Tens of thousands of civilians had already gathered along Fire Country's borders. Tilling land in a war-torn nation, paying grain taxes was tolerable enough. Yet a single stray ninjutsu blast during battle could erase an entire family's season-long labor. Traditionally, daimyo consorts were selected exclusively from ministerial or aristocratic households, but Fujiwara Tenichi had dramatically widened eligibility to include daughters of shinobi and commoners alike. And the scope encompassed the entirety of Fire Country. Each city would conduct its own preliminary selection based solely on physical comeliness and filial virtue. Such lenient standards ignited nationwide fervor. Yet those with insight understood the lower the stated threshold, the higher the daimyo's true expectations. Still, awareness of this did nothing to dampen popular enthusiasm. With no heir yet appointed, and not even wed, the opportunity represented nothing less than a carp leaping the dragon gate. Ding! Task triggered. Task introduction. As the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the host has not yet produced an heir to inherit the throne, which is irresponsible to the nation and its people. Quickly bear an heir to continue the Fujiwara family's lineage. Task reward. Long-term task. Each bloodline left will grant 100 ninja world points. While they're treating me like a breeding stallion. Fujiwara Tenichi was displeased in his heart. With 100 points, I could ruin you. The news of the daimyo selecting a concubine spread throughout the Land of Fire, and local officials were racking their brains over it. Although the daimyo did not put forward any specific requirements as subjects, they could not just let any unsuitable candidates be considered. Every step of the inspection process was conducted with utmost care. Health checks, family backgrounds, and character evaluations were opportunities for these local officials to showcase their abilities and ensure everything was handled properly. Fujiwara Tenichi was bored in the palace looking over the official documents when he suddenly noticed Neji Shitan looking at him with an odd expression. What's wrong, Neji Shitan? Is there something on my face? Fujiwara Tenichi asked, somewhat confused. Neji Shitan merely smiled mysteriously and handed him the official document. Fujiwara Tenichi took it casually and found that the document detailed the basic information of the common girls participating in the selection. After examining it closely, he frowned. Why are they all only 14 or 15 years old? Historically, the age standard for selecting a concubine had been between 13 and 18, and this time, without specific regulations, it naturally continued the past standards. Am not into lowly. Neji Shitan immediately drafted an edict to raise the age standard for concubines to 18. No, let's make it 16 instead. In the ninja world, a 16-year-old is considered an adult, and the typical marriage age is around 15 or 16. This is largely due to the frequent wars in the past. If they did not marry early to continue their lineage, the population of the Land of Fire would likely be reduced by more than half. Fujiwara Tenichi himself was only 18. His original intention was to consider having heirs after 20, but the ministers were pressing him, leaving him no choice but to act sooner. In the royal family, many of Fujiwara Tenichi's peers already had children who could run errands, yet he had not married, which naturally made the ministers anxious. After Fujiwara Tenichi's decree was issued, local officials became busy again. Some young girls who had already been selected were eliminated due to age issues. This busyness was not limited to the officials of the Land of Fire. Various ninja clans were also thinking about how to form alliances through marriage with the daimyo. Except for the Uchiha and Hyuga clans who maintained interclan marriages to ensure blood purity, other ninja clans had sent eligible young women to participate in the selection. Even the daimyos of some small neighboring countries sent their princesses to participate in the selection to show goodwill towards the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire does not have the population and territorial scale of ancient Huaxia. The number of concubines in each daimyo's harem is usually around 100. The ranks of concubines are divided into 3 levels: consort, concubine, and talent. Nearly 100 noble young women were recommended from various regions in the Land of Fire, and when combined with women from ninja clans and small countries, there would be over 100 to be added directly to the harem. The previous daimyo's concubines, including Fujiwara Tenichi's father, had long been taken away, leaving the current harem empty, with only a few palace maids to serve, which is why the ministers were so anxious. This selection, while termed as selecting concubines, meant that all the selected beauties would be added to the harem, albeit with some differences in status. Annoying as it was, government affairs still had to be handled. Currently, all government matters in the Land of Fire were first reviewed by Neji Shitan, who would then summarize them and present them to Fujiwara Tenichi for approval. If the ministers were to learn of this, they might impeach Fujiwara Tenichi. After all, such a thing seemed like the doing of a foolish ruler. In the future, once Naruto became Hokage, everyone saw how busy even a village's leader was, let alone the position of a daimyo. With great power comes great responsibility. The higher the position, the heavier the burden. If it were someone else, Fujiwara Tenichi would naturally not dare to delegate such an important task, but Neji Zaitan's loyalty was beyond doubt. The Land of Lightning has surprisingly also ceased hostilities, Fujiwara Tenichi muttered as he looked at the official document in his hand. The Land of Lightning is the second largest nation in the ninja world, with lightning release techniques that are unrivaled. Is the era of one nation, one village about to begin? The early establishment of Konoha village signified many things, at least proving that the wings of this little butterfly Fujiwara Tenichi were quite powerful. Besides the Land of Lightning, the Wind and Earth countries also showed signs of wanting to cease hostilities. With the wars in the Land of Fire halted, if they continued to engage in internal strife, the only beneficiary would be the Land of Fire. In the face of interests, even the greatest hatred seems childish. Moreover, with someone leading the way, the Senju and Uchiha clans could form an alliance. How could your grievances be greater than theirs? Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were brothers among 5, and only 1 or 2 were left after their battles. This is merely a case in point, and when expanded to the overall picture, every generation and every family experienced similar situations. If such hatred can be resolved, it is understandable why the Land of Lightning quickly ended its war. Only greater external conflicts can alleviate internal contradictions. Among the 5 great nations today, except for the Land of Water, which is far overseas and lacks communication, the Earth, Lightning, and Wind nations are all about to enter the era of one nation, one village. In this way, a new war is about to ignite. Fujiwara Tenichi dispatched someone to convey the message to Konoha village, urging Senju Hashirama to remain vigilant and always be prepared for battle to protect the Land of Fire from invasion. Ding! Task triggered. Task introduction. As the daimyo of the Land of Fire, relying on others to protect your own country is unacceptable. The host must take to the battlefield personally and slay enemies to defend the nation. Task reward. Long-term task. Each enemy ninja killed grants 19 ninja world points, for a Jinin 1099 points, for a Chunin 100999 points, for a Jonin 100999 points, for a cage level powerhouse, and 100,009,9999 points for a super cage level powerhouse, and 100,000,99,9999 points for a 6 paths level powerhouse. Goodness, as the ruler of a nation, is it not normal to send my subordinates to the battlefield? Why must I go personally? Just because this subordinate could slap me to death. Fujiwara Tenichi recalled the heartwarming scene of Senju Hashirama unleashing the Great Buddha against the Nine Tails and couldn't help but shiver. Time flies, and the preliminary process of selecting the princesses has concluded. The chosen beauties from various regions have been sent to the capital of the Fire Nation. The clans of Sarutobi, Nara, and Hitaki have selected outstanding eligible women from their respective families to enter the palace. Even the Senju family is no exception, reportedly sending in a cousin of Hashirama. Of course, there is no intention to discriminate against the Akimichi clan, it's just that they happen to not have any suitable women of age. Notably, under the strong insistence of Uzumaki Mito, her sister, another princess of the Land of Whirlpools, Uzumaki Reiko, also participated in this selection. "My lord, the beauties are ready," said Fujiwara Hiroshi beside him. "Then let us begin," replied Fujiwara Tenichi. Next comes the formalities. Although he does not care much about status, he must still give face to the Senju family. After all, even the princesses from the small countries like the Land of Whirlpools have been sent here, and one should never strike a smiling face. Ultimately, without any surprises, 4 consorts, over a dozen concubines, and nearly 100 talented individuals were selected. The 4 who were conferred titles of virtuous consort, good consort, gentle consort, and noble consort are Senju Mayumi, Sarutobi Nanako, Tokugawa Asuka, and Uzumaki Reiko. Among the more than a dozen concubines, most were children of humans and princesses from neighboring small nations, with only one not hailing from a prominent family. Her name is Ryoko, and she comes from a geisha background lacking even a surname. Of course, she is of the type that sells her art, not her body, otherwise she would not have had the chance to be selected. Due to the war in her childhood, Ryoko's family was impoverished and her parents sold her. However, Ryoko was blessed with striking beauty from a young age and displayed remarkable talent in various arts, such as tea ceremony, music, and calligraphy, so the manager of the geisha house decided to wait for a good offer without forcing her into prostitution. As she grew older, Ryoko's beauty blossomed, and by virtue of her exceptional talent in music, she became the most renowned songstress in the Fire Nation, even earning rumors about her in the capital. While spreading her fame throughout the capital is one thing, to have her name reach the capital from afar speaks volumes of this songstress prowess. "My lord," Ryoko said softly as she stood among the beauties, bowing gracefully. At first sight of her, Fujiwara Tenichi was astounded. Gazing at the enchanting figure before him, Fujiwara Tenichi momentarily forgot about state affairs, exclaiming, "Her form is like a startled swan, graceful as a roaming dragon." Though he only knew these 2 lines, he was still greatly admired by all. Even Tokugawa Ieyasu pondered these lines thoughtfully, like a startled swan, graceful as a roaming dragon, truly a stroke of genius, my lord. Your taste is exquisite. What a pity that such words were wasted on a songstress. The latter part of Tokugawa Ieyasu's thought remained unspoken, for he knew that being favored by the lord was akin to becoming a phoenix from the ashes. Although due to her background it would be difficult for Ryoko to become the primary consort, Tokugawa Ieyasu was also unwilling to offend the lord's favored concubine. After selecting the concubines, the capital began preparing for the wedding, as the auspicious date was fast approaching. By this time, autumn had set in, and the palace was adorned with falling red leaves. Though the servants within the palace were meticulous in their cleaning, the leaves, like lingering sorrow, could not be completely swept away. Nevertheless, these red leaves added a touch of color to Fujiwara Tenichi's wedding. The clan leaders of Konoha village were chatting cheerfully, and officials of all ranks gathered in the court. Due to Fujiwara Tenichi's wedding, envoys from nearby small nations also came together, creating a warm atmosphere. The monks from the temples of the Fire Nation stood at the front, presiding over the wedding ceremony, which was lengthy and filled with numerous steps. Just as Fujiwara Tenichi began to grow impatient, the formalities concluded, and the wedding was officially announced to begin. As the joyous sounds of gongs and drums resounded, the 4 primary consorts stepped forward. In front of the palace, a nearly 100-meter-long red carpet was laid out from the entrance of the main hall to the steps below. The clan leaders and officials stood on either side of the red carpet as the 4 primary consorts slowly made their way forward. Senju Mayumi, Uzumaki Reiko, and Sarutobi Nanako managed well, but Tokugawa Asuka, who had never practiced chakra, struggled. Though she was accustomed to wearing wooden clogs, traversing a nearly 100-meter-long staircase was a trial for a delicate woman, especially while wearing clogs. However, gritting her teeth, she persevered. After all, she was the daughter of the Tokugawa family, and she possessed such endurance. Next came the entrance of over a dozen concubines, followed by the talented individuals. Though they were all marrying the lord, the ceremonies differed based on the rank of the consorts, meaning Fujiwara Tenichi was effectively marrying 3 times alongside over 100 wives. The 3 wedding ceremonies took a full 2 hours, causing some elderly officials to tremble on their feet. Fortunately, it was autumn. Had it been summer, several might have fainted from heat. In summary, by the end of the day, Fujiwara Tenichi was both suffering and enjoying himself. As evening approached and the wedding was nearing its end, the banquet began, and Fujiwara Tenichi was unexpectedly informed that he was to perform a ritual in the main hall for another half hour. "This is no wedding, it is sheer torment," Fujiwara Tenichi complained. "I should have learned the shadow clone technique. Alas, I regret not having enough skills when needed." Outside the main hall, the crowd had already begun to stir. Senju Hashirama was laughing heartily with Uchiha Madara beside him, showing no trace of the authority expected of the Hokage. On the other side, Senju Tobarama looked at Uchiha Madara with some jealousy, secretly vowing, "Indeed, the Uchiha must be eradicated." "The Hokage is truly easygoing," chuckled Tokugawa Ieyasu at the same table. "My apologies, my elder brother has had a bit too much to drink," Senju Tobarama quickly explained. "Do you see, Aniki? I am your beloved younger brother. That Uchiha guy doesn't care about your reputation at all. It is precisely because of Hashirama's character that so many ninja clans can put aside their hatred and gather together." Finally, Fujiwara Tenichi concluded, stepping out to praise. Senju Tobarama thought, here comes another one. Fujiwara Tenichi said, "Don't misunderstand, I just married over 100 wives." Seeing Fujiwara Tenichi's spring-like expression, everyone quickly responded, "My lord. No need for formalities, I have yet to thank all of you for attending my wedding, so come let us drink a few more cups." In the 18 years since arriving in this world, Fujiwara Tenichi had never dared to drink to the point of inebriation for the sake of restraint. Even pretending to be a prodigal could not lead him to drink excessively for fear of exposing himself and attracting danger. After succeeding to the title of lord, there were no opportunities for a hearty drink, so now was the perfect time to indulge at the wedding. "Cheers, let's drink again." "Hiss, my head hurts." The next day, as a ray of sunlight illuminated his face, Fujiwara Tenichi slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, a naked beauty was squinting slightly, but her uneven breathing betrayed the fact that she was already awake. Gazing at the snow-white shoulder peeking out from the covers, Fujiwara Tenichi rolled over and pressed himself on top of her. "Oh, my lord." Before the beauty could finish her words, her mouth was sealed by Fujiwara Tenichi. Half an hour later. After indulging for half an hour, Fujiwara Tenichi caressed his beloved's black hair, admiring the delicate body he had ravaged for quite some time. My lord. Tokugawa Hina, feeling a bit shy under Fujiwara Tenichi's gaze, buried her face in his chest and acted coyly. Fujiwara Tenichi hurried to comfort Tokugawa Hina. Back to last night, Fujiwara Tenichi loosened his restraint and drank cup after cup, with everyone unable to be held back. Even the usually aloof Uchiha Madara was dragged by him to down half a gin of liquor. In the end, Fujiwara Tenichi single-handedly brought down a group of officials along with the clan leader of the ninja clan, while the guards beside them were at a loss as to what to do when the old fox Tokugawa Ieyasu approached and had his granddaughter Tokugawa Hina help carry Fujiwara Tenichi into the room. According to royal customs, a lord should consummate with his 4 primary consorts a few days before marriage, and the order is determined by the lord himself. However, the lord was drunk, and among the 4 primary consorts, Senju Mayumi was from the Senju clan, Uzumaki Reiko was from the land of whirlpools, Tsurutobi Nanako was from the Tsurutobi clan, and Tokugawa Hina was also the granddaughter of Tokugawa Ieyasu. The guards were unsure about which consort the lord should consummate with first. However, among the 4 primary consorts, Senju Mayumi and Tsurutobi Nanako's family members, namely Senju Hashirama and Tsurutobi Sasuke, were both drunk from Fujiwara Tenichi's indulgence, and the envoy from the land of whirlpools had no authority to interfere, leaving the old fox Tokugawa Ieyasu to take advantage of the situation. When Fujiwara Tenichi was toasting, he noticed Tokugawa Ieyasu's advanced age and did not force him to drink, so among the table of people only he remained sober. When Fujiwara Tenichi pushed open the door, it was already noon. Upon arriving at the study, Nijeshiden had prepared a pile of official matters for him to handle. Being an emperor is hard, but being a good emperor is even harder. Fujiwara Tenichi sighed, ignoring Nijeshiden's resentful gaze. For the next 3 days, Fujiwara Tenichi diligently worked between the palace and the study. If it weren't for the recently enhanced physical prowess of Zoro, he might have been completely exhausted. Senju Mayumi, Uzumaki Reiko, and Tsurutobi Nanako had all been consummated with. Fujiwara Tenichi declared, "I am definitely not a scumbag. I just want to give every girl a home." That night, Fujiwara Tenichi entered the palace dragging his weary body, and the consort waiting on him had long been there. Looking at the beauty nestled in the blankets, Fujiwara Tenichi took a deep breath. It was another day of being drained. Tonight's consort was none other than the first songstress of the Land of Fire, Ryuko, who had previously left a stunning impression on Fujiwara Tenichi. Ryuko in the blankets evoked an even stronger sense of protectiveness. With her graceful figure, exquisite beauty, skin like white jade, and a perfectly shaped nose, Fujiwara Tenichi's gaze made Ryuko feel a bit shy. Fujiwara Tenichi couldn't help but lament that henceforth the monarch would not attend morning court. Ryuko belonged to the type that could be both dignified and charming. Although she was the oldest among the many consorts sent to the palace, her 20 years of age was indeed the most acceptable for someone like Fujiwara Tenichi from the modern era. Another night of passion. In the morning, Fujiwara Tenichi leaned against the bed, playing with Ryuko's delicate jade-like hands. Ryuko's hands were not as tender as Tokugawa Hina's, but like Senju Mayumi and Tsurutobi Nanako, they bore numerous calluses. However, while Senju Mayumi and Tsurutobi Nanako acquired them from practicing shuriken, throwing, Ryuko had calluses from studying music and practicing painting since childhood. "Ryuko," Fujiwara Tenichi said softly. "Hubby." Ryuko responded from Fujiwara Tenichi's embrace. "From now on, your surname will be Fujiwara. Ryuko merely responded softly and nestled back into Fujiwara Tenichi's arms, falling asleep again. She had never slept so soundly before. The last time she slept so soundly was more than 10 years ago. Back then, although she often went to bed hungry, she could always sleep in her mother's embrace. Fujiwara Tenichi suddenly felt a bit damp on his chest and gently stroked Ryuko's hair with a pained heart. Ryuko slept straight until evening. I'm sorry, my lord, I. Before Ryoko could finish her words, Fujiwara Tenichi covered her mouth. Call me hubby. Hubby, Ryoko said shyly. Hubby, I'm sorry I overslept. It's fine, the official matters can be handled tomorrow. Fujiwara Tenichi said nonchalantly. Nageshidan, you'll be exhausted tomorrow and won't ask me for help. Looking at the delicate Ryoko, Fujiwara Tenichi indulged in another entire night. The next day, seeing Fujiwara Tenichi with dark circles under his eyes, Nageshidan greeted him with a hint of resentment previously, which wise and mighty lord said he didn't want to marry so early. Fujiwara Tenichi, truly fragrant. Haha, continuing the lineage is also the lord's duty. Fujiwara Tenichi scratched his head and said shamelessly. Seeing Fujiwara Tenichi's shameless demeanor, Nageshidan could do nothing but roll her eyes at him. It has been confirmed, the Wind, Earth, and Thunder nations have officially ceased hostilities, and the Water Nation has also sent people to investigate. News will arrive within 3 days. Since receiving the system's task, Fujiwara Tenichi has sent people to gather information from various nations. Without relying on Senju Hashirama's help, gaining an advantage in the war between nations is not a simple task for Fujiwara Tenichi. However, with the 3 admirals of the Navy, it doesn't seem impossible. It is important to note that the 3 admirals of the Navy possess peak strength comparable to the shadows of the ninja world, and with their natural abilities, as long as they do not fight near the sea, they are almost invincible. Natural fruit users can transform themselves into corresponding natural elements, and there are only 3 ways to counter them. Armament Haki, Seastone, and Seawater. Firstly, Armament Haki. As long as Fujiwara Tenichi does not popularize this ability among the samurai, it will definitely not exist in this world. Secondly, Seastone. Fujiwara Tenichi has never heard of such a mineral. Thus, the only thing the 3 admirals fear is seawater, and as long as they do not mention it, no one will know this weakness. Of course, the premise is to prevent them from participating in battles near the sea. Although with the strong pressure from Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the 4 great nations may not dare to start a war, Fujiwara Tenichi still needs to be prepared for defense. In the following days, the ninja world became unusually tranquil. The long-lasting conflicts among the 5 great nations subsided within just a few days. Many sensed the abnormal atmosphere, and under external pressure, various ninja clans graciously set aside their grudges to gather and discuss alliance matters. As winter approached, the Wind, Earth, Lightning, and Water nations seemed to have reached an agreement and swiftly established ninja villages. In the study, Fujiwara Tenichi and Neji Shitan frowned as they looked at the confidential reports brought by spies from various nations. Currently, in the night raid organization, Neji Shitan was assisting Fujiwara Tenichi with the affairs of the Land of Fire, while Brand was serving in the military department, and the others were still engaged in night raids, though their missions had shifted from assassination to intelligence gathering. With the aid of imperial tools and having learned breathing techniques and ninja arts, Akashimo and the others were not inferior to elite jounin, especially Akashimo, who, leveraging the special characteristics of Nurakomo, a deadly strike, had a chance to eliminate even shadows. The big boss from the world of Akame Killis Death was indeed formidable, having developed her abilities to freeze time, yet she was still defeated by Akashimo. Rule-based abilities are indeed tricky. The leaves turn red quickly and wither just as fast. The cold winter approaches swiftly. This winter, the 5 great nations were eerily quiet, a facade before the outbreak of war, while an arms race was vigorously underway. The military department of the Land of Fire had approximately 15,000 warriors, all of whom had mastered the accompanying sword techniques of breathing methods. In the world of Demon Slayer, this would be considered an extraordinary talent. In just half a year, they managed to grasp the basics of breathing techniques, qualifying them as reserves for the Hashira. However, in the ninja world, with the assistance of chakra, the difficulty of cultivating breathing techniques was significantly reduced, and their power was also enhanced to some extent. Now, among the 15,000 in the military department, nearly 1,000 had elevated their breathing techniques to the state of total concentration. Constant, and by leveraging the superiority of breathing techniques that eliminated the hand seal process, they could even match weaker jounin. Of course, this is before these jounin become familiar with their sword techniques. The same techniques would not work against the Saint Seiya, nor would they be effective against the majority of ninjas. Those who become jounin are unlikely to be foolish. They might be restrained the first time they face the warriors, but once they understand their patterns, such restraints would significantly diminish. However, when facing lower-ranking and middle-ranking opponents, the warriors who mastered the breathing techniques could eliminate them as easily as cutting through vegetables. Fujiwara Tenichi had also been busy these days. The current warriors lacked true core strength, and he had to find ways to optimize the power of the patterns. If unlocking the patterns came at the cost of life, as in the Demon Slayer world, he could not afford that, nor could the Land of Fire. After unlocking the patterns, the heartbeat would reach 200, body temperature would rise to 39 degrees Celsius, and one would gain immense power for a short time, but the price would be not living past 25 years old without exception. It is well known that without exception implies that there are many exceptions. First of all, the founder of the breathing techniques Kaneo Yurichi was born with the patterns lived to over 80, and even at the brink of exhaustion, he possessed the ability to slay the first upper moon Kokushibo unaffected by the patterns. He could break the exceptions due to one of two possibilities: either he had a natural constitution that resonated with the patterns. There are often people around us with unique abilities, many of which are quite trivial, such as the ability to attract metal or having branches grow from their bodies, yet they set them apart from ordinary people. Perhaps Kaneo Yurichi was such a person. The second possibility is his peak mastery of breathing techniques. As a born swordsman and the founder of the breathing techniques, Kaneo Yurichi undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle. Another exception is Kaneo Yurichi's brother, Kokushibo, who after unlocking the patterns realized the fragility of life, proactively sought Muzan to become a demon and managed to survive. Fujiwara Tenichi had developed Kaneo Yurichi's template to 80%. Although Kaneo Yurichi had passed the age of 25, there were no records on why he could survive. According to Yurichi's memories, the scene at that time was like this. As he approached his 25th birthday, the end of his life, he lived as usual with no changes, yet he did not die as anticipated. Although no crucial information was obtained, Fujiwara Tenichi had some speculations after repeated studies. After turning 20, Kaneo Yurichi's strength did not undergo significant breakthroughs. Instead, he gradually grew stronger with the passage of time. It could be said that without any training or effort, his power increased seemingly out of nowhere. Perhaps this is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. Unbeknownst to Kaneo Yurichi, his body had already adapted to the state after unlocking the patterns, making it as natural as drinking water without any pressure, thus having no adverse effects. Although there are no definite conclusions that is sufficient, if it is indeed a matter of constitution, then no amount of effort from the warriors in the military department would make a difference. 15,000 warriors equate to 1,000 special jounin and 14,000 middle-ranking ninjas. Fujiwara Tenichi had considerable confidence in the breathing techniques, as swordsmanship held an absolute advantage in low-level battles. With the 3 admirals of the Navy and the members of the Night Raid, Fujiwara Tenichi was confident in facing any of the 4 great nations, yet simultaneously engaging in war with all 4 nations without relying on the power of Konoha remained exceedingly difficult. For a full 4 months, the ninja world experienced no large-scale warfare. Just as winter ended, the villages of Cloud Rock, Mist, and Sand sequentially announced their establishment. Perhaps pressured by the Land of Fire, the ninja clans of the 4 great nations imitated the Land of Fire, setting aside their grudges to establish ninja villages. The curtain of the ninja village era was fully raised. However, when internal conflicts accumulate to a certain degree, it is vital to introduce external conflicts to ease them. In Konoha, with Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama presiding, even the greatest conflicts can be suppressed. But other ninja villages were not the same. Among colleagues, at least half of 10 people bore deep grudges, and shortly after the village was established, numerous ninja brawls occurred. Even a village leader finds it difficult to manage, as those brawling ninjas often have some enmity with him as well. How does one handle it? As expected, war broke out. In the spring of the second year after Fujiwara Tenichi took over, the 4 great nations jointly launched an invasion against the Land of Fire. The dawn of the Hidden Village era diminished the frequency of warfare, yet escalated its scale to an unprecedented level across the shinobi world. Whether the establishment of these villages proved a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Within the Hokage Tower of Konoha village, clan heads from across the land gathered in solemn assembly. Hashirama Senju sat at the head of the chamber, while Tobarama Senju stood steadfastly at his side. All present bore furrowed brows and grim expressions. None had anticipated that the fragile peace, scarcely months old, would already be shattered. Moreover, the simultaneous invasion of the Land of Fire by all 4 great nations heralded a conflict unmatched in shinobi history, so cataclysmic it threatened to unravel the very fabric of the world. Distinguished guests, Hashirama Senju intoned gravely, his gaze sweeping over the assembled leaders. You are doubtless aware of the crisis. Tobarama, please outline the situation in full detail for our clan heads. According to our intelligence, the lands of Lightning, Wind, and Earth have all advanced to the borders of the Land of Fire, Lightning's forces having already breached its sovereign territory. Though the Land of Water remains temporarily stalled by the Whirlpool Nation, its advance is relentless and retreat inconceivable. War has already begun. Tobarama Senju gestured toward the tactical map spread across the central table as he detailed the movements of the 4 great nations. This battle will be anything but easy. Each nation marches under the command of its most elite warriors. The Kage of all 4 great shinobi villages have taken the field. The current head of the Yamanaka clan and leader of Lightning's forces has mastered Lightning Release Body Flicker to transcendent perfection. capable of reducing an entire hill to rubble with a single strike. Ishikawa of Awagakure wields the Kekkei Tota, Dust Release, a Kekkei Genkai as formidable as my brothers would release. He also commands insect-based techniques akin to those of the Aburame clan. Retsudo of Sunagakure, though young, possesses strength that commands profound respect. Hakuren, the first Mizukage of Kirigakure, is a veteran commander forged in countless battles. Moreover, Kirigakure's shinobi excel in water release. Holding the front lines at the border will place immense strain upon our defenses. In some, confronting four coordinated fronts simultaneously places us at grave disadvantage. If we can sow division among even a few of them, our burden would lighten considerably. Mere rabble. Uchiha Madara scoffed dismissively. Madara. Hashirama Senju rebuked him sharply. Hashirama turned to his younger brother. Tobirama continue. Among the four great nations, lightning harbors the fiercest ambition and the steadiest resolve to wage war. Ishikawa of the Land of Earth is likewise a Kage of unyielding conviction. Neither lightning nor earth is likely to withdraw their forces. Lightning and earth possess economic and military might nearly equal to one another, second only to the Land of Fire. Their invasion seeks first to alleviate internal tensions and second to seize the Land of Fire's fertile territories. The motive behind Water's aggression remains unclear, yet their posture suggests no intention of standing down. Unconfirmed reports suggest Water's participation stems largely from Hashirama's earlier display of overwhelming power in the Land of Whirlpools. His single-tree boundary technique annihilated Water's vanguard. With Kirigakure newly founded and rife with internal unrest, Hashirama inadvertently supplied the casus belli they needed. Our sole viable opportunity for diplomatic defection lies with the Land of Wind. Over 90% of Wind's territory consists of arid desert. Though it endures the fewest conflicts among the five great nations, it remains the poorest. Its campaign against the Land of Fire seeks nothing more than territorial acquisition. Granting Wind any portion of the Land of Fire's soil is unthinkable. Tokugawa Ieyasu's deep, resonant voice cut through Tobirama's exposition. As the daimyo's official representative in Konoha, his paramount duty was to safeguard the Land of Fire's sovereignty and interests. Lord Tokugawa, this proposal is merely a strategic delay. Should the Land of Fire emerge victorious, we may compel Earth to cede territory to Wind as reparations. Thus the Land of Fire's integrity remains wholly intact. Uchiha Madara let out another contemptuous snort upon hearing Tobirama's stratagem. Tobirama Senju thought bitterly, if I could match him in strength, I'd have struck him down long ago. Brother, stop watching idly. Restrain him. During Hashirama's tenure as Hokage, the vast majority of administrative affairs, both major and minor, fell to Tobirama. Save for pivotal decisions requiring Hashirama's final authority, Tobirama effectively discharged the full scope of the Hokage's duties. Uchiha Madara dismissed Tobirama's analysis with open disdain. In his view, a single sortie across all four battlefronts in his fully manifested Susanoo would bring the war to a swift and decisive close. In truth, under the natural course of history, this war would never have erupted at all. Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had merely revealed fragments of their power on the battlefield, enough to awe and subdue the four Kage, before convening the historic five Kage summit, even presenting each nation with tamed Biju as diplomatic tokens. The Biju collectively retorted, "Is that truly respectful?" Yet with the emergence of Fujiwara Tenichi, the proverbial butterfly flapping its wings, history would no longer unfold as foretold. Hashirama Senju's power could not eradicate war at its root, only war itself possessed that terrible capacity. So Fujiwara Tenichi understood. Though Hashirama succeeded in suppressing large-scale conflict during the nascent Hidden Village era, ushering in a brief interlude of peace, his death soon precipitated the First Shinobi World War. Indeed, Hashirama's passing served as the spark that ignited the First Shinobi World War, yet the underlying cause remained entrenched inequality, between nations, between clans, between peoples. Why should the Land of Fire alone claim the most fertile lands? Since time immemorial, humanity has feared not scarcity, but inequity. Moreover, as the chosen vessel of the supreme Daimyo System, Fujiwara Tenichi's ultimate destiny was to unify the entire shinobi world under a single sovereign rule. Yet at this juncture, achieving such unity remained daunting. Even winning this war without reliance on allied clans posed a formidable challenge for Fujiwara Tenichi. Although the four great nations could not commit their full strength to this invasion, their sheer numerical superiority still overwhelmed Fujiwara Tenichi's capacity to respond. And no nation ever fields just a single cage-level warrior. Konoha's roster of cage-level fighters currently included Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Madara, Tobirama Senju, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet its true advantage lay in its abundance of near-Kage shinobi capable of restraining even cage-class opponents. Elders from the Uchiha and Senju clans, though advanced in years, possessed the resolve to fight with utter abandon, staking their very lives upon the battlefield. Also among Konoha's elite were the three heads of the Akimichina Manaka alliance, Hatake Kakashi Shimura Danzo, and the Hyuga brothers, each a formidable candidate for Kage rank. At present, Fujiwara Tenichi commanded only 3 admirals of the navy, and Akame, whose strength alone could contend with cage-level adversaries. Unquestionably, the Land of Fire stood as the strongest among the 5 great nations. None of the others possessed comparable depth or legacy. Yet Fujiwara Tenichi's personal command of the frontline forces was inevitable. In the Hokage building, the meeting reached a heated point when the messenger sent by Fujiwara Tian arrived. The letter from Fujiwara Tian left everyone in disbelief. Nanny, the daimyo actually claims that he can resolve the invasions of the 4 great nations without the need for Konoha to dispatch troops. The letter from Fujiwara Tian undoubtedly stirred up a storm, and everyone erupted in chaos. Even Tokugawa Ieyasu was somewhat surprised. Although the daimyo held a high position in the ninja world when it came to true authority, they were far from rivaling the powerful ninjas. In his view, Fujiwara Tian's actions were akin to playing with fire. The daimyo is indeed quite confident, Tokugawa Ieyasu remarked. He had some understanding of the armed forces under Fujiwara Tian, but it was limited to the samurai of the Ministry of Military Affairs. He speculated that as the pioneer of the breathing technique, Fujiwara Tian also possessed considerable strength. However, from the surface details, Fujiwara Tian was simply unable to confront the invaders from the 4 great nations. There might be a slim chance against just one nation. Tokugawa Ieyasu remained expressionless, yet internally, he was quite anxious. Currently in the Land of Fire, although Senju Hashirama possessed exceedingly powerful strength, and Konoha held a prestigious legacy in the ninja world, the daimyo still stood on equal footing with the Hokage under the one nation, one village system, even subtly overshadowing him. A significant part of the reason for this was the character of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, but of course there were also factors from Fujiwara Tian's scheming. Had it not been for the friendship between Fujiwara Tian and Senju Hashirama, even if Hashirama were willing to let the daimyo take the lead, Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama would not be easy negotiators. The current situation could be seen as the best outcome for the Land of Fire. If Fujiwara Tian made grand claims but failed to resolve the crisis of the 4 great nations' invasion, the status of the Land of Fire within the one nation, one village system would be greatly diminished, and the power of the daimyo would be significantly weakened. Konoha would also gain greater autonomy. At that point, although the establishment of ninja villages had effectively eliminated internal conflicts among ninja clans, it would greatly impact the status of the daimyo. Moreover, Tokugawa Ieyasu's granddaughter was the rightful wife of the daimyo, naturally aligning her heart with Fujiwara Tian. However, Tokugawa Ieyasu did not show his emotions, outwardly maintaining a composed demeanor in front of numerous ninjas. Senju Hashirama, seeing his expression, thought he had already known about Fujiwara Tian's arrangements and asked him, "Tokugawa, do you understand the deeper meaning behind the daimyo's letter?" Tokugawa Ieyasu feigned calmness, picked up the porcelain cup in front of him, took a sip of tea, and said, "The daimyo surely has his reasons for doing this. We should not rashly speculate. Nara Shikaku, I trust your judgment, but during our chess games you predicted every single move I made. How could you not know? Lord Hokage, Lord Tokugawa is the pillar of the Land of Fire, a master strategist. If he has no objections to the daimyos, well, there must be a reason for it. Rest assured the daimyo must have some hidden strategy," Nara Shikaku confidently stated to those around him. Tokugawa Ieyasu, oh, am I really that impressive? If Shikaku says so, then there must be no problem. The head of the Akimichi clan, upon hearing his friend's words, also relaxed, picking up a snack once more. Just moments ago, everyone had been in a state of shock, which made him hesitant to eat. In that case, the ninjas of Konoha will not be mobilized for now, but let us observe Tian's arrangements. In the end, Senju Hashirama complied with Fujiwara Tian's plans. Although he did not believe Fujiwara Tian could quell the chaos, the rules had been established during the formation of the ninja village, and if he did not adhere to them now, it would be a breach of contract, leading Konoha to no longer be recognized by the daimyo. Senju Hashirama also did not wish for the newly established Konoha Hidden Village Alliance to break apart so soon. Tobarama, go to the capital and confirm the authenticity of this matter with the daimyo in person. After the meeting ended, Senju Hashirama still felt uneasy, even suspecting that someone might have falsely transmitted the order, wishing for Senju Tobarama to verify it in the capital. In contrast to Konoha, the capital had already commenced a fervent mobilization for war. Inside the Grand Hall of the Land of Fire, Fujiwara Tian donned battle armor, preparing to set out for battle himself. Now the template for the country had been developed to over 90%, and a new template had been opened. His strength was no weaker than that of some veteran cage-level powerhouses. However, surrounded by enemies due to the system's restrictions, he could not summon many high-level combat forces to participate in the battle. Apart from the three admirals of the Navy, only Kiki Itachi and Akihitami could be considered cage-level powerhouses, and he himself could only muster 5. Nevertheless, the three admirals, due to their abilities derived from the nature-type fruits, were almost immortal. Although they were restrained by seawater, as long as they did not head to the battlefield in the land of water, their weaknesses would not be exposed. And the Navy admirals without any weaknesses were undoubtedly peak cage-level powerhouses. In today's ninja world, apart from Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, no one could defeat them in an unknown battle. Admiral Akainu set off for the battlefield in the land of wind. Admiral Akiji headed to the battlefield in the land of earth, and Admiral Kazuru was dispatched to the battlefield in the land of lightning, accompanied by Kiki Itachi. Compared to the land of wind and the land of earth, the formation sent by the land of lightning this time was somewhat stronger. As for the battlefield in the land of water, it was Fujiwara Tenichi personally leading the charge, accompanied by Akihitami and the samurai to suppress. Moreover, the 5 elemental chakra types mutually restrain each other. Fire overcomes wind, wind overcomes lightning, lightning overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, and water overcomes fire. The breathing techniques also adhered to this principle, and swordsmen of the 5 schools were dispatched to various battlefields based on the principle of elemental restraint. Husband, Ryoko Mayumi, and the other wives of the daimyo naturally had the right to send off the army. Having just experienced the sweetness of love in their new marriage, Fujiwara Tenichi was already set to head to the battlefield, and Mayumi even suggested the idea of joining the army. After all, she was also a formidable ninja in her own right. As the sister of Senju Hashirama, although she had not awakened wood release, she had inherited the immense strength and chakra from the Senju clan, qualifying her as a jonin in Konoha. However, Fujiwara Tenichi firmly rejected her suggestion. As the daimyo, if he were to allow his wife to join the battlefield, what kind of strongest daimyo would he be? Looking at the reluctant beauties, Fujiwara Tenichi did not feign reluctance. His purpose for going to battle was not only to complete the system's tasks, but also to protect them. At the city gates, the citizens of the capital spontaneously gathered to send off the army. Fujiwara Tenichi looked at the excited crowd and declared loudly, "This battle, we shall surely return victorious. Victory is assured. Long live the daimyo. Daimyo, I want to give you a child." Seems like something strange slipped in. Fujiwara Tenichi led 2,000 warriors practicing the breath of rock to the battlefield of the water country. Currently, the fire country is engaged in battles on all fronts. Although Fujiwara Tenichi is a daimyo, the number of warriors he commands is the least, partly because the practitioners of the breath of rock are few in number. The fundamental reason is that the pressure faced by the battlefield of the water country is the least. The water country is the only island nation among the 5 great nations of the ninja world, and their costs in going to the battlefield of the fire country are greater than those of the other 3 nations. Moreover, the losses from the ninja fleet previously wiped out by Senju Hashirama were significant, and now engaging in battle with the fire country while being constrained by the whirlpool country. Under these circumstances, the number of ninjas who can truly participate in the battle is merely over 2,000. It is worth mentioning that the establishment of the Mist Village is also closely related to Senju Hashirama. His overwhelming power that killed 1,000 ninjas left a significant psychological shadow on the ninjas of the water country. Fujiwara Tenichi gazed at the coastline of the fire country. Having been in this world for 18 years and living over 20 years in his past life, this was the first time he saw the sea. However, he had no heart to appreciate the magnificent scene. I wonder if the water release used on land will affect the devil fruit. Fujiwara Tenichi murmured as he looked at the vast ocean. It was still early morning with mist shrouding the seaside, and the patrolling warriors of the fire country were on high alert. The Mist Village's mist technique is also renowned in the ninja world, regarded as the pinnacle of assassination techniques. Although this technique did not showcase strong effects in the original work, in Fujiwara Tenichi's view it ranked just below Senju Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique in terms of assassination. One must be on guard. Compared to the calm of the water country battlefield, the battlefields of the lightning country, earth country, and wind country are already filled with ninjutsu flying everywhere. On the battlefield of the lightning country, yellow ape strolled in the center of the battlefield, and in an instant several shurikens pierced through him. Yo yo yo, how terrifying the ninjas of the lightning country. Seeing the exaggerated expression on Yellow Ape's face, a nearby ninja from the lightning country retaliated with a lightning technique, false darkness technique. A blue lightning bolt shot out from his mouth, striking directly at Yellow Ape. Yellow Ape, seeing this, did not dodge and allowed the lightning to strike him. How terrifying, that almost killed me. Seeing that his ninjutsu had no effect on the person in front of him, the Cloud Village ninjas' pupils widened in disbelief. Even their Raikage would not dare to take a lightning jutsu hiden without any defensive measures. The Cloud Ninja, realizing this, quickly retreated, wanting to distance himself from Yellow Ape. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Watching the fleeing Cloud Ninja, Yellow Ape leisurely continued to tease as his right foot began to gather light. The Cloud Ninja exclaimed, "Scatter!" As a Jonin of the Yakumo family, he had high-quality ninja instincts. His intuition told him that this strange man who resembled a monkey could easily kill him. The surrounding Cloud Ninjas were momentarily stunned but quickly scattered. However, during combat, this moment of hesitation could determine many outcomes. Many Cloud Ninjas were caught off guard and killed by the warriors, and the tide of battle instantly reversed. Speed of light kick. These Cloud Ninjas are not from One Piece, unworthy of the nearly half-year buildup of the speed of light. Yellow Ape directly kicked this Cloud Ninja out of the battlefield's range. From his position in the rear, Kakashi looked at Yellow Ape's performance and remarked strangely, "Mr. Yellow Ape's personality is truly unique." Originally assigned as an assistant on the battlefield of the Lightning Country by Fujiwara Tenichi, he was puzzled. As being the head of the Military Affairs Department and the head of the Hokage clan, no one in the entire Fire Country could surpass him. Yet he unexpectedly had 3 nameless subordinates take charge of 3 battlefields. Are the generals on the battlefields of the Wind Country and Earth Country equally formidable, my lord? How many more hidden cards do you have? Kakashi was somewhat shocked. However, the war continued, leaving him no room for hesitation. Yellow Ape's astonishing combat power quickly attracted Raikage A's attention. "Hasai, leave Kakashi to you. Will deal with this yellow monkey," the Raikage said to his guard. "Yes, Lord AI." Currently among the forces deployed in battle by the Lightning Country, only Raikage AI and Hasai are elite-level warriors. Although Hasai is Raikage's guard, he was also the top powerhouse of the Lightning Country before the establishment of the Cloud Village. Now in the Cloud Village, only the Raikage can firmly suppress him. By the rest is up to you. After arranging everything, the Raikage donned his Raijin armor and leaped toward Yellow Ape. "Don't worry, big bro, I will definitely crush the warriors of the Fire Country," I said, watching his brother's departing figure. Every generation of Raikage in the Cloud Village has a partner inheriting the names of AI and Bai, and the future AB combination originated from the first Raikage. Lightning release, Hell Assault, 4-finger piercing. The Raikage transformed into what seemed like a beam of white light and charged toward Yellow Ape. Yo yo yo, is this the Raikage? Truly terrifying. Even against the Raikage, Yellow Ape did not forget to use his exaggerated expressions to mock his opponent. As the wielder of the light fruit, although the speed displayed by the Raikage was fast in Yellow Ape's eyes, it still seemed to have slowed down by 10 times. Perhaps in the ninja world, only those who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, like Senju Hashirama, could keep up with Yellow Ape's speed. Seeing Yellow Ape turn into a beam of yellow light and easily dodge his attack, the Raikage immediately became alert. Never before had anyone evaded his attacks so effortlessly. Such speed is indeed terrifying, but battles between ninjas are not just about speed, the Raikage said, looking at Yellow Ape, who came with his own expression pack. 3-finger piercing. Yellow Ape still dodged effortlessly. However, the Raikage did not stop, but instead struck directly at the Fire Country warriors ahead. Seeing this, Yellow Ape instantly transformed into a flash of light, arriving in front of the Raikage, and when he reappeared, he already held a glowing longsword. Amaterasu's sword. The longsword clashed against the Raikage's ninja body technique, creating a massive airflow that swept away all the surrounding Cloud Ninjas and warriors. "This is quite troublesome, Mr. Raikage. If you do this, I might get my salary deducted by the daimyo." Yellow Ape frowned, his originally tight face becoming even tighter. Seeing Yellow Ape easily block his attack, the Raikage became interested. A few could take his blow hidden in the Lightning Country. "Well then, let's try this." Lightning release, 2-finger piercing. This technique was developed by the first Raikage himself, concentrating all his strength into one point for an attack. When the number of fingers used is reduced to 1, the resulting power is devastating. However, this places a heavy burden on the fingers, and since its development, the first Raikage has only used it once. Yellow Ape's method of response was simple. The Amaterasu's sword in his hand was coated with a layer of black armed color, barely receiving the Raikage's attack. "Ha ha ha, come again." Lightning release, Hell Assault, 1-finger piercing. Lightning glowed on the Raikage's finger, and Yellow Ape looked at the lightning on the Raikage's hand, feeling somewhat flustered. "This is truly terrifying. This could really kill me." As the Amaterasu's sword collided with the Raikage's 1-finger piercing, all eyes on the battlefield were drawn to them. "Die!" The Raikage's roar echoed across the battlefield. The pale lightning made the warriors tremble with fear. Even with the enhancement of the armament color Haki through the Amatsukuyomi sword, Huang Yuan could not prevail over the Raikage in a straightforward clash. With a loud crack, the sound of metal shattering echoed, and the Amatsukuyomi sword broke apart as Huang Yuan was pierced through the heart by the first Raikage's finger. The warriors were all horrified, and on the other side Kiba Ito, who was engaged in a battle with the Raikage's guard Hisai, also noticed the situation. This is bad, Kiba Ito thought to himself. At that moment Hisai seized the opening and exclaimed, lightning release, black spot. Unlike ordinary lightning release, the technique Hisai executed could be considered a bloodline limit, with the black lightning being the rudimentary form of future storm release. Kiba Ito, caught off guard, could not evade in time, and was inadvertently affected by the residual waves of the black lightning. Damn it, I can't feel my right side. Although the Kiba clan practiced ninjutsu and chakra, their strength mostly relied on the short blade in hand. Kiba Ito, accustomed to wielding his sword with his right hand, found himself unable to use his techniques, leaving him with little more than a fraction of his original power. Naturally, Hisai would not let this opportunity pass, pressing the attack with the intention of killing Kiba Ito in this battle. Hey, that won't do. If you kill Mr. Kiba, I'm going to have a hard time. A flash suddenly appeared before Kiba Ito, blocking Hisai's lethal strike. Nanny. Hisai, shocked to see Huang Yuan, who should have been killed by the first Raikage, suddenly appear before him, quickly dodged to create some distance. On the other side, the first Raikage noticed that Huang Yuan, whom he had pierced, was completely unharmed and had appeared at the other side of the battlefield in an instant, causing his brows to furrow even deeper. Although delayed, the first Raikage quickly rushed to aid Hisai. This guy's technique is quite troublesome. It seems similar to the Mizukage's water transformation technique, but with fundamental differences. The first Raikage, having risen to the position of Kage despite descent, had his unique insights. Upon realizing that his strongest spear could not harm Huang Yuan, he began searching for ways to counter him. Every ninjutsu has its weaknesses. The finger-puncturing technique can be considered the most offensive ninjutsu of the Land of Lightning. If even that can't harm the opponent, alternative methods must be sought. Brute force simply won't do. Water transformation is restrained by lightning release. This guy's technique must also have weaknesses. Hisai, I will be the main attacker, and you assist me. As soon as the words fell, the Raikage, clad in the Raijin armor, charged forward again. With Kiba Ito injured and temporarily unable to fight, Hisai could now team up with the Raikage to face Huang Yuan. Mr. Huang Yuan, be careful. Seeing Huang Yuan surrounded, Kiba Ito knew he would only be a hindrance now, so he quickly retreated to the rear. This is the basic quality of ninjas during the Warring States period, having witnessed where they could make the most suitable decisions in critical moments. I hope Mr. Huang Yuan can hold on. With Kiba Ito forced to retreat, all the pressure fell onto Huang Yuan, yet he seemed unburdened. This is truly terrifying. The first Raikage, that last strike, almost killed me. Coupled with this young man, I truly feel overwhelmed. Ignoring Huang Yuan's teasing, the first Raikage and Hisai launched a joint attack. With the ability of the Light Fruit, although Huang Yuan could not defeat the two, he stood undefeated. According to the elemental interactions of chakra, most warriors on the battlefield of the Land of Lightning were swordsmen using wind-breathing techniques. Of course, it wasn't exclusively so. After all, the Land of Lightning also had ninjas using other ninjutsu. To handle various situations, a small portion of swordsmen employing other breathing techniques also arrived at this battlefield. Previously, Miura Bunji, who personally taught breathing techniques at the Ministry of Military Affairs, also arrived at this battlefield. Because the place where the Fire Nation and the Land of Lightning were at war was his hometown, the Land of Iron. As one of the 5 great nations, they held a transcendent status in the ninja world and would naturally not allow war to break out on their own soil. Aside from the Land of Water, which crossed the sea to fight, when facing the 3 great nations of Wind, Lightning, and Earth, the Land of Fire pushed the front lines to the small nations outside of their territory. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Miura Bunji understood this principle, which is why he went to the Land of Fire to enlist, hoping to gain stronger powers to protect his country. After Fujiwara Tenichi met him, that day Miura Bunji's information was sent to his desk by evening. However, as the head of the 5 great nations, Fujiwara Tenichi looked down upon targeting him and instead provided him with more resources. Now, Miura Bunji's achievements in breathing techniques had already placed him in the top tier within the Ministry of Military Affairs. Having mastered the total concentration, constant combined with his exquisite swordsmanship, he was already on par with some seasoned jounin. At this moment, he was facing off against the Lightning Nation's Bai. Bai, as the Raikage's partner, was only around 16 or 17 years old, but already possessed strength close to that of a Kage, firmly stepping into the ranks of Quasi-Kage. On the current battlefield, aside from Huang Yuan and Kiba Ito, there were very few who could restrain him. However, Miura Bunji found it quite strenuous to deal with him. Given his current strength, it was still too challenging to face a Quasi-Kage level fighter. Even if he managed to restrain him, he was at risk of being killed at any moment. I must not let this guy enter the battlefield, or it will definitely be a massacre, Miura Bunji resolved silently. On the battlefield of the ninja world, it has always been generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers. If a Kage-level powerhouse enters the battlefield of ordinary ninjas, it will undoubtedly result in a one-sided slaughter. In later years, the Tsuchikage Inoki relied on a sea of people to kill the third Raikage, utilizing over 10,000 ninjas, yet it was only because the third Raikage had exhausted his strength that he was finally defeated. Of course, the third Raikage was an absolute powerhouse among Kage. Even Naruto's Raisin Shuriken could be resisted by his physical body, which speaks volumes. Breath of Flame. Fifth form, Flame Tiger. A vivid tiger made of flames pounced towards Bai, but it was cleaved apart by his Raijin hot blade aiming straight for Miura Bunji's head. Oh no. Seeing the lightning so close, Miura Bunji's eyes widened in shock, yet he could not react in time to defend. Breath of Beasts. 10th Fong, Revolving Spiral Fong. A cool figure appeared in front of Miura Bunji, and it was Ryona. As the wielder of the bell-type divine tool Beast King transformation, Ryona possessed strong recovery abilities. Using the ultimate technique Lion Never Dies, she could even have regenerative powers comparable to Tsunade's creation of life. What she learned was one of the 5 basic breathing techniques, wind breathing, but she innovated and created her own breathing technique, beast breathing. Instructor Leona serves as the instructor of wind breathing at the military department and is the second most skilled in this technique in the world next to Fujiwara Tenichi. Mitsubian, you have done excellently, now leave the rest to me. In an instant, Leona transformed into her beast form. At this moment, Mitsubian Bunji noticed the strange shape of Leona's sword in her hand and thought it had been damaged in the recent battle, hastily alerting her. Instructor, your sword. Stupid duct tape, stupid duct tape. Leona waved her hand. When I transformed, I couldn't grip the sword tightly, so I had the craftsman modify it like this, and it turned out to be surprisingly easy to handle. Leona's talent in swordsmanship was not particularly strong, but relying on the beastly intuition of the Lion King, she found the combat style that suited her best, becoming the first in the ninja world to develop a new breathing technique. Leona paid little attention to Mitsubian Bunji, turning to engage in a fierce battle with an enemy from the cloud-hidden village. Empowered by the divine tools and her uniquely suited swordsmanship breathing technique, Leona matched the strength of the semi-shadow in combat. The strongest is not necessarily the best. Oh, what suits you best can bring out your true strength. Leona fully utilized the beast breathing technique, leaving Mitsubian Bunji somewhat dazed. Easy to handle, best suited for me breathing technique, best suited swordsmanship. Just as Mitsubian was lost in thought, a nearby cloud ninja noticed his state and swung his sword, aiming to take his life. What suits me best must be the easiest to handle. Breath of the Sword. First form, I. A silver flash swept through and the attacking cloud ninja was cleaved in two. Indeed, Mitsubian Bunji's face lit up with excitement. This is the breathing technique that suits me best, the breath of the sword. I feel even my breathing has become much easier. It seems I can go even faster. Tightly gripping his sword, Mitsubian Bunji looked at the enemy ahead, filled with confidence. Breath of the Sword. Second form, Dragon's Nest Flash. This was a strike that fused swordsmanship chaos techniques combined with the unique breathing technique of the breath of the sword, granting Mitsubian Bunji speed beyond the ability of the naked eye to catch. Oh no, I can't take this strike. The opponent, who was initially engaged with Leona, was now wary of Mitsubian Bunji. After all, a warrior who could withstand several of his attacks must be guarded against. However, the speed displayed by Mitsubian's sword technique this time was far beyond what he had shown before. This strike could not be fully intercepted in the midst of battling Leona. The opponent swiftly retreated, attempting to dodge the blow, but Leona did not grant him that wish, continuously engaging him in battle. With a flash, as the sword light passed a hand of the opponent, was severed by Mitsubian Bunji. Ah! The pain scream of the opponent attracted the attention of the first Raikage and Hasai. Bii, Lord Bii, fall back. The first Raikage decisively commanded. Retreat, retreat. The Cloud Ninja forces quickly retreated upon hearing the command, with the first Raikage and Hasai covering their retreat. This battle resulted in a great victory for the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire dispatched a total of 4,500 warriors to the battlefield in the Land of Lightning, with 2,000 lightly injured, 600 seriously injured, and about 500 killed in action. However, the results achieved were also significant. In this battle, over 1,500 enemies were eliminated, and the Cloud Ninja's numerical advantage is now minimal. This was also a tactical victory. Wind overcomes lightning, and the breathing technique eliminated the need for hand seals, allowing the warriors to gain a significant advantage in battles below the level of Jonin. Watching the retreating forces of the Land of Lightning, Kizaru ordered the warriors to fall back on the grounds of not pursuing the fleeing enemy, giving up the opportunity for a follow-up attack. Even the Raikage thought that Kizaru had given up the chance to pursue, and began to lower his guard as he withdrew. However, Kizaru, that old silver coin, suddenly elementalized, directly bypassing the Raikage's block, The key was that Kizaru's ability was unrelated to chakra, making him undetectable by the sensory team of the Cloud Hidden Village. Arriving above the ninja encampment in the Land of Lightning, Kizaru casually remarked 8-span shining jewel. Countless points of light fell upon the Cloud Ninja encampment. Each point possessed a power no less than that of a high-quality explosive tag, cascading down like raindrops. The dazzling light from the explosions caused the warriors of the Land of Fire stationed across an entire battlefield to squint their eyes. With such power, perhaps only Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could be compared to it. Looking at the attack launched by Kizaru, Kakashi admired sincerely. "Damn it, that dead monkey, I will definitely kill you." Kizaru's actions completely infuriated the first Raikage. A flash of white lightning swept by as the Raikage armor reattached, and AI rushed towards Kizaru as if desperate. Lord Raikage. Hasai beside him had no time to dissuade him and hurriedly chased after the one-armed Bii. At this moment, the first Raikage subtly signaled to Hasai with his eyes. He knew that in this battle the Land of Lightning had already been thoroughly defeated, but they absolutely could not suffer a total collapse here. They must preserve every ounce of strength for the Land of Lightning and the Cloud Hidden Village. Simultaneously employing the strongest shield and the strongest spear, the first Raikage fought fiercely, continuously attacking Kizaru. What a bother! Although the first Raikage could not injure Kizaru, he was clad in the Raikage armor, which provided astonishing defense. Kizaru's 8-span shining jewel could not break through his armor. Then let's see how effective this move of mine is. With that, Kizaru's index finger began to gather golden light. Although the energy used was different from chakra, the first Raikage still sensed the terrifying power contained in this strike. Instinctively, AI wanted to interrupt Kizaru's charging. However, in terms of speed, Kizaru completely outclassed the Raikage, and in this manner, while the Raikage was being toyed with, Kizaru had already completed his charge. Laser. This is my strongest laser. If this can't hurt you, then I have no way to deal with you. The first Raikage's toes gripped the ground tightly, and with the Raikage armor operating at full power, he knew he could not dodge this strike, so he chose to take it head-on. Boom. The laser beam from the flash fruit collided with the strongest shield of the ninja world, resulting in a massive explosion. Under the attack of the laser, the Raikage armor did not shatter as expected. Instead, the Raikage was pushed back several meters, and the dust raised completely obscured his figure. Did we win? This was the common thought among the warriors of the Land of Fire. As the dust settled, the Raikage's figure had vanished. Yo, truly worthy of being a village leader. That's quite terrifying. It seems he can't be killed even like this. Kizaru said somewhat exaggeratedly. Kakashi, you're the terrifying one. However, where the Raikage had disappeared, a pool of deep red blood remained. Unlike the decisive battles of the Land of Thunder, the other three nations employ a rather conservative approach in their attacks. It is uncertain whether the Land of Thunder is too weak or if Huang Yuan is simply too strong, but the defeat of Yunin has shocked the entire ninja world. In the main camp of Awagakure, the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa frowned as he looked at the intelligence from the battlefield of the Land of Thunder, saying, "Can a warrior truly possess such formidable power? Grandfather, didn't the intelligence say that the one who defeated Raikage is that monkey-like fellow?" Ishikawa's granddaughter Huang Feng asked in confusion. The war between the Land of Fire and Yunin was decided in just one day, and now the Land of Thunder can only hope to restrain a portion of the Land of Fire's army. Achieving victory on a localized battlefield is a delusion. The Land of Earth does not border the Land of Thunder, but their battlefields are not far apart. The Land of Thunder and the Land of Fire are separated only by the Land of Iron, while several small nations have been established between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. Among them, the Land of Frost, the Land of Waterfall, the Land of Grass, and the Land of Rain, with the Land of Waterfall and the Land of Rain being the strongest. Therefore, the route for the Land of Earth to invade the Land of Fire was chosen through the Land of Frost. The Land of Frost and the Land of Iron are separated only by the Land of Fields. The Land of Fields can be considered the smallest country in the ninja world bar none. How small is it? This country doesn't even have a ninja village. It was only later that Orochimaru defected here, bribed the daimyo of the Land of Fields, and established Sound Village as his base. This detail alone shows the high status of the daimyo in the ninja world. Someone like Orochimaru, who was utterly reckless and even dared to destroy Konoha, chose not to kill the daimyo of a small nation. The area of the Land of Fields is approximately equivalent to that of the capital of the Land of Fire, which is why intelligence from the battlefield of the Land of Thunder reached the first Tsuchikage in just half a day. The first Tsuchikage was undoubtedly a cunning strategist. As the creator of Iwagakure's Will of Stone, he excelled in intellectual depth compared to the future third Hokage. However, the first Kages differ fundamentally from their successors. They were unable to become true politicians. Even a clever person like the second Hokage Senju, Tobirama, implemented many policies detrimental to Konoha's development. While individual combat strength is formidable, it cannot last long. In just a few decades, it will turn to bones. Yet the warriors of the Land of Fire can be continuously produced. Ishikawa pointed out the most critical information regarding this war with piercing clarity. According to the intelligence from the Land of Earth, the Daimyo of the Land of Fire has created a secret technique called the breath method, which enables warriors to gain energy comparable to chakra. Moreover, this secret technique has been implemented for less than a year, yet these warriors can actually contend with the ninjas of the Land of Thunder on the battlefield. Others might underestimate the strength of the Land of Thunder because of this, but someone as cunning as Ishikawa is well aware of the intelligence from various nations. The Land of Thunder is a formidable enemy, second only to the Land of Fire. How could he not be cautious? He is certainly well aware of Yunyin's combat capability. The ninjas of the Land of Thunder are notorious for their reckless fighting style, and with their superb lightning release, their overall quality is extremely high, not inferior to ninjas of the same level from Iwagakure. Now within just half a day they have been so thoroughly defeated that it can be described as a rout. It seems that the daimyo of the Land of Fire should not be underestimated. Ishikawa murmured, this secret technique ninja, named Huang Yuan, must also be treated with caution. With the collapse of the Land of Thunder's front, I wonder if he will come to aid the battlefield here. Hey Grandpa, no Lord Tsuchikage. In the main camp of the Land of Fire, Aokiji also received news from the battlefield of the Land of Thunder. After reading the intelligence, Aokiji exhaled a puff of white air, causing the temperature in the tent to drop by 2 or 3 degrees, and the messenger, who delivered the intelligence, couldn't help but shiver. Come out. Huh? The messenger asked, somewhat puzzled. To be able to discover me, the Land of Fire truly has exceptional talents. Suddenly a man wrapped in bandages appeared in the tent. Nanny! The messenger exclaimed in shock. This person is none other than the future second Tsuchikage Mu, who is also Inoki's master and a user of the dust release bloodline limit. However, it is already too late, my lord of the Land of Fire. Mu's cold words made the messenger shiver once more. Are you referring to the thing above? Aokiji looked at the bandaged figure before him. Nanny! The same words, but spoken from Mu's mouth. In the perception of the observation Haki, you are as naked as if you were in front of me. Aokiji had long since noticed the intruder in the main camp. Mu's secret technique, dustless concealment, possesses a terrifying invisibility ability that cannot be detected, qualifying it as a top-level concealment technique, yet Aokiji easily saw through it. Even the giant rocks he dropped using the weighty rock technique above Konoha were countered by Aokiji with ice pillars. Are you from the Mizuki clan? Mu's perceptive abilities were not weak, and he soon realized that his technique had been blocked. However, the ice release used by the person before him made him even more uneasy. Ice release at such intensity can only be performed by the Mizuki clan of the Land of Water. Does this mean that the Land of Fire and the Land of Water have already joined forces? With the collapse of the Land of Thunder's front, if they have indeed allied, then the plan to invade the Land of Fire can be declared a complete failure. Perhaps, Aokiji replied as the white mist around him began to spread. Ice freeze moment. Earth release, super lightweight rock technique. Mu, daring to infiltrate the main camp of the Land of Fire alone, naturally has the ability to escape. The super lightweight rock technique was instantly executed, breaking open Aokiji's tent as he attempted to flee. Body split technique. This is also one of Mu's secret techniques, allowing him to divide his body and chakra without hand signs. The split clones are all physical entities, but with diminished power, a single split cannot use dust release. Although Mu is very confident in his strength, he does not dare to linger in the main camp of the Land of Fire. He directly split to escape. This body split technique is not inferior to the shadow clone technique developed by Senju Tobarama. Moreover, relying on his ability to fly in the air, it seems that only Aokiji in the entire camp has the ability to pursue him. Aokiji transformed into an elemental form and gave chase. Thanks to the Marine 6 styles, Aokiji can also achieve brief flight. However, his speed is far inferior to Mu's super lightweight rock technique. Ice block, ice bird attack. Seeing the distance between them widening, Aokiji decisively gathered cold air in his right hand and unleashed a massive ice bird towards Mu. The ice bird swept through the sky, and Mu's numerous clones were directly shattered. Landing on the ground, Aokiji gazed at Mu's retreating figure and murmured, he still managed to escape. Spring is the season of rejuvenation for all things. However, the people in the coastal regions of the Land of Fire have not witnessed the early signs of spring this year. The ninjas of Mist Hidden Village, utilizing the sea breeze and fog, employed the mist concealment technique, enveloping the areas around the coastline of the Land of Fire in thick mist. The encampment of the Land of Fire was also shrouded in dense fog. However, Fujiwara Tenichi, who commanded here, did not panic. Although the observation haki of the 10-developed Zoro template had not yet been activated with the clarity of Kizokayuchi's transparent world, he was more than capable of handling the situation. The transparent world, strictly speaking, is not confined to the realm of sensory skills. It shares similarities with observation haki, both allowing the user to predict the opponent's next move or even several future attacks, yet observation haki has other development directions such as listening to the voices of all things. Kizoku Yuichi's talent can be seen as a natural possession of top-tier observation haki. Although intelligence from the battlefield of the Land of Lightning had not yet reached here, Fujiwara Tenichi had a rough understanding of the number of enemies killed through system notifications. Even though it wasn't Fujiwara Tenichi who personally killed the enemies, the system would still provide some killing rewards, albeit significantly less. Is this the joy of being a daimyo, to reap the benefits without effort? Looking at the increasing points in the ninja world, Fujiwara Tenichi stretched comfortably. However, those guys from Mist Hidden are truly patient. It's been 2 days without a single move, while the Land of Lightning is already preparing to go home for the new year. Fujiwara Tenichi knew that Mist Hidden's delay was simply to make him anxious, as a person in a hurry would inevitably reveal vulnerabilities that could be exploited. As a ruler of a nation and commander of the army, Fujiwara Tenichi had to remain calm. If he were to become anxious, the war would become much harder to fight. The intelligence from the battlefield of the Land of Lightning should have also reached the Land of Water. They will likely take action in the next couple of days, Fujiwara Tenichi murmured. Akatsuki, at your service? Akatsuki coldly replied. Pass the order down to keep the guards alert. Although Fujiwara Tenichi relied on the powerful perception of the transparent world, he still reinforced the patrols to prevent any special surprise attacks from the ninjas of Mist Hidden. This isn't a game. Even as a daimyo, death is real. The situation in the Land of Lightning has already been determined. Mist Hidden cannot remain patient forever. Mist Hidden was waiting for Fujiwara Tenichi to lose his composure, while he too was biding his time. Just as the battlefield of the Land of Water was at a stalemate, Hokage finally began to take the initiative. Although I follow a lazy justice, the dignity of the Land of Fire does not permit you to provoke us. Hokage, draped in a coat, made his way alone to the encampment of Rock Hidden Village. The infiltrator from the previous raid on the Land of Fire's Camp Zero had successfully escaped, but was injured by Hokage's ice fruit. Lord Tsuchikage. Zero dragged his half-frozen body back to the tent where Tsuchikage Ishikawa was located. Seeing his miserable state, Ishikawa exclaimed, "Quick, get a medical ninja over here." However, after several breaths, no one outside responded to Ishikawa's order. Where is everyone? Are they deaf? Even Ishikawa, who had lived for decades, became somewhat irritable and shouted outside the tent. No, it's bad. Lord First, the guard ninja outside stammered. What happened? Ishikawa sensed that something was amiss, and as soon as he spoke, he felt a chilling aura enveloping him. Lord Tsuchikage, it's someone sent by the Land of Fire. He can use ice release. Zero also relayed the information he had gathered to Ishikawa. Ishikawa had no time to think further and pushed open the tent flap. Hiss! The moment he opened the tent, Ishikawa gasped in shock. Seeing that the entire encampment of Rock Hidden Village was covered in a layer of pale ice crystals, Ishikawa realized how powerful their opponent was. Damn it, that group of fishermen from the Land of Water actually allied with the Land of Fire. Ice release is not exclusive to the Land of Water, but such powerful ice release, if not from the Mizuno Kazuki clan, who else could perform it? At this moment, Hokage stood before the encampment of rock ninjas, half of his body still covered in frost. Ice Age. This is the move with the widest damage range of the ice fruit. With a single strike, the entire rock ninja encampment was frozen. Although channeling chakra can resist the cold invasion, the frostbite caused by the chill is the real problem. Apart from ninjas proficient in physical techniques, and those with chakra levels reaching Jonin, all other rock ninjas were significantly affected by this strike. At this moment, the samurais led by Brant were also closing in on the rock ninja encampment. Brant, already strong in physical techniques, combined with the armor-shaped Imperial artifact Demon's Embrace and the Breath of Rock, had achieved Quasar Shadow level strength. As the vice commander on the battlefield of the Land of Earth, he was more than suitable for the role. General Hokage. All troops advance. Hokage's words were quite plain, but with the cold air he exhaled, they became all the more chilling. Now the rock ninja encampment was already covered in ice, the cold oppressive and bone-chilling. Everyone began to channel their breathing techniques before entering the encampment. This would lessen the impact of the cold somewhat. Just as the samurais charged into the rock ninja encampment, a youthful, yet determined figure stood in their way. It was Oyagi, standing at 1.30 meters, and the future third Tsuchikage. Oyagi raised both hands horizontally across his chest as a white cube appeared between them. Is there no one left in the Land of Earth? Even a small child like this can participate in battle. One of the samurais looked at Oyagi and said disdainfully, "Dust release, world disintegration technique." What met this samurai was death. In a single strike, Oyagi completely cleared the first wave of samurais that rushed into the rock ninja camp, causing a chunk of land in front of the camp to vanish. Is this the dust release recorded in the materials as a bloodline limit? Watching Oyagi perform the ninjutsu, Akiji, who had previously been laid back, spoke with newfound interest. However, Oyagi could no longer perform such techniques. Dust release being a bloodline limit not only requires an exceptionally high level of chakra control from the user, but also has a significant demand for chakra volume. Having used it once, Oyagi had already depleted his chakra and was even injured at his foundation. In the future, Oyagi's height would be unable to continue growing, likely affected by this. Daimyo stepped back. You have done enough. Just as the samurai of the Land of Fire reacted and attempted to deal with the seemingly weak Daimyo, a deep voice once again stunned them. Ishikawa strode forward, followed closely by the rock ninjas who had survived the Ice Age. Is this the confidence that enables the Land of Fire to stand against the four great nations? Unbelievable. Unbelievably, it had dealt a heavy blow to our army. In that moment, Ishikawa's heart flashed with many emotions: anxiety, anger, jealousy, all of them igniting at once. I am the Tsuchikage. The authority of the Land of Earth and the rock-hidden village could not be violated, and Ishikawa, as the Tsuchikage, naturally could not allow Akiji to trample upon it. No matter how powerful you are, do not think you can harm my subordinates again. To Ishikawa, what he needed to protect, the Jade, was the rock-hidden village and its ninjas. This resolve was harder than any stone in the world. It represented the will of the rock-hidden village. Looking at Ishikawa, whose eyes were resolute and somewhat fierce, Akiji helplessly said, "Old man, weren't you the ones who invaded the territory of my Land of Fire? Why do you speak as if I am the villain here?" Akiji appeared quite helpless, and Ishikawa was somewhat at a loss for words. However, war has never been about right or wrong, nor does it require explanation. The law of the jungle has always been the main theme of this world. The battle between Ishikawa and Akiji was on the verge of erupting. Earth release, rock fist technique. Ishikawa struck first. However, such a crude attack appeared to be like a stumbling child's punch before Akiji's mastery of observation haki. Not only was it slow, but it was also weak. Akiji did not dodge or make any defensive moves. With the elementalization ability of the ice fruit, 99% of attacks in the ninja world were ineffective against him. This was also the confidence that allowed Fujiwara Tenichi to challenge the four great nations. As a user of a natural type fruit, the three great generals naturally stood undefeated in the ninja world. Seeing his attack pass through Akiji, Ishikawa was somewhat surprised. This ability was very similar to the information that had come from the Land of Lightning. Only that person used light, while this guy he faced was using ice release. We cannot fight here. The Land of Earth cannot afford such losses. Looking at the rock ninjas who had survived under Akiji's icy domain, as well as his grandson Daimyo, Ishikawa made up his mind. Earth release, earthquake core. This was a technique that could instantly change the terrain. With a single strike, Ishikawa directly split the battlefield. Brand and the samurai nearby quickly retreated upon seeing this. They were not like Akiji, who could afford to be bold. Even a slight aftershock from such a battle could send them to their next life. Earth release, super heavy rock technique. Ishikawa saw that Akiji had yet to make a move and knew that this guy was underestimating him, but he was not angry. Instead, he seized the opportunity to attack again. At the moment the technique was cast, a tremendous pressure suddenly increased within a 1-meter radius around Akiji, and the ground directly sank. Yet Akiji remained as unmoving as a mountain. Looking at Ishikawa before him, he exhaled a breath of cold air, saying, "Is that all?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ishikawa felt the temperature drop several degrees, a chilling air piercing to the bone. Earth release, rock control technique. Without time to react, Ishikawa quickly formed hand seals, and a giant rock creature 20 meters long and resembling a turtle emerged from the ground, shielding Ishikawa underneath. As Ishikawa expected, just a moment after the stone turtle appeared, Akiji's attack descended. Frozen time capsule. The massive rock turtle was instantly frozen, transforming into an ice turtle. Damn it! Ishikawa cursed inwardly. Having survived to this age during the war and becoming a village leader, the most important asset for Ishikawa was his sensitivity to danger. If I hadn't blocked that just now, I would have definitely been dead. Cold sweat dripped down Ishikawa's back, and facing Akiji, he became doubly cautious, but after just a moment he began to laugh. Seeing Ishikawa's cold smile, Akiji felt a bad premonition, but before he could react, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his neck. He swatted at it and found a dead bug in his palm. Oh no! Akiji felt dizzy and weak all over, unable to even elementalize. "Young man, although I don't know what method you used, you lack chakra, but the bugs I trained are beyond what even your Land of Fire's Oil Woman clan can match. Even if those brutes of the Yue clan from the Land of Lightning were stung by my bugs, they would surely faint for 3 days and 3 nights, let alone your small frame." Indeed, age brings wisdom. Not only was Ishikawa adept at earth release, but he also possessed the rare insect control technique in the ninja world, and he had used it to catch Akiji off guard. Indeed, your ability to turn into ice requires active use. In this war, my land of earth has won. Looking at Aokiji, who was half kneeling on the ground, Ishikawa declared his victory. After being bitten by Ishikawa's bugs, Aokiji felt as though all his strength had been drained, barely managing to maintain his form. As Ishikawa approached step by step, Aokiji's expression turned fierce, unwilling to accept defeat. However, the cunning Ishikawa had already seen through the flaw. I didn't expect even the Yinkai could not deal with you. Ishikawa quickly retreated, watching Aokiji, who appeared to be on the brink of collapse, and warned cautiously. The Yinkai was the most terrifying insect he had cultivated. As the name implies, it was as fearsome as the king of hell. Not to mention ordinary people, even powerful ninjas who practice body techniques would be incapacitated for days after being stung by this insect. Aokiji slowly stood up and said, if it weren't for Mr. Carp's secret technique Life Return, I would have truly met my end here. Uyaji, truly frightening. It seems that all the old folks should not be underestimated. When Aokiji was young, he idolized the Navy hero Carp, following him around and learning for a long time. Naturally, he had received guidance from him. Although he had developed the devil fruit to a high degree, he was considered the most skilled among the 3 generals in the practice of the Navy's 6 styles. Life Return was a secret technique learned after mastering the Navy's 6 styles to a profound level capable of restoring one's injuries and negative states for a short time. It was considered an extremely practical skill. However, Uyaji, it's all over now. Ice Age. As Aokiji's cold words fell, white once again became the main tone of this battlefield. You really are quite lazy, Kazan. On the battlefield of the Land of Wind, a Kainu with a cigar clenched in his mouth said with evident dissatisfaction. It has been a full day since the battle between Kazan and the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa, and the news of the fight has spread throughout the entire ninja world. Akainu looked at the intelligence indicating that Kazan had nearly been defeated due to Ishikawa's cunning and believed it was all due to Kazan's laziness. As the enforcer of absolute justice, he has always disdained Kazan's laziness and Kazar's nonchalance. And now the battle situation in the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning has progressed ahead of him, naturally making Akainu somewhat disgruntled. Among the 4 invading nations, the strength of the Wind Country's forces is undoubtedly at a disadvantage comparable to the Water Country, but slightly weaker than the Earth and Lightning countries. However, the secret puppet techniques of the Wind Country and the Suna ninjutsu of the first Wind Shadow Retsudo are exceedingly difficult to deal with. Retsudo, among the first shadows of the 5 great ninja villages, is undoubtedly the most politically astute, even surpassing Ishikawa, who lived over 50 years. The territory of the Wind Country is mostly desert with scarce resources. Before the establishment of the ninja village, it was the most war-torn among the 5 nations. Thus, Retsudo's strength in becoming a shadow in such a country is certainly formidable. More importantly, his political and military talents are noteworthy. In terms of initial conditions, Sunagakure is undoubtedly the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages, yet under Retsudo's management, it remains the weakest. However, this is absolutely not something Retsudo should be blamed for. The resources of Sunagakure are too poor, with the lack of water being the most fatal issue. With 80% of its territory being desert, what industries could develop there? A cat litter box in the wild. Only Shikaku, that big raccoon, might like it. Moreover, situated in the desert, Sunagakure receives very few ninja commissions. Other countries still have some farmland, hunting dogs and cats, killing bandits, and escorting merchant caravans as low-level tasks for Chunin and Jinin to practice and earn some money to supplement their living. But in the Wind Country with sandstorms everywhere, where could such tasks come from? Moreover, discussing the reserve of ninja resources, Konoha has the Uchiha Senju Hyuga and other bloodline clans, as well as numerous clans that have inherited secret techniques. The Wagakure alone can intimidate with its dust-release bloodline, while Kirigakure boasts clans like the Mizuno and Kagaya. Although Kumogakure lacks bloodline inheritances, its lightning release techniques have become a system which no one in the ninja world dares to dismiss. However, Sunagakure only has sand release as its bloodline limit, and the only impressive technique it can showcase is the puppet technique. Yet puppetry is undoubtedly the most expensive technique in the ninja world. To create puppets, you need materials. Not to mention the chakra-conducting metals, you at least need them to be durable. The top-tier puppets can withstand a rank ninjutsu, and the cost of materials required is no small amount, making it even more burdensome for the impoverished Sunagakure. The position of Wind Shadow itself requires immense courage. After the war began, Retsudo has consistently avoided direct confrontation with Akainu, and the fact that he has lasted until now speaks volumes about his military capability. Moreover, Retsudo made an extremely correct decision regarding this war. The Wind Country only dispatched elite shinobi of Jonin rank and above, resulting in casualties that have yet to exceed double digits. Since the battle is taking place in your country, Retsudo is not at all afraid of a counterattack from the Land of Fire. After all, with another country in between, it would be hard for the Land of Fire to retaliate against the Wind Country without detection. Moreover, with 90% of the Wind Country being desert, even if they advance, there is not much loss. Retsudo relies on this fact, leading his Jonin troops and utilizing extreme mobility to infuriate Akainu. The most critical point is that the damage caused by Akainu's magma fruit abilities is immense, and since 90% of the battlefield is occupied by the forces of the Land of Fire, he is greatly restricted and unable to unleash his full power. Previously, Kizaru on the battlefield of the Land of Lightning was also reluctant to use large-scale attacks for this reason. On Akainu's side of the battlefield, this limitation is even more pronounced. It must be said that Retsudo's tactics play a significant role. Although Akainu, Kazan, and Kizaru are all three admirals, the ideals of justice they uphold are entirely different. Akainu practices absolute justice. After being summoned beneath Fujiwara Tenkai, this justice equates to the interests and will of Fujiwara Tenkai. Although Kazan and Kizaru are a bit lazy, they are absolutely loyal to Fujiwara Tenkai. If it were not for the fear of harming Fujiwara Tenkai's interests, given Akainu's nature, he would undoubtedly dare to unleash powerful moves that could also kill the samurai of the Ministry of War. To complete the mission and uphold justice, some necessary sacrifices are entirely acceptable to him. Akainu was sitting in the large tent, his white suit stretched tight by his iron-like explosive muscles, and on his beret was the word Marine, signifying a Marine soldier. The average height of the three admirals is 3 meters, making them appear as small giants in the ninja world, while the muscular Akainu looks even more imposing. The soldiers in the tent looked at the silent Akainu, too frightened to even breathe. Akainu, observing the trembling soldiers, was also quite displeased. He had considered attending the meeting alone like Kazan, but Retsudo had brought only highly skilled elites of Jonin rank and above to the battle with exceptional military quality and terrifying mobility. They gave Akainu no opportunity to engage in battle, constantly employing guerrilla tactics and teasing the tiger's whiskers. As Akainu's anger surged, the temperature in the tent inexplicably rose by 10 degrees. Admiral Akainu! Admiral Akainu! A loud voice came from outside the tent, and a 20-something samurai burst into the tent exclaiming in surprise. Akainu, Admiral! The young samurai felt a wave of heat the moment he entered, and upon raising his head, he met Akainu's piercing gaze, stammering. The shadow of Sunagakure has arrived, the Wind Country has surrendered. Oomph! Upon hearing this news, Akainu was not surprised, merely snorting in displeasure. The news of the defeat of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning had already spread throughout the ninja world. Given Retsudo's character and schemes, he would certainly not foolishly engage in battle with the Land of Fire, wasting his own foundation and resources. Although the number of participants from Sunagakure was very small and resource consumption was minimal, the cost of repairing the puppets is no small sum, especially the puppets controlled by elite Jonin, which require top-tier materials. This expense is naturally not something the ninjas can bear, as Sunagakure has to reimburse them. At this point, just after the establishment of the ninja village, there's no need to discuss bonds or anything. Money is the real king. Inside the main camp, Akainu gazed at Retsudo with quiet frustration. Among the three great generals, he alone had yet to achieve a decisive victory over the enemy, an outcome that chafed against his unwavering belief in absolute justice. Worse still, his opponent was the weakest among the 4 invading nations. Barely restraining the urge to incinerate Retsudo instantly, with a blast of black dog flame, Akainu listened in silence as Retsudo read aloud the terms of Wind Nation's surrender. Retsudo, ever pragmatic, offered generous reparations, despite Wind Nation's dire poverty, ensuring Fire Nation's full satisfaction. Yet this too had been part of Retsudo's calculation. Wind Nation suffered the least damage of all warring states, yet reaped the richest spoils, and thus heavier indemnities remained well within its capacity. Thus 3 of the 4 great nations now stood irrevocably subdued. Only Water Nation lingered, clinging to illusionary security. Cut off by isolation, its first Mizukage remained unaware of Earth Nation's defeat or Wine Nation's capitulation, utterly blind to his own nation's perilous predicament. Even Fujiwara Tenichi had yet to receive word of Wind Nation's surrender. He puzzled inwardly, how could Akainu, so fiercely uncompromising, have slain only a handful of Jonin by now? From the upward surge of system data, Fujiwara Tenichi could precisely gauge how many enemies his subordinates had eliminated. Though the shinobi villages were newly founded and the invading forces modest in number, their tally seemed implausibly low. Fujiwara Tenichi never imagined Retsudo would surrender outright. Yet he did not dwell on it long, for the stagnant, suffocating mist had finally begun to shift. At last someone has arrived. Fujiwara Tenichi murmured softly. Through his transparent world perception, a contingent of Kirigakure shinobi had materialized behind Fire Nation's encampment. So they waited this long, only to launch a rear assault. Thick mist obscured visibility and Fire Nation's forces lacked dedicated sensory shinobi, thus their vigilance focused almost entirely on the eastern front, the coastline-facing side, leaving other flanks vulnerable. Kirigakure, however, defied expectation, expending days to circumnavigate the coast. They had stealthily maneuvered behind Fire Nation's base, intent on striking without warning. They did not know that to Fujiwara Tenichi's perception, they marched like mourners in a funeral procession, unmistakable, inevitable, doomed. Sound the alarm. Full readiness. Concentrate all forces at the western perimeter. At Fujiwara Tenichi's command, Fire Nation's samurai, long dormant, sprang into motion. After days trapped in this sodden, oppressive dampness, their pent-up fury now hungered for release. Upon Kirigakure's very flesh. First Mizukage Hakuren, now 50 years old, stood shoulder to shoulder in age with Tsuchikage Ishikawa, a venerable figure even by shinobi standards. Hakuren possessed extraordinary pedagogical genius. Both the second and third Mizukage would later become his disciples. That he held the title of Mizukage across 3 successive terms, amidst the dominance of formidable clans like the Yagura Kagaya and Terumi, attested to his unparalleled political acumen and iron will. Currently, Kirigakure's elite guard was entrusted to Gekko Raiga, already hovering on the cusp of cage-level power. At Kirigakure's founding, the daimyo of Water Nation commissioned 7 legendary blades from rare meteoric iron and chakra-conductive metal, treasures drawn from the royal vaults, and selected 7 jonin to wield them as the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Each swordsman commanded strength rivaling elite jonin. Together, their combined might could even overcome a Kage. Indeed, this arrangement served Hakuren's deeper purpose to placate feuding bloodline clans and secure Kirigakure's fragile unity. Today, most sword-wielders hailed from mist-shrouded bloodline families. Though Gekko Raiga stood near Kagedire's strength, he voluntarily relinquished his claim to a blade, trading prestige for strategic advantage in delicate negotiations. Kubikiri Bocho, the decapitating cleaver Semihata, the shark skin Kabutawari, the helmet splitter Nuabari, the sewing needle Fuma Shuriken, the flying mist Araikiri, the lightning Fong E and Shibuki, the twin swords of Hiramakiri. Fujiwara Tenichi moistened his lips. He did not deny the flicker of envy in his gaze. For reasons unknown, Water Nation possessed the largest reserves of meteoric iron and chakra-conductive metal in the shinobi world. Even Fire Nation's imperial treasury lacked sufficient stock to forge 7 such unique weapons. Seizing them for battlefield rewards wouldn't be half bad. His right hand resting upon the hilt of his longsword, Fujiwara Tenichi strode resolutely from his tent. War loomed, imminent, inevitable. Thanks to his transparent world ability, the dense mist became utterly transparent before him. No veil, no concealment, no refuge. The persistent fog saturated the air with moisture, forcing Fire Nation's troops to light fires inside their tents just to cook. If this stalemate dragged on, even dry firewood would vanish from their stores. It was precisely this mounting frustration that had gnawed at Fujiwara Tenichi, making Kirigakure's move not alarming but welcome. Over 2,000 samurai lay concealed along the western flank of the camp, camouflaged effortlessly by the mist's embrace, simple, silent, and nearly undetectable. When Kirigakure's vanguard halted 300 meters from Fire Nation's perimeter, Hakuren furrowed his brow toward the unseen camp, though the mist revealed nothing. Yet, as a veteran who had survived 50 years of war, instinct whispered danger. Too silent. Hakuren murmured quietly. Fire Nation's camp hung deathly still. Fujiwara Tenichi, though well-versed in strategy and empowered by transparent world's omniscience, remained fallible. No mastermind escapes every oversight. This being his first campaign as commander, subtleties still eluded him. Hakuren sensed imbalance, but refused to retreat. To abandon the operation now would render days of grueling maneuvering utterly futile. After all, he had led Kirigakure's forces across treacherous terrain for days, just to reach Fire Nation's rear. Withdrawal now would erase every sacrifice, every hardship, every mile. Raiga, scout ahead. Proceed with utmost caution. Hakuren instructed his disciple. Gekko Raiga's prowess already marked him as a Cajun waiting, the strongest among Kirigakure's combatants besides Hakuren himself. His mentor trusted him implicitly. Once Raiga tempered his combative impulsiveness, he would stand ready to assume the mantle of true Kage. Hakuren held profound confidence in his protege, his only flaw being recklessness. Though newly installed as Mizukage, Hakuren had already begun contemplating succession. Few shinobi, after all, lived to see 80, let alone 90 like Inoki. In the shinobi world, reaching 60 marked a rare and honored longevity. Understood, master, Gekko Raiga replied, tongue flicking eagerly across his lips. How many times must I remind you to address me as Mizukage-sama in public? Hakuren admonished, sterned. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Raiga's reply carried a faint edge of impatience. Why have they stopped moving? Seeing the mist-hidden army come to a halt, Fujiwara Teni furrowed his brow. After a while, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon stealthily approached the Fire Nation's camp alone, and Fujiwara Teni knew that he must have exposed something. You're quite cautious, but once you're here there's no way you can leave. Feeling the chakra of Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon approaching shadow level, Fujiwara Teni thought to himself that he would catch a big fish. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon is a born battle maniac possessing exceptional talent in combat. Although he hasn't fully stepped into the shadow level, his strength is not to be underestimated. If he could capture him, even if the mist-hidden army retreated, this battle could still be considered a victory. In ninja warfare, the quantity of high-level combatants is the most crucial. Of course, unless one possesses truly overwhelming strength, the sea of people tactic can still be effective, at least enough to exhaust you. However, the cost of such a tactic is extremely heavy. In later years, Awagakure lost 3 generations of Raikage due to the sea of people tactic, but at the cost of nearly 10,000 lower-ranking ninjas, which is undeniably tragic. It was also because of this battle that Awagakure later experienced a lack of capable personnel. Fujiwara Teni did not plan to use the 3-sword style in this battle, as he had not yet fully developed the Sora template. Using the 3-sword style would still be somewhat forced. However, for dealing with you, this little mustache, the breath of the sun, is just right. Fujiwara Teni muttered as he wiped the long sword in his hand. Although he did not use the 3-sword style, he was wielding the 3-generation demon cutter that came with the Zoro template, and at his waist hung a sword named Wado Ikamanji. Compared to the famous swords of the pirate world, the quality of the Sun Will sword was obviously at least a tier lower. Here we go, let's begin. As Fujiwara Teni polished his sword, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon had already arrived at the front of the camp. Breath of the Sun. First form, Rondo. The blazing flames danced along the edge of Fujiwara Teni's sword, and as the sword moved, a small sun appeared out of thin air above the Fire Nation's camp. What? Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon had no time to react and exclaimed in surprise. However, Fujiwara Teni's attack did not take effect, as his sword merely sliced through Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon's body. Ha, you're just playing. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon shot a wicked grin at Fujiwara Teni. Is that the water transformation technique? Fujiwara Teni ignored Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon's mocking words. The water transformation technique is a secret skill passed down through the Ghost Lantern clan, similar in effect to the elemental capabilities of a natural-type devil fruit, but it also has a fatal weakness. It is restrained by lightning release. Lightning release. Lightning illusion lightning pillar. The lightning illusion lightning pillar is a quasi-class lightning illusion technique. Fujiwara Teni had mastered it to a divine level, capable of casting it without hand signs, and in an instant the tide of battle was dramatically reversed. The powerful lightning spread through the mist between the two, and Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, in his water transformation state, was struck by the lightning instantly, becoming immobile like jelly. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon thought to himself that it was bad. The water transformation technique was a pride of the Ghost Lantern family, and although it was restrained by lightning release, he never expected Fujiwara Teni would discover it so quickly. The Fire Nation even knew about the water transformation technique. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon complained inwardly, but remained calm. At his level of strength, knowing that a technique with a huge hidden danger could be exposed, he naturally left a backup plan before using it. Water release, oil transformation. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon's body transformed from jelly-like to extremely slippery, and in an instant he escaped the range of Fujiwara Teni's lightning attack. Damn it, I will never use the water transformation technique again. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon gritted his teeth. Fujiwara Teni, hearing this, showed no reaction, only becoming a bit more cautious. Although this little mustache looked somewhat unremarkable, he could still become an existence at the shadow level, so Fujiwara Teni had to respond carefully. Water release, water iron cannon technique. Seeing that Fujiwara Teni did not make a move, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon took the initiative to attack, wanting to create distance. The small droplets of water may not be eye-catching, but like the laser attacks of Kizuru, they possess immense lethality, at least more than the fireball technique. Fujiwara Teni did not dodge, and immediately met it with a sword. With the transparent world effect, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon's attack appeared to be infinitely slowed down in Fujiwara Teni's eyes, like ants trying to charge in. The sword blade cleaved through Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon's attack right in the middle. Summoning technique, Giant Clam. Although Fujiwara Teni easily blocked the attack, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon had already achieved his goal, creating distance from Fujiwara Teni and summoning his summoning beast. Magic, Steam Pavilion. The giant clam spewed out a large amount of strange mist from its tentacles, forming an enormous mirage. In front of Fujiwara Teni, 2 clones of Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon appeared, making it hard to distinguish between truth and illusion. However, Fujiwara Teni merely smiled and said, "Is this a trick of clones?" Breath of the Sun. Sun Halo Dragon. Head Dance. Fujiwara Tenichi's longsword transformed into a fire dragon, the scorching heat distorting the surrounding space. The fire dragon charged towards Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon's body, unstoppable like a bolt of lightning. In Fujiwara Tenichi's eyes, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon was pierced through by the fire dragon, leaving behind a face of shock. It's over. Fujiwara Tenichi stepped toward Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon's corpse, wanting to check if he was truly dead. Yes, it's over. Suddenly, a smug voice of Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon rang in Fujiwara Tenichi's ears. I am Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon. From behind Fujiwara Tenichi, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon thrust a claw through his heart, pulling out Fujiwara Tenichi's heart. Fujiwara Tenichi, having lost his heart, looked incredulous as he half-kneeled on the damp ground. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon killed Fujiwara Tenichi and was feeling smug when he suddenly froze. No way. Oh, you actually noticed. Fujiwara Tenichi's voice suddenly came from all directions. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon felt as if the world around him shattered like a mirror, and when he opened his eyes again, he was completely under Fujiwara Tenichi's control. Illusion, when did I fall for it? Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon realized that he had long been trapped in Fujiwara Tenichi's illusion. Villains die from excessive talking. Fujiwara Tenichi did not wish to explain too much to this little mustache, so he simply ended him with a sword. The lightning release that Fujiwara Tenichi initially used to restrain Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon's water transformation technique was not just lightning release, it was also an illusion technique, and its proficiency had reached a divine level, making the deceptive methods employed no less than summa-class illusions. Moreover, with the cover of lightning release, it was even more concealed, defeating the enemy in the invisible realm. The second generation of the water shadow of the mist hidden, it seems you can only try again in your next life. Next, let's launch a full-scale attack. Behind Fujiwara Tenichi, the warriors of the Fire Nation were already poised for battle. Although Fujiwara Tenichi swiftly defeated Kajizaki Mitsuki using the lightning escape technique, the commotion from their battle still caught the attention of Bai Lian. This was already Fujiwara Tenichi's fastest way to kill him. Using sword techniques, although the breath of lightning could counter the water transformation technique, it would still be quite difficult to kill him in a short time. Don't blame me, all is fair in war, and just because I'm wielding a sword doesn't mean I have to use it, Fujiwara Tenichi murmured to himself. Not far away, Bai Lian had already sensed the lightning escape technique that Fujiwara Tenichi had unleashed. Although the dense fog obstructed visibility, it had no effect on the mist shinobi. The observation methods of a ninja are not limited to their eyes. A chakra is far more real and reliable than what the eyes can see. Lightning escape, this doesn't seem like Mitsuki's technique. Be on guard. Bai Lian quickly made the worst assumptions. In recent days, although he was busy leading the army to relocate, he was also sending people to gather intelligence on the Fire Nation's army. The news that the Fire Nation's daimyo Fujiwara Tenichi personally led the troops into battle had already spread throughout the ninja world, along with reports of the warriors from the Lightning Nation who showcased extraordinary sword techniques on the battlefield. Before launching the surprise attack, Bai Lian had discussed matters with some experienced ninjas from the mist-hidden village. The scene at that time was as follows. I had heard that the new daimyo of the Fire Nation is a talented and wise ruler, but personally leading troops into battle seems somewhat irrational. Not only that, but according to the intelligence, the daimyo of the Fire Nation actually prohibited the ninjas from Konoha from participating in this battle, only sending warriors to respond, which is simply extreme arrogance. I doubt it. You've seen the intelligence from the Lightning Nation battlefield. The Fire Nation has already won. That victory was merely a fluke reliant on that secret technique ninja named Kazuru, and the Lightning Nation has yet to surrender. There must be some exaggeration involved. We must remain cautious. According to the current intelligence from the Lightning Nation battlefield, the strength of these warriors should not be underestimated. Indeed, and if the daimyo of the Fire Nation cannot ensure his own safety, how could he dare to lead his troops into battle? There might even be Uchiha and Senju ninjas lurking in the shadows plotting against our Water Nation. The lesson from the battle at the Land of Whirlpool is still fresh in our minds. Inji, stop spreading fear. In the battle at the Land of Whirlpool, only a few members of your Mizunohara clan survived. Perhaps it was you, Mizunohara, who secretly orchestrated it. What ninja could kill 1,000 men with a single strike and destroy dozens of warships? You're talking nonsense, you frog in a well. Even if there were indeed such powerful ninjas, our forces passed through the Land of Whirlpool to come to the Land of Fire. They only had some troublesome sealing techniques, and even blocking us was difficult. How could they possibly match such strong opponents? Bai Lian coughed a few times to conclude this meeting. The mist-hidden village had just been established and could not be allowed to fall apart. However, the strength that Senju Hashirama displayed in the Land of Whirlpool was beyond what ordinary ninjas could imagine. Although he had previously shown his power in battles against enemy countries, he was still quite young back then, and his overall strength was nowhere near as terrifying as it is now. It can be said that the participation of Senju Hashirama in the battle at the Land of Whirlpool is the fundamental reason for the Water Nation's invasion of the Fire Nation. For the mist-hidden village and the Water Nation, it no longer mattered whether Senju Hashirama was the culprit behind the war. The conflict was merely a necessary means to ease internal contradictions. The scene shifts back to the present. The warriors of the Fire Nation had already encountered the Mist Army. Enemies meeting each other ignited intense emotions. The tension in the air made by Lien furrow his brow. He also worried that the Fire Nation had set up an ambush. After all, no one would believe that the warriors who had long been eliminated by the times could actually gain power to rival ninjas. The war had already begun. However, the thick fog made it so that the enemies, who were merely a sword's length apart, could not even see each other's faces. Nevertheless, the Mist Ninjas excelled at fighting in heavy fog. Even though the Fire Nation's warriors had lived in this thick mist for several days, without the aid of the transparent world, they could not perceive the fog as Fujiwara Tenichi did. For the time being, the Mist Ninjas held the upper hand. However, thanks to the bold tactics of the Breath of Rock and the large fog combat strategy specially designed by Fujiwara Tenichi for them, in terms of death toll, the Mist Ninjas were still suffering heavier losses. Yet continuing like this was not a long-term solution. Fujiwara Tenichi was searching for an opportunity to kill Bai Lian, as the presence of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the mist meant that the 7 elite ninjas wielding ninja swords were among the first batch of elite ninjas, with few warriors capable of matching them. This old man must be killed quickly. Within the transparent world, every move Bai Lian made was seen through by Fujiwara Tenichi, and relying on the swordsmanship of Tsujikuni Yorichi, Bai Lian was being suppressed by Fujiwara Tenichi, unable to resist. However, Bai Lian was indeed the Mizukage, a seasoned shadow-level powerhouse who had survived countless wars. Despite being weaker in hard power than Fujiwara Tenichi, his rich experience and ability to withstand pressure enabled him to hold his ground against Fujiwara Tenichi. Damn! Looking at the 7 ninja swordsmen rampaging across the battlefield, Fujiwara Tenichi grew increasingly agitated, his long sword swinging with more ferocity, the sword light flashing in a dense array. However, even the most meticulous plans have flaws. Fujiwara Tenichi watched as his warriors were continuously killed, his anxiety mounting, leading to mistakes. An opportunity. Bai Lian spotted a tiny gap in the sword light and felt a surge of joy. Send them to their graves. One strike to kill Muramasa. A chilling arc of sword light flashed behind Bai Lian. It was Akitomi. Akitomi's own strength was not particularly great. Even if she trained in breathing techniques, she was merely at the level of an elite ninja. However, the Muramasa she wielded possessed a definitive ability. One strike certain kill. Muramasa, crafted from a super dangerous species, bore an extremely terrifying curse. Once flesh was cut by it, a curse would be inflicted, and there would be no cure. Even severing the injured part would not stop the curse's power. Struck by Muramasa, Bai Lian fell to the ground on one knee, the curse spreading rapidly throughout his body. In mere moments, he completely lost his life. For Muramasa, Akitomi, who was skilled in assassination, was indeed the most suitable master. She had been lying in wait since the war began and had not been discovered until now. It should be noted that her assassination target was none other than the most proficient assassin in the entire ninja world, the Mizukage of the Mist-Hidden Village. Bai Lian's death went unnoticed by the Mist Ninjas. The fog was simply too thick. However, after hiding for so long and allowing the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen to harvest on the battlefield, her objective had been achieved. Once both shadow-level powerhouses were free to act, even the 7 ninja swordsmen would only be left to be slaughtered. The killing had begun. The capital of the Fire Nation. The common folk had long been awaiting at the city gates, ready to welcome the triumphant return of their army. The remarkable feat of the Fire Nation defeating 4 foes single-handedly had spread throughout the ninja world. Fujiwara Tenichi, the daimyo of the Fire Nation, personally led his troops into battle, achieving a resounding victory over the Water Nation and nearly annihilating the mist-hidden forces, elevating his reputation to its pinnacle. They have returned. They have returned. As Fujiwara Tenichi led his army within a kilometer of the city gates, the citizens erupted into cheers. The Fire Nation has triumphed. We have won. Long live the daimyo. Long live the Fire Nation. The high spirits of the crowd infected the warriors in the ranks who had never imagined they could defeat the ninjas before they trained in their breathing techniques. Now the daimyo had led them to defeat the 4 strongest nations of the ninja world, showcasing the might of the samurai and the strength of their swordsmanship. The samurai had not been eliminated. The era of the samurai had not come to an end. The samurai could possess power surpassing that of the ninjas. Under the leadership of Fujiwara Tenichi and the 3 great generals, the samurai had proven their worth to the ninja world. In the imperial court, civil and military officials gathered in great numbers not to celebrate, but to impeach the daimyo Fujiwara Tenichi. Fujiwara Tenichi had personally led his troops into battle with only the warriors from the Ministry of Military Affairs, which naturally could not gain the consent of the ministers. With so many ninjas in Konoha village, how could the daimyo act without their approval? Thus it could be said that Fujiwara Tenichi had skipped this step, entirely failing to consult the opinions of his ministers. Although Fujiwara Tenichi achieved a great victory and returned triumphant, the ministers could be said to have done nothing. They learned of his departure only after he had set out, and it was too late to intervene, while logistics were personally handled by Nijiexi-tan. Moreover, this battle lasted less than a month, and they had no opportunity to display their capabilities. Initially, they had thought that if the armies of the four great nations attacked the capital, they would die in loyalty to the country, hoping to leave behind a name for patriotism. However, they never expected that Fujiwara Tenichi would win, and win so brilliantly. Yet the ministers could not find joy in this victory because they truly did nothing. They lay back and won. To strengthen their own sense of presence during today's court meeting, the ministers from the 8 provinces except for the Ministry of Military Affairs decided to jointly impeach the daimyo Fujiwara Tenichi for risking his life without leaving an heir for the Fire Nation, deeming it irresponsible towards the state, the people, and the ancestral legacy. If they lost, they would be left with a name of infamy for eternity. Fujiwara Tenichi gazed at the tense expressions of the ministers, feeling a twinge of annoyance. He had never felt this agitated on the battlefield. These ministers truly inspired a mix of love and hate. Fujiwara Tenichi's good mood for the day was completely ruined by the ministers' impeachment. In the following days, the documents received by Nijiexi-tan doubled, with half of them being impeachment requests regarding Fujiwara Tenichi's reckless decision to go to war. There were also many complaints about Fujiwara Tenichi's lack of offspring nearly a year into his reign. In the palace, Fujiwara Tenichi took a deep breath and rolled over onto Ryo's body. Amidst the springtime atmosphere, Fujiwara Tenichi thought to himself, I need to pick up the pace as several beloved consorts are waiting for me. From this day forward, the stories of Fujiwara Tenichi's affectionate encounters with his 4 primary wives began to circulate in the inner palace. Ding! The mission to protect the homeland has been completed. In this war, the host fought bravely against the enemy and gained 23013 ninja points. Ding! Hidden mission completed, striking fear into the ninja world. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a new world passage. Ding! Upgrade conditions have been met. The system will soon upgrade. Estimated time, 24 hours. A series of system notifications echoed in Fujiwara Tenichi's ears. Goodness, a new world. This book should be renamed I Am a Daimyo in the Myriad Realms. However, at that moment, the system had already begun upgrading and could not respond to Fujiwara Tenichi's jest. System upgrading requires an estimated time of 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds. I was planning to spend some money on it, but I guess I will have to wait until tomorrow, Fujiwara Tenichi muttered. The system's upgrade was somewhat abrupt. Although his power had reached the peak of the shadow level and he had single-handedly faced the 4 great nations, there was still a considerable gap between him and Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. He had yet to reach the level to dominate the ninja world. But then again, Hashirama and Madara were also part of the Fire Nation. However, the ninja world is far deeper than I had imagined. According to the plot of Naruto, there is still a member of the Otsutsuki clan hidden in the ninja world. Sigh, if I had known, I would have continued following the updates back then. Now Fujiwara Tenichi regretted not keeping up with the Naruto series in his past life, which left him unfamiliar with the developments of the subsequent plot. But this cannot all be blamed on Fujiwara Tenichi. After all, keeping up with Naruto was far more exciting than Naruto itself, wasn't it? Now the Fire Nation was immersed in a jubilant atmosphere. Although it was one of the 5 great nations, its achievement of defeating 4 enemies had already granted it a transcendent status in the ninja world. Moreover, this battle was concluded in less than a month, having no significant impact on the lives of the citizens. The people had merely heard about the impending war and were worried about rising prices. Just as they began to stockpile supplies, they were informed that the war was over and the Fire Nation had won decisively. In Konoha, upon hearing the news of victory, the reaction was one of utter bewilderment. In the Hokage building, Senju Hashirama and his brother stared at each other in disbelief. What else is Tenichi hiding? Hashirama exclaimed in surprise and joy. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama, standing beside him, did not share his brother's exuberance. Since the appearance of ninjas, the status of the daimyo had been greatly affected. Judging by his performance, Fujiwara Tenichi was undoubtedly a visionary monarch. He could certainly see that the existence of ninjas was more detrimental than beneficial to the nation. The power of ninjas could be used to improve the quality of life for the people. The original intention of the Sage of 6 Paths in creating the ninja sect was to utilize ninjutsu to help people live better lives. The 5 elemental natures, water, fire, earth, lightning, and wind, were initially developed for agricultural purposes. However, once the power of ninjas became unrestrained, it was like a blade without a sheath. An unrestrained blade could easily harm the people. Fujiwara Tenichi just happened to possess the ability to become a sheath for the sword or even to break the blade. To Konoha, and even to ninjas, Fujiwara Tenichi was now a significant threat. Observing his brother's excitement, Senju Hashirama understood that it was impossible to rely on him to balance Fujiwara Tenichi. Then, we can only rely on Madara then, Hashirama murmured to himself. The next day, it was only around noon that Fujiwara Tenichi finally woke from his slumber. Ding! System updating expected to take another 8 hours, 20 minutes, and 36 seconds. Not done yet. Fujiwara Tenichi yawned while holding his waist. After gaining some substantial progress on the template from killing enemies on the battlefield, his physical condition had noticeably improved. However, the 4 women surrounding him still caused him distress. I've already said I don't want a harem. Such an indulgent lifestyle is harmful to the body. Fujiwara Tenichi said painfully yet joyfully. Forget it, I still have to go deal with the official documents. If I don't, Neji Shitan will roll her eyes at me again. He vividly remembered Neji Zaitan's resentful gaze from before. He didn't want to add another burden for his brother. Fujiwara Tenichi tucked in Tokugawa Asaka beside him. Though it was taxing on his body to maintain a man's dignity, he had shown no mercy to the beauty the night before. Fujiwara Tenichi stepped outside, gazing at the gloomy weather, feeling inexplicably irritable. However, after becoming a daimyo, he was already able to keep his emotions in check, and the palace maids accompanying him did not notice his change in mood. In the council chamber, Fujiwara Tenichi looked at the official documents passed to him by Neji Shitan, appearing restless. Neji Shitan, though puzzled, did not speak up. She usually teased Fujiwara Tenichi, but she knew when to be serious. I have a feeling something is about to happen. Why hasn't the system upgrade finished yet? Fujiwara Tenichi was already becoming anxious. Ding! System upgrading expected to take another 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 39 seconds. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted and the dark cloud above grew even more ominous. This chakra! Fujiwara Tenichi exclaimed, setting down the documents in shock. Without time to explain, Fujiwara Tenichi vanished in an instant, heading toward the city gate. Such dark chakra can only be possessed by the Sharingan. But why has Uchiha Madara suddenly come here? The letter from Hashirama clearly stated that only Tobirama was to be dispatched. For some unknown reason, Fujiwara Tenichi subconsciously felt that Uchiha Madara was not here with good intentions. Sure enough, before arriving at the city gate, he spotted a massive figure. It was Uchiha Madara's complete body Susanoo. What on earth does Uchiha Madara want? Activating Susanoo outside the capital city for whatever reason was a provocation against the dignity of the Fire Nation. Fujiwara Tenichi knew that the situation was likely more serious than he imagined. When Fujiwara Tenichi arrived, a flash of light appeared above the city gate. It was the yellow ape. As the user of the Pika Pika no Mi in terms of speed, no one in the ninja world could surpass him except Senju Tobirama. Yo, how terrifying. Can ninjas really possess such fearsome power? Although the yellow ape's words were as nonsensical as ever, there was a hint of seriousness. As a general, he could sense that this opponent was entirely on a different level. Uchiha Madara glanced at the yellow ape, and the katana in Susanoo's hand was swung down. Yada mirror. As a general of the Fire Nation, the yellow ape naturally could not dodge at this moment. After all, behind him was the capital city. A mirror 3 meters tall appeared in front of the yellow ape, directly rebounding Uchiha Madara's sword energy, striking Susanoo. Such a strike has already reached the level of a great swordsman. Fujiwara Tenichi keenly observed. Most ninjas of this era had undergone some sword training, but evidently they could not touch the true path of the sword. The slash Uchiha Madara executed was utilizing the absolute power of Susanoo combined with the skill of chakra manifestation, creating a pseudo-slash. However, in terms of power, it was hardly inferior to that of a great swordsman's slash. I really underestimated the heroes of the world, but why has this madman Uchiha Madara suddenly come to trouble me? Fujiwara Tenichi looked at the 100-meter-tall giant, feeling the situation was troublesome. Yada no Kagami. The yellow ape launched an attack and light bullets rained down on Susanoo, raising dust that obscured everyone's vision. Fujiwara Tenichi did not immediately join the battle. Instead, he directed the samurai to evacuate the citizens at the city gate. Great fireball. At this moment, Akainu had also arrived at the battlefield. Having won without a fight in the land of wind, he had pent-up anger that needed an outlet. A massive fire fist formed from molten flames struck Susanoo, complementing the yellow ape's light bullets. In an instant, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo showed signs of collapsing. Opportunity. Fujiwara Tenichi seized the moment. Breath of the Sun. 360 troublesome winds. Gripping the blade of Wado Ikamanji, he unleashed the ultimate technique of the Breath of the Sun. At this point, Fujiwara Tenichi had fully developed the template of Kazuki Yoruchi, having stepped into the realm of a great swordsman possessing the ability to innovate the path of the sword. He fused the breath of the sun with Zoro's ultimate sword technique, although there had not yet been a qualitative change. The potential for it had emerged. Bang, crash. Flying thunder god slash. Upon hearing the familiar sound, Fujiwara Tenichi inwardly cursed. In an instant, Senju Tobarama's figure appeared behind Fujiwara Tenichi, gripping the sword of the thunder god, ready to deliver the final fatal blow. What a joke! Getting attacked from behind is a swordsman's disgrace. Relying on his monstrous body control, Fujiwara Tenichi astonishingly turned around in midair at an incredible speed. Although he did not fully block Senju Tobarama's attack, he managed to evade a fatal injury. So close. Just a bit more. Both Senju Tobarama and Fujiwara Tenichi shared the same thought. However, their emotions were completely different. Senju Tobarama felt regret and unwillingness, while Fujiwara Tenichi felt a sense of lucky survival. At this moment, Uchiha Madara had already used his ocular power to repair Susanoo, locking his gaze onto the three. Amaterasu. Wherever his gaze reached, black flames filled with despair appeared out of thin air. However, thanks to the effects of Kinbunshiku Haki, the three were not affected by these black flames. Indra, Uchiha Madara, and the later Uchiha Sasuke all possessed the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Amaterasu was also an essential ability of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Such flames could not even be evaded by elementalization. Water style. Great exploding water wave. A wave as turbulent as the ocean instantly blocked the three's path. Looking at the towering waves and smelling the faint salty scent, Fujiwara Tenichi thought, damn, has this guy really signed a contract with the sea? Just when everyone had nowhere to escape, Aokiji finally arrived. Ice Age. In an instant, the towering tidal wave subsided like a tamed beast, crystallizing into a colossal iceberg. Three elite generals, alongside Fujiwara Tenichi, formed a quartet of shadow rank sovereigns. Their adversaries were none other than Senju Tobarama, also at the peak of shadow rank, and Uchiha Madara, a transcendent shadow. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara suddenly erupted into wild laughter. This duel is rather unbalanced, so let us redress it. Summoning technique, Nine-Tailed Fox. The nine-tailed demon fox materialized before Madara's Susanoo, and instantly the colossal divine warrior surged forth, enveloping the fox in radiant skeletal armor. Thus, the first-ever armored Susanoo was unveiled upon this world. Its impenetrable defense fused seamlessly with the Nine-Tails' overwhelming offense, achieving a sublime equilibrium of power. The sheer magnitude of that force made even the onlookers tighten their brows in grim apprehension. Damn it, when did Madara capture the Nine-Tails? Let there be no misunderstanding, this was not Fujiwara Tenichi's inner voice, but Senju Tobarama's private reflection. Though he had allied with Madara, it was solely because Fujiwara posed a far greater threat. In time, he would surely seek to eliminate Madara as well. Yet Madara had acted silently, and now with this new stratagem, his strength and peril had surged dramatically. Tobarama never hesitated to interpret the world through the lens of utmost suspicion. With the Nine-Tails at his side, even Madara might now surpass his elder brother. No, he must devise a technique capable of countering Madara. Senju Tobarama, the hidden world's foremost master of secret arts, had somewhat underestimated his own elder brother. Madara, kill Fujiwara Tenichi first. Tobarama shouted, remembering the very purpose of this mission. Tobarama himself could not fathom why his animosity toward Fujiwara had suddenly intensified beyond measure. Fool, do not command me. Were it not for Hashirama, I would have slain you long ago. Uchiha Madara sneered at Tobarama. Though Fujiwara Tenichi had narrowly evaded Tobarama's fatal strike moments earlier, he had still been pierced by the lightning godblade. He had no time to tend his wound. The sheer intimidation radiating from the fusion of Susanoo and the Nine-Tails was overwhelming, embodying the absolute pinnacle of contemporary shinobi power. Only Senju Hashirama could possibly overcome such a foe. Even Fujiwara Tenichi and the three elite generals united felt a tremor of uncertainty before this spectacle. At that moment, the storm that had gathered all day broke in torrents. Fujiwara's blood mingled with rainwater streaming onto the earth. Attack, now. Water release, water dragon bite explosion. At Fujiwara's command, the three generals launched their assault in unison. Leveraging the downpour, Tobarama's sea release surged with amplified force, as if even heaven itself bore ill will toward Fujiwara. Tobarama's sea release gained additional potency amid the deluge, as though the heavens themselves conspired against Fujiwara. Sun breathing, revised illusory sunbow, blazing dance. Fujiwara Tenichi alone intercepted Tobarama. Since sea release inherently countered the three generals' techniques, he was best suited to face Tobarama, and besides, he had not forgotten that earlier blade strike. Though he knew not why Tobarama had brazenly violated all norms, bringing Madara along to assassinate him, Fujiwara was no passive victim. Respect earned respect, malice invited retribution without mercy. Fujiwara sought no explanations, only vengeance for that single searing wound. Flying Thunder God Technique. As the water dragon obscured Fujiwara's vision, Tobirama instantly appeared beside him. Yet Fujiwara's transparent world granted perfect spatial awareness. Tobirama's position was unmistakable. With a flash of body flicker, he evaded the strike. A Flying Thunder God mark. Was it inscribed when he pierced me just now? Fujiwara murmured. Tobirama had activated the technique without a marked kunai, meaning he must have implanted the mark directly upon Fujiwara's body. Their sole physical contact had occurred during that earlier stab. How meticulous. From his vantage, that strike should have struck true. Yet he still prepared a secondary safeguard. Had that mark been placed upon my back, even surviving the initial blow would not have spared me from what followed. Senju Tobirama, a truly terrifying adversary. Fujiwara tightened his grip on his longsword. Though he had yet to spend the shinobi points amassed on the battlefield, the combat-derived proficiency from his acquired templates had already elevated his strength considerably. To illustrate, had his Zoro template remained at only 10% development, he would never have evaded Tobirama's lethal strike. Water Release Hard Whirlpool Water Blade. Tobirama leapt backward, widening the distance, then launched another assault. One of Tobirama's most formidable techniques, the rapidly spinning water javelin, hurtled toward Fujiwara. Fujiwara, familiar with Tobirama's abilities, chose evasion over confrontation. He sidestepped cleanly, just as the javelin struck the ground, and instantly transformed into a roaring water dragon, its explosive impact cratering the earth beneath it. Though Tobirama's Flying Thunder God posed grave danger, Fujiwara's transparent world allowed him, even wounded, to hold his ground with resilience. The two locked into a tense stalemate. Meanwhile, the clash between the three generals and Uchiha Madara unfolded on a far more spectacular scale. Meteor Volcano. Raging Pheasant Beak. Yada Mirror Orb. Molten fire, biting frost, and searing light converged upon the Susanoo, triggering a cataclysmic detonation that sent plumes of white smoke billowing skyward. Even the relentless rain could not swiftly disperse the haze. Amid the downpour, Akainu's magma-dripping fist loomed monstrous, each droplet scorching deep craters into the earth, vaporizing rainwater on contact into thick hissing steam. Though the armored Susanoo's defense had reached an almost unimaginable threshold, the three generals were no mere pretenders. Under the torment of ice and fire alike, the Susanoo began to strain, cracks spiderwebbing across its armored frame. You have succeeded in amusing me. As reward, I grant you death. Uchiha Madara declared arrogantly, gazing upon the trio. Utter arrogance, Akainu retorted, then swung his magma-forged fist once more. Hell's dog. Ha ha, dance for me then. Ignoring Akainu's taunt, Madara gathered chakra above the nine tails, coalescing a massive tailed beast ball. With Susanoo shielding the process, the tailed beast ball's charging phase could proceed undisturbed. Sensing its apocalyptic energy, the three generals knew instinctively this was no ordinary attack. Kizaru struck first. A blinding beam of light lanced straight toward the orb, aiming to detonate it prematurely. But Madara would not yield so easily. He deflected Kizaru's laser effortlessly, and in the same breath his sword flashed toward Kizaru's throat. Sharingan Jinjutsu. At the final instant before impact, Madara cast a Jinjutsu directly upon Kizaru. Though the illusion lasted but a heartbeat, that fleeting moment denied Kizaru his elemental intangibility, giving Madara the opening he needed to end him. Die, Ice Age. For Aokiji, the rain was a welcome ally. Exploiting the saturated air, Aokiji instantly reshaped the battlefield, freezing Madara solid in glacial chains, halting the tailed beast ball mid-coalescence. Damn it! Meteor Volcano. Akainu's assault followed without pause. First freezing cold, then scorching heat. The Susanoo finally shattered under the dual extremes, collapsing with a brittle hollow crack. Madara gasped for breath, his ocular power dangerously depleted. Commanding the Nine Tails while sustaining the armored Susanoo had pushed even his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to its limits. Though its chakra regenerated, it was neither infinite nor inexhaustible. Haha. Though cornered, Madara laughed, an unexpected resonant peal of mirth. I never imagined the shinobi world held warriors such as you, beyond Hashirama alone. Uchiha Madara, your reign ends here. Akainu declared, his contempt unmistakable. Not quite. A cool, detached voice rang out from the sky. All heads snapped upward. Byakugan. Fujiwara cried out in alarm. Yet such ocular power. Even Madara's paled in comparison. Fujiwara tensed, heart hammering. This presence left no trace in his perception. Not a whisper, not a ripple. Golden Wheel Reincarnation burst. Golden Wheel Reincarnation blast. And in before him, the white-robed man hovering in midair raised his arm, transforming the greenlit, seeking truth jade in his hand into a colossal golden chakra blade, and brought it down upon Fujiwara Tenichi without mercy. This strike, Inen will surely kill me. Inen, stunned by its apocalyptic aura, Fujiwara Tenichi did not lack the will to evade. He simply could not. Behind him lay Konoha, the capital of the Land of Fire, home to hundreds of thousands of civilians. Should he fail to intercept this blow, the entire city and all its people would be reduced to oblivion. Fujiwara Tenichi drew Sandai Guiche from his waist and clenched Setsuo tightly between his teeth. Inen, all three of you must hold this strike. He roared at the three great generals beside him. Inen, then drawing a deep searing breath, he unleashed the sun-breathing technique beyond its limits, the scorching aura instantly raising ambient temperature by several degrees. This heat rivals even Sakazuki's. Hokage himself turned startled by the intensity. Inen, sun-breathing, revised three-sword-style secret art, and 9 mountains 8 seas. Constitute one world, gather 1,000 such worlds, and you form a minor 1,000-world realm, multiply that realm thrice, and what remains is unbroken, unyielding absolute. The great thousand-world realm. 9 mountains 8 seas. Unbroken, unyielding. The 3,000 worlds. In and amplifying the three-sword style, with sun-breathing, Fujiwara Tenichi elevated its power further still, its overwhelming pressure now brushing against the threshold of Ultra Shadow Tier might. Beside him, the three great generals likewise unleashed their ultimate techniques. From the moment they arrived in this world, their unwavering sense of justice had crystallized around Fujiwara Tenichi and the Land of Fire. Ice Block Pheasant Beak, and in Yasakani no Magatama, and in Dog Bite Crimson Lotus. Sword Energy Ice Light Orbs and Molten Flame. 4 attacks, each surging with near Ultra Shadow Force, converged upon the Golden Chakra Blade. Yet before the Chakra Blade forged from the Seeking Truth Jade, they remained woefully insufficient. Realizing resistance was futile, Hokage withdrew from the assault and poured every ounce of strength into erecting an ice wall, 100 turtle bastion of glacial fortitude instantly rising to shield Konoha. Even for a Logia Devil Fruit user, constructing a barrier of such scale strained his limits. And height alone was not enough. Hokage relentlessly thickened the wall layer upon layer, knowing only sheer mass could withstand the Chakra Blade's onslaught. One could not deny it, compared to shinobi, the three generals possessed overwhelming physical endurance. Even matched with them at the apex of Shadow Tier strength, any one of them could fight 2 shinobi simultaneously, proof already demonstrated by Yellow Flash's feats on the Lightning Country battlefield. Yet, in the sheer magnitude of their adversaries' power inspired despair. In with Hokage's retreat from direct combat, the trio's combined assault crumbled utterly, shattered within mere heartbeats. The Golden Chakra Blade cleaved into Hokage's ice wall as effortlessly as slicing tofu. Yet thanks to its 100 softmeters thickness, the wall held barely. At last, just 1 meter from the wall's edge, the blade's momentum finally dissolved. Seeing the attack halted, Fujiwara Tenichi exhaled, a long shuddering breath of relief. But the colossal effort left Hokage utterly spent, collapsed onto the ground, gasping raggedly, his body nearly swallowed by a creeping shroud of white frost. "Oh, you actually blocked it." And the white-robed man suspended in empty air regarded them with faint curiosity. "And no wonder my ancestor warned me to eliminate you. If you were allowed to grow stronger, this world would descend into even greater chaos. I had intended to wait longer. Perhaps this world, this shinobi realm crafted by our progenitor Hagoromo, still held hope for salvation. But advancing the timeline changes little. Once you are gone, I shall hasten this world's annihilation and revive life anew through the Rinnegan, I forging a realm of perfect peace." His voice was calm, yet laced with chilling finality. Even Senju Tobarama stood frozen, momentarily abandoning his intent to slay Fujiwara Tenichi. Clearly this new arrival posed a far graver threat. Fujiwara Tenichi recognized the man, instantly descendant of Hagoromo's brother Himura Otsutsuki. In ancient times, after Hagoromo sealed his mother Kagaya and the Ten Tails within the moon, via the Chibaku Tensei, Himura led his clan to the lunar surface to guard the outer shell, the outer path demonic statue, leaving only one branch behind on Earth, today's Hyuga clan. Yet after Himura's death, his descendants fractured over divergent interpretations of their ancestors' final edicts. One faction, the Branch House, deemed Hagoromo's world ravaged by millennia of war a failed creation doomed to destruction. They used the Rinnegan Eye to eradicate the main house, whose members advocated peace. This man was surely the last heir of that Branch House, dwelling in the lunar citadel, ever watchful over Earth. Yet he clearly found Earth's endless strife intolerable. Centuries later, during the Fourth Shinobi World War, a figure named Tonari Otsutsuki would pursue identical aims, abducting Hinata and stealing Hanabi's Byakugan. This man was likely Tonari's grandfather, or earlier. Though disillusioned with the shinobi world, he had refrained from action, for the Rinnegan Eye had yet to mature. Its full awakening would not occur for another 70 years. And what is happening these past 2 days? Tobarama, Madara, all suddenly radiating hostility toward me. Fujiwara Tenichi sensed something deeply amiss. Ever since his system entered dormancy for upgrade, the world itself seemed to turn against him. Tobarama's water release perfectly countered devil fruit powers. Madara mastered the armored Susanoo years ahead of schedule. Even the Rinnegan Eye, a dojutsu rivaling the Rinnegan, had emerged prematurely. If I survive this, will Kagaya next break free, followed by the entire Otsutsuki clan? Enough. No more speculation. Focus on the enemy before me. Thanks to the breathing technique, his prior wounds had already sealed, but facing this foe, he still felt terrifyingly powerless. Ding, system upgrade in progress. Estimated remaining time 3 minutes 5 seconds. 3 more minutes. I just need to endure 3 more minutes. Though uncertain what the upgrade would bring, Fujiwara Tenichi instinctively knew these sudden lethal crises were inextricably tied to his system's evolution. Let's begin again. Resolved, he tightened his grip on Sandai Goichi and Wado Ikemanji. Setsu clenched between his teeth moments before had shattered under strain. Sandai Goichi, though legendary among cursed blades, proved inadequate for combat of this magnitude. Only Wado Ikemanji remained unscathed, worthy of its title as one of the 21 great grade swords. 8 gates of formation, 4th gate injury gate, open. Rampant chakra erupted from Fujiwara Tenichi's body, not as refined as the Rinnegan Eye's chakra mode, yet brutally effective for life or death combat. With all 4 gates unlocked, his power surged beyond Shadow Tier mastery, firmly crossing into the Ultra Shadow domain. Two-sword style, II Rashomon. Watching Fujiwara Tenichi charge, Otsutsuki Sagami lifted his hand with detached amusement, seeking truth Jade Shuriken. His tone betrayed no urgency, no regard for the swordsman hurtling toward him. Second strike ascending the tower. Fujiwara Tenichi slashed a single arc of sword energy, not to strike Sagami, but to deflect his attack away from the capital. Then leaping skyward, he closed in once more. Sagami let him come. Confident perhaps, but also untested by real battle, having dwelled in isolation upon the moon for centuries. To allow a master swordsman within striking distance was no trivial matter. Indeed, this fellow did not fully obstruct my approach. Fujiwara Tenichi finally felt relieved. Even if the opponent possessed fearsome techniques like the Seeking Dao Jade and the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, once a great swordsman closed in, he would never have the chance to unleash them. With this, Fujiwara Tenichi gained the confidence to safely endure these 3 minutes. However, the opponent's strength was indeed somewhat beyond the norm. Otsutsuki Karasu, empowered by the Rebirth Eye's chakra mode, was not inferior to Fujiwara Tenichi in terms of power and speed, and with formidable ocular abilities, the pressure on Fujiwara Tenichi was considerable. Even with the ability to perceive the world and swordsmanship at the level of a great swordsman, Fujiwara Tenichi could only barely restrain him. If it lasted long, he would inevitably lose. Before Otsutsuki Karasu, Fujiwara Tenichi felt as though time dragged on painfully, but fortunately the opponent was Otsutsuki Karasu. If it were Uchiha Obito possessing such power, without a doubt Fujiwara Tenichi would fall within 2 or 3 moves. For Fujiwara Tenichi to engage Otsutsuki Karasu, the premise was to fight at close quarters. However, one of the techniques inherent to the Rebirth Eye is gravitational control, and flight is the privilege of the Rebirth Eye. If Otsutsuki Karasu kept his distance from the start, Fujiwara Tenichi could only passively endure attacks. Moreover, the attacks from the Rebirth Eye's ocular techniques were all immensely powerful. Not to mention the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Even the toned-down version of the Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion was quite taxing for Fujiwara Tenichi to handle. Though feeling as if days stretched into years, Fujiwara Tenichi managed to hold on through these 3 minutes, and the system's marvelous prompt nearly brought him to tears. Ding! System upgrade complete. World authority acquisition successful. Reward: 1 chance to draw a template of characters from various worlds, 1 chance to draw forces from various worlds. Host: Fujiwara Tenichi. Identity: Daimyo of the Fire Country, Lord of the Shinobi World. Fake. Age: 19. Strength: early super shadow level. Ninjutsu: 300. Strength: 310. Illusion: 320. Sage: 0. Chakra: 350. Chakra: Wind, LV4 Fire, LV3 Lightning, LV2 Earth, LV2 Water, LV2 Yang, LV2 Yin, LV1. Abilities: A rank Wind Release Rasengan, Innovative Quasi-S rank Lightning Release Illusion, Lightning Phantom Pillar, Innovative Forbidden Technique, 8 gates, 4th gate, Breathing Technique, Sun, Flame, Water, Rock, Wind, Thunder Patterns, Great Swordsman level Swordsmanship, No Sword Style Swordsmanship Proficient, 1 Sword Style Proficient, 2 Sword Style Proficient, 3 Sword Style Proficient. Character Templates: Kazuki Enichi, 100 Rorinoa Zoro 40. Task to pass on the lineage. Item Sun Wheel Sword Kusanagi, no Tsurugi Great Sword of 21 Crafts, 3rd Generation, Ghost/Demon, Sword Black Blade, Autumn Water Great Sword of 21 Crafts. Draws War. With the system upgrade complete, Fujiwara Tenichi instantly felt the pressure lift. Immediately draw forces for me. Now Fujiwara Tenichi's strength had reached the Super Shadow level, and the forces drawn would also be of Super Shadow caliber, making it simple to resolve the current crisis. Ding! Drawing forces from various worlds. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the force, Holy 12 Shields. Holy crap, a golden legend. Fujiwara Tenichi was overjoyed. He finally had a stroke of luck. The Holy 12 Shields, originating from the fairy tale world, are the 12 most powerful magicians protecting Emperor Jelf of the Albereth Empire. Each of the Holy 12 Shields possesses strength on par with, or even far exceeding, the strongest magicians of the Ishgar continent. Undoubtedly, these 12 magicians have all reached the Super Shadow level. Among them the Magic King, Augustus, and the Crimson Despair, Eileen Belsirian, known as the Twin Pillars of the Empire, have even reached the Six Paths level. If it weren't for plot armor with their power, they would never be killed. When did these guys show up? Senju Tobarama suddenly noticed a group of people around him and broke out in a cold sweat. How dare you attack our king, truly reckless. The god of Senil was the first to speak. He was the number 1 among the 10 holy magicians and the strongest magician of Ishgar, with 8 dragon-slaying magic crystals implanted in him, making his strength terrifying. To put it simply, the power of each type of ninjutsu was comparable to Senju Tobarama's water release. Earth splitting of the rock, cave dragon. Purgatory dragons, scorching hell. Without further ado, Senil unleashed a series of attacks, but his target was not Otsutsuki Karasu, but Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito had already exhausted his ocular power in previous battles against the 3 great generals. Although he still had the strength to fight, he remained cautious alongside Senju Tobarama. Senil was one of the few who could see through the situation in his TV. He was a discerning spy, but unfortunately he was killed in an instant by the big boss Black Dragon. Otherwise, he would have been quite the show-off. Upon entering the shinobi world, he immediately recognized that Fujiwara Tenichi's opponent was beyond his reach, yet someone like him always had to show off a bit, so he came up with the idea of intimidating Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Obito. Watch him, Timaria Yesta. Augustus said to the woman beside him, then raised his magic wand and joined the battlefield between Fujiwara Tenichi and Otsutsuki Karasu. Timaria Yesta, known as the War Empress, though not ranked among the Holy 12 Shields, wields extremely rare time magic and has mastered the Forbidden God, receiving magic akin to summoning a deity, making it easy to deal with opponents of similar rank. In the end, the battle concluded with the deaths of Senju Tobarama and Otsutsuki Kagaya. As for Uchiha Madara, he was shrunk down to the size of a finger and imprisoned in an absolute zero-ice prison created by General Winter Imbalura with multiple layers of protective measures that cut off all possibilities of escape. This battle left the outskirts of the Land of Fire in ruins. Ice blocks the size of hills lay scattered before the city gates, while traces of melting flames, light projectiles, and sword energy marked the ground. In the palace, Fujiwara Tenichi was bare-chested with bandages wrapped around his lower abdomen, where he had been injured by Senju Tobarama. Although the bleeding had long stopped, it would still take several days for the wound to heal completely, even with his current physical condition. Your Majesty, the humble old minister has some knowledge of healing magic. May I take a look at your injuries, said Augustus, standing respectfully beside Fujiwara Tenichi. Augustus, known as the Magic King, possessed magical talents beyond ordinary imagination, and his ability to instantly replicate magic proved quite effective. However, as a descendant of Jalal and Mavis, his magical talent was truly rare in the world. Not to mention healing magic, he was almost proficient in all the legendary lost spells, and many members of the Holy 12 Shields were nurtured by him personally. A white light appeared at the center of Augustus's palm, adhering to Fujiwara Tenichi's wound. Fujiwara Tenichi took a few comfortable gasps, and in just a few breaths his wound had completely healed. Your skills are indeed vast as the sea, worthy of the title Magic King, Fujiwara Tenichi praised without reservation. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty, Augustus bowed respectfully. As the Magic King, his instant replication magic not only allowed him to replicate others' spells instantly, but also to nullify the spells cast by others. Although his abilities could not be assimilated into ninjutsu in the ninja world with the magic he mastered, he was already invincible. My lord, a charming figure approached Fujiwara Tenichi. Dressed in a black cloak, wearing a strangely shaped hat, and holding a white wand with black spots resembling deer antlers, with crimson hair styled into 4 braids reaching her waist, she had a slender figure and wore revealing lingerie covered only by a fluffy cloak with a scar on the left side of her abdomen. Eileen Belsirian Crimson Despair, the creator of Dragon Slayer magic, also mastered high-level supplementary magic. Her power was not inferior to that of Magic King Augusud, and her immense magical energy could even flip the continents. Eileen, is there something you need? Fujiwara Tenichi asked. My lord, Eileen first bowed, and then continued. According to my findings, although this world has very little magical energy, this force does exist. Moreover, within the auxiliary space of this planet, there is a high concentration of magical energy. However, in this world, magical energy seems to be referred to as natural power or celestial arts. Eileen's words piqued Fujiwara Tenichi's interest. Unlike ninjutsu, the energy required to cast magic does not come from the self-extraction of chakra, but rather needs to be refined from the natural world, and this power is known as magical energy. If magical energy did not exist in this world, then after the Holy 12 Shields used up their own magical energy apart from a few adept at physical techniques, the majority would be no different from ordinary people. However, if magical energy does exist in this world, such concerns would be alleviated. Even if natural power is scarce, it can slowly recover like the ocular power of the Uchiha clan. Then the so-called auxiliary space must refer to the three great sacred lands, Fujiwara Tenichi murmured. In that case, there's no need to be overly cautious. Let's go all out. With such a foundation, Fujiwara Tenichi's ambitions were no longer restricted. Looking at the map of the ninja world on the wall, Fujiwara Tenichi no longer suppressed himself. Each member of the Holy 12 Shields possessed the strength to rival a nation, and the current ninja world was already in his grasp. Agile Ram Lakard, Dragoneel, the land of wind, and the land of river. Agile Ram, known as the Desert King, was like a god in the desert, making him perfectly suited to attack the land of wind. The reason for bringing Nainhard along was that Agile had a significant personality flaw. He was extremely warlike, reckless, impatient for results, and cruel, often underestimating his opponents, which led to him being the first of the 12 shields to be defeated by the main characters. Lakard Dragoneel could perfectly compensate for his shortcomings and prevent any mishaps. Lakard was originally a demon from the Book of Jalal, a creation of Jalal meant to resurrect his brother Natsu and create the strongest demon Yendi. He was given the name Dragoneel for being closer to perfection than previous demons, yet he believed he was Jalal's child and had always felt unloved by his father. The magic of desire he possessed was a highly powerful, forbidden magic similar to the illusion techniques of ninjas, but far more potent. Desire magic could ignite a target's intense desires, ultimately shaking their mind and body and causing them to lose the ability to fight. With these two, even one of the 5 great countries of the ninja world, the land of wind, would be easily taken, and the land of river was merely a stop along the way. Inbalura, the land of water, the land of whirlpool, the land of bears, and the land of craftsmen. General Winter Inbalura wielded ice magic that could even reach absolute zero, bringing winter wherever he went. Moreover, he served as the governor of the Albarez Empire, possessing political abilities that were no less than those of Najihitan, allowing Fujiwara Tenichi to feel at ease with him acting alone. Sanel and Nainhart, the land of thunder, the land of soup, and the land of iron. Fujiwara Tenichi thought for a moment and added, the land of iron mainly focuses on persuasion. Since Fujiwara Tenichi popularized the breathing technique among the samurai in the Ministry of Military Affairs, many samurai from the land of iron have come to the land of fire, hoping to join the ministry and practice the breathing technique. Now the land of iron had become the main source of samurai. Jakob Leishu Val Isht Bledman, responsible for the land of earth, the land of birds, the land of rain, the land of grass, the land of falls, and the land of frost. Jakob Leishu, although a psychopathic assassin, was also an absolute gentleman. His principle was never to look at a woman's naked body. He wielded powerful space magic and was one of the few in the Holy 12 Shields with formidable physical techniques. Valished, a member of the mechanical tribe known as the Judge, specialized in mechanical magic that possessed characteristics transcending the limitations of the era and could unleash what could be considered a nuclear weapon, the magical spirit power. Bledman, as a demon from the Book of Jalal, wielded even more terrifying cursed power, and he was proficient in the lost magic of ice, making his strength truly terrifying. The reason for sending out 3 individuals was not because the opponents were formidable, but to expedite their actions. As for the moon, Fujiwara Tenichi pondered for a moment. Eileen, could you please make a trip? Eileen, the pioneer of the Dragon Slayer magic, inevitably transformed into a dragon herself as the original Dragon Slayer mage. However, with the help of Jelf, she regained control over the magic to revert back to human form. It was most suitable for her to handle the lingering issues on the moon. As for the matters concerning the 3 sacred lands, we'll discuss them once the affairs of the shinobi world have settled. My esteemed ministers, you may take your leave for now. Among the 12 shields of protection, Fujiwara Tenichi had already dispatched 9. Watching the ministers depart, he also let down his guard and began communicating with the system. The differences between worlds are indeed greater than those between individuals. Just 9 people are capable of sweeping through the shinobi world. Fujiwara Tenichi couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. This system upgrade nearly cost me my life. Oh, what kind of compensation can you offer? Host Fujiwara Tenichi, Identity Daimyo of the Land of Fire, Lord of the Shinobi World, Pseudo, age 19, Strength, Mid-tier Super Shadow, Shinobi Ninjutsu, 300, Taijutsu, 310, Jinjutsu, 320, Sage 0, Chakra, 350, Chakra, Nature's Wind, LV4 Fire, LV3 Lightning, LV2 Earth, LV2 Water, LV2 Yang, LV2 In, LV1 Abilities are Rank, Wind Release, Rasengan, Innovative, Semi-Shrank, Lightning Release, Jinjutsu, Lightning, Illusion, Innovative, Forbidden Technique, 8 Gates, 4th Gate. Breathing Techniques, Sun, Flame, Water, Rock, Wind, Thunder Patterns, Great Swordmaster Level Swordsmanship, No Blades, Sword Technique, Proficient, 1 Sword Style Proficient, 2 Sword Style Proficient, 3 Sword Style Proficient, Character Template, Kazuki Yoei, 100, Roronoa Zoro, 60. Task Passing on the Family Line Items, Sun, Wheel, Sword, Heirloom, Sword, Daikatsu, 21, 3rd Generation, Ghost Cutter Demon, Sword, Black Blade, Autumn Water, Daikatsu, 21, 1 pair of Reincarnation Eyes. Extraction. Note the subsequent template will change to be much more concise. The Shinobi World Lord, what use does this identity hold? Is it because of this thing that I've been so unlucky these past 2 days? Fujiwara Tenichi discovered the most critical point. Hurry and make excuses, although I may not necessarily forgive you, he said with a displeased expression. This system upgrade has successfully stolen part of the world's authority. As long as the host's strength reaches the 6 paths level, they can truly become the master of this world. Previously, during the past 24 hours, the host encountered multiple crises because the will of the world was obstructing this system from stealing the world's authority. The host can understand this as the world's trial. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. The system forcibly explained the assassination by the world's will against Fujiwara Tenichi as a trial, leaving him bewildered. 6 paths level, how easy it is to say. Fujiwara Tenichi lamented. Even if he developed the entire template of Zong, he might still not reach that level. However, it might not be as difficult as it seems. He hesitated for a moment, focusing his gaze on the item list. The Reincarnation Eye is the final evolution of the Byakugan, undoubtedly on the same level as the Rinnegan, with power that is no less than that of the Rinnegan. However, due to the difficulty of evolution, it has rarely appeared in the shinobi world. Perhaps the legendary Hyuga Tenjin, who once dominated the shinobi world, was close to the level of the Byakugan, yet in the end, he lost by a single move. In this world where bloodlines reign supreme, lacking the Otsutsuki bloodline makes it exceedingly difficult to reach the pinnacle of the world. Non-bloodline ninjas have a ceiling of shadow level, though any further advancement is almost always achieved through tricks. Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation and Might Guy's 8 Gates are typical examples. But ultimately, does this thing help me achieve my goals, or limit me? Fujiwara Tenichi harbored considerable ambition, and when he saw the New World Passage, the seeds of ambition were deeply sown in his heart. The Otsutsuki bloodline may indeed be called the apex in this world, but in the vast multiverse, the shinobi world is but a speck of dust. What significance does the Otsutsuki clan hold? Humans are the spirits of all beings, and also a race of infinite possibilities. If one were to become tainted with the Otsutsuki bloodline, could they still be considered a pure human? Ding! Would you like to spend 5 individual multiverse points to transform the Reincarnation Eye into a divine ability? The system's prompt interrupted Fujiwara Tenichi's thoughts, perfectly resolving his dilemma. 50,000, that's 500,000 shinobi points. Goodness, I worked so hard to save some money, and you just took it all. Previously, Fujiwara Tenichi had resisted the invasion of the 4 nations and earned over 20,000 shinobi points. If it weren't for killing Senju Tobarama and Otsutsuki Karasu, he wouldn't even have enough to pay the system. Just do it, deduct the payment, don't let me have a change of heart. Fujiwara Tenichi said painfully. Should he kill Uchiha Obito to earn some money? If he starved to death in the ice prison, who would be responsible? Fujiwara Tenichi regretted a bit. If he had just directly plucked out the eye and replaced it, though a bit unsanitary and slightly painful, at least it wouldn't cost him any money. This system turned a profit of 500,000 in price difference, leaving the big boss in a loss. I hope it will be worth it, Fujiwara Tenichi murmured. Rest assured, host. The products of the system are absolutely worth the price. Fujiwara Tenichi closed his eyes, lying on the gilded dragon throne, feeling the changes brought by his eyes. The cool and comfortable sensation caused him to fall asleep. After resisting the invasion of the 4 major nations and undergoing such a life-and-death battle, Fujiwara Tenichi's nerves had been stretched taut. He was indeed feeling somewhat tired. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Senju Hashirama also noticed that his brother and good friend were missing. Tobarama and Obito, could it be that they eloped? Smack! Senju Hashirama slapped himself hard, and said, "Hashirama, what nonsense are you thinking? Obito would never cheat." Moreover, Izuna died at Tobarama's hands. Obito would absolutely not. Absolutely not. At least it wouldn't be Tobarama. Little Hashirama firmly told himself not to think wildly. After instructing his subordinates to investigate the situation of his brother and good friend Senju Hashirama sat down at the desk in the Hokage building with a face full of despair, staring at the mountain of paperwork, instantly petrified. Within the silent palace, a chilling tremor resonated. Fujiwara Tenichi opened his eyes once more, his irises glowing with an ethereal blue-white light. The Rinnegan, a truly mesmerizing power. Chakra was never humanity's birthright, it belonged exclusively to the Otsutsuki clan. Ordinary shinobi were in essence flawed byproducts. When an Otsutsuki wielded this power, both chakra affinity and control surged to their absolute zenith. This was precisely why the Otsutsuki devoted themselves to planting divine trees across the cosmos. They required no cultivation. The planting of the divine tree itself replaced all training. By consuming its fruit, chakra would awaken within them like a sapling, sprouting, growing, blooming, and bearing fruit in perfect sequence. Thus they attained the ultimate pinnacle of chakra, power forever beyond the reach of ordinary shinobi. Though Fujiwara Tenichi bore no Otsutsuki blood, he had paid the staggering price of 500,000 shinobi realm points to fully integrate this power into his very being. 500,000 shinobi realm points, enough to purchase a pair of Rinnegan from the system for a mere 200,000. What Fujiwara Tenichi sought was not augmentation, but the preservation of his pure human lineage. Though the Otsutsuki closely resembled humans in appearance, their bloodline was utterly alien, evidenced most clearly by the twin horns crowning their brows. Fujiwara Tenichi did not know whether the cost of 500,000 points was justified, but his instincts urged him forward without hesitation. Divine Arts. Fujiwara Tenichi observed the system's newly updated interface and deliberately ignored its detached commentary. The exorbitant sum of 500,000 shinobi realm points had been spent solely to transmute the Rinnegan from inherited bloodline into a mastered divine art. Yet what astonished Fujiwara Tenichi most were two other divine arts: Eight Gates Release and Transparent World. Indeed, Kyoju Enichi was a genius bound by his world's limits. Fujiwara Tenichi murmured a quiet note of reverence in his voice. The Demon Slayer realm stood far beneath the shinobi realm in both transcendent power and technological advancement. Both remained profoundly primitive. At its apex, the Demon Slayer realm possessed only two figures of true transcendence, Kyoju Enichi and the Demon King Muzan. Though Muzan achieved immortality, his flaws were numerous, reminiscent in certain ways of Haiden of later eras. Technologically, the Demon Slayer realm was rooted in the early Taisho era, Japan having just emerged from the Meiji Restoration, its industrial revolution barely begun. Kyoju Enichi had lived centuries before even that time. Yet his swordsmanship was so sublime that he could obliterate thousands of Muzan's scattered flesh fragments in a single instant. If the innate flame patterns were the world's gift, granting him the ability to slay Muzan, then the transparent world was his defiance of those very limits. Fujiwara Tenichi could distinctly sense its value. Even when clashing with an opponent of 6 paths tier strength, like Otsutsuki Saju, the transparent world granted him extraordinary insight and advantage. Had Kyoju Enichi been born in the shinobi realm, he might well have led the samurai to reclaim supremacy over the shinobi. As for Eight Gates Release, it truly caught me off guard. Eight Gates Release inflicted devastating damage upon the enemy, but at equal if not greater cost to the user. Yet the power unleashed upon opening all 8 gates was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Should a 6-path steer cultivator possess the indomitable will to master the final gate, the Gate of Death, the resulting might would be legendary. The number of gates one could open depended not merely on physical constitution, but on mastery, on profound intuitive understanding of the art itself. From this perspective, it resembled less a ninjutsu and more a cultivation art. Yet unlike conventional arts, it resisted universal mastery. Its efficacy demanded innate compatibility. Thus it qualified as a divine art. The Rinnegan followed the same principle. Though systematized into a divine art, those of Otsutsuki descent would inevitably advance with unparalleled speed and ease. In truth, the system deemed Fujiwara Tenichi's expenditure of 500,000 shinobi realm points not wasteful at all. The Otsutsuki legacy ran deep in the shinobi realm. Nearly every bloodline clan carried traces of it, especially the Hyuga. Should Fujiwara Tenichi fully subjugate the Hyuga and guide them in mastering the Rinnegan divine art, he would in time command an entire legion of Rinnegan wielders. Moreover, the theory of the 8 gates transcended chakra alone. Its principles applied universally across cultivation systems. With minor adaptations, it could be integrated into any path of power. System: acquire 4 sets of 8 gates release. Fujiwara Tenichi said, wincing inwardly. He had previously purchased the first 4 gates separately, only because the system had prohibited purchasing the full set at once. Yet now he discovered a cruel irony: acquiring the remaining 4 gates individually cost more than the original complete set. This is a catastrophic loss. Like water through fingers, 40,000 shinobi realm points vanished in an instant. Still, the innovative Tier 8 gates release conferred tremendous advantages. Even Might Guy, the art's undisputed master, now lagged far behind Fujiwara Tenichi in theoretical depth and practical comprehension. Fujiwara Tenichi even believed he could refine the technique further, breaking the fatal inevitability of death upon opening the 8th gate. As for the innate talent Sword Heart, he felt no uncertainty. Every character template he had drawn embodied peerless swordsmanship genius. All attributes, talent, skills, memories, were fully inherited. Kyoju Enichi and Zoro the Great, 2 prodigies whose names echoed across swordsmanship's highest echelons, made such a talent seem almost inevitable. But why on earth did you retain the directionally challenged trait? Fujiwara Tenichi gritted his teeth, confronting the system with palpable fury. After all, he had navigated the mist-shrouded battlefields of the Land of Water, never once losing his way. Granted, he had rarely ventured beyond the Fire Country's encampments, except during war with Kirigakure. But he, Fujiwara Tenichi, could proudly declare he had never lost his bearings on the battlefield. I am invincible in the ninja world. Who dares to battle me among the heavens? Fujiwara Tenichi proclaimed confidently while standing on the walls of the capital of the Land of Fire. Having mastered the Rebirth Eye technique, his power could be deemed unmatched in the ninja world. Today, unless Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara joined forces, there was scarcely any chance to defeat him. At this moment, 3 days had passed since Fujiwara Tenichi dispatched the 12 guardian ninjas. During these 3 days, reports of victories poured in from battlefields everywhere. Among the 5 great nations of the ninja world and dozens of smaller nations, more than half had already succumbed to the might of the Land of Fire and the iron heel of the 12 guardian ninjas. Although only a few individuals were sent to each battlefield, and no one could return to relay information, the ninjas killed by the 12 guardian ninjas would still bring Fujiwara Tenichi a substantial number of ninja world points and rewards in character template proficiency. In just 3 short days, Zoro's character template development had nearly reached completion. Although Fujiwara Tenichi's strength did not significantly improve, his swordsmanship had seen notable advancement. What should be done about Hashirama? At that time, I was a bit reckless. Had I known, I would have kept Tobarama's life. Although Fujiwara Tenichi's strength had already surpassed that of Senju Hashirama, he had once received favors from Hashirama before his rise to power, and naturally, he was reluctant to turn against him. This was also the reason he had hesitated to kill Uchiha Madara. Naturally, the news of the battle at the city gate had long reached Konoha village. Senju Hashirama had sent someone to inquire about it, but Fujiwara Tenichi was unsure how to explain, so he asked the Konoha envoy to invite Senju Hashirama to the capital personally. The earliest to return from the 12 guardian ninjas was Eren, who had gone to the moon. Revered as one of the twin pillars of the empire, her strength had already reached the level of the 6 paths, and the mission she was responsible for was the most significant. On the moon, there were not only descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, but also the Outer Path Golem and the sealed Otsutsuki Kaguya. Fujiwara Tenichi sent her to the moon with the intention of eliminating the Otsutsuki clan. My lord, I have already searched Uchiha Madara's memories and made some discoveries. Agasudo had approached Fujiwara Tenichi at this moment. Although Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama suddenly attacked Fujiwara Tenichi with the impetus of the World's Will, there must be a motive, otherwise the World's Will would not easily manipulate them. 3 parts destiny, 7 parts effort. This saying is not just empty words. If everything were arranged by heaven, then why didn't Senju Hashirama attack Fujiwara Tenichi together? In that case, Fujiwara Tenichi probably wouldn't survive long enough for the system upgrade. Agasudo handed a sphere of white light to Fujiwara Tenichi. As soon as he touched the white light, a memory surfaced. Uchiha Madara's memory. In front of a stone tablet, Uchiha Madara stood side by side with a black shadow. Lord Madara, I was born from your will, a companion being of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hearing the words of the shadow, Uchiha Madara looked at the stone tablet passed down through the Uchiha clan and spoke of a companion creature named Kaguya that would appear once the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was activated. A person as arrogant as Uchiha Madara was initially somewhat skeptical, but upon looking at the tablet, he finally let down his guard. The scene shifted and Senju Tobarama found Uchiha Madara hoping he could join in the assassination of Fujiwara Tenichi. Senju Tobarama believed that Fujiwara Tenichi's existence had already disrupted the balance of the ninja world, posing a significant threat to the survival of ninjas. Uchiha Madara initially took it lightly, And since the one asking was the man who killed his own brother Senju Tobarama, he naturally refused outright. However, later Kaguya urged Uchiha Madara repeatedly. Perhaps in Kaguya's eyes Fujiwara Tenichi was also a significant obstacle, or perhaps Kaguya simply did not care about Fujiwara Tenichi. He only wanted Uchiha Madara to kill Fujiwara Tenichi, then clash with Senju Hashirama, enabling him to benefit from the turmoil and accomplish his goal of rescuing his mother. However, none of this mattered anymore. Had I known, I should have kept Tobarama to search his memories. Oh, what was this man thinking, daring to assassinate the daimyo? Fujiwara Tenichi could never have imagined that Senju Tobarama was merely motivated by concerns for the future spurred on by the worlds. Well, although his worries were indeed justified. Ninjas might not be replaced, but Fujiwara Tenichi would undoubtedly control powers beyond the ordinary. What about Eren's side? Fujiwara Tenichi asked Agasudo beside him. Reporting to the daimyo, the outer path golem has been transformed into a firing weapon by Eren using high-level enhancement magic. This is it. As he spoke, a firearm materialized in Agasudo's hand. It was not a rifle, but a firearm of an ancient style. Due to the need for charging, it was made in the style of a firearm, allowing only single shots. Not bad. Fujiwara Tenichi remarked while playing with it for a while. Otsutsuki Kaguya has already been confined, awaiting your handling, my lord. Good. Fujiwara Tenichi generously praised. By the way, Agasudo, there is still an Otsutsuki clan member hiding in the ninja world. I will leave that for you to resolve. Fujiwara Tenichi knew that when Kaguya arrived in the ninja world, there was another companion said to be of higher status than Kaguya. The fruit of the divine tree was originally meant for him, but this Otsutsuki clan member was ambushed by Kaguya. Although he did not die, he had been recuperating for a millennium in the ninja world. Now that the ninja world was about to fall under Fujiwara Tenichi's control, he could not leave such a hidden danger. I accept the order, Agasudo bowed. Let Demaria accompany you as well, Fujiwara Tenichi murmured. This Otsutsuki clan member had been lurking in the ninja world for over 1,000 years without revealing any signs, indicating that his strength should not be underestimated. He likely possessed some 6 paths level abilities. The natural force or magic power was indeed scarce in the ninja world. Although the 12 guardian ninjas were powerful, the recovery of magic power required time. Having an additional partner was also to prevent Agasudo from encountering unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, Fujiwara Tenichi now possessed strength at the 6 paths level, and few could threaten him in the ninja world, allowing him to confidently deploy the 12 guardian ninjas. You may withdraw for now. Yes, my lord. Fujiwara Tenichi placed his hands behind his back, gazing at the newly cultivated rice fields and rivers beyond the city walls, nodding with satisfaction. The previous battle outside the city had indeed left significant marks on the surface. Fujiwara Tenichi arranged for a moat to be constructed outside the city and centered around this river, expanded outwards to cultivate a considerable amount of land. In the process, he also concealed the scars left by the previous battle. Under the iron hooves of the 12 shields of the Holy Protector, the ninja world has now submitted to the rule of Fujiwara Tenichi. Among the 12 shields of the Holy Protector, aside from Auguste and Demilia, who are still out searching for hidden Otsutsuki members, and Kaguya, the rest have returned to the capital. However, what surprised Fujiwara Tenichi was that aside from the 4 major nations of wind, earth, thunder, and water, almost none of the others had engaged in fierce resistance. In just a few days, the ninja world was unified. When Senju Hashirama arrived in the capital and learned of this news, he was utterly shocked, almost forgetting his good friend and younger brother. When he learned that his brother Senju Tobarama had been killed, he was surprisingly calm. Moreover, from Uchiha Madara, he learned that it was he and Tobarama who had come to the capital to assassinate Fujiwara Tenichi, but were counterattacked, and he sincerely apologized to Fujiwara Tenichi on behalf of the Senju clan. After being struck repeatedly, Senju Hashirama looked at the thriving land of fire reflected on his dreams, and then glanced at the already peacefully unified ninja world, ultimately feeling disheartened, and returned to Konoha village, retreating with the Senju clan. The second Hokage initially wanted to assign the position to Uchiha Madara, but with such a proud individual who would not be Hokage without a good friend, he directly threw in the towel, leaving the Uchiha clan members furious. Ultimately, amidst the open and covert struggles of the various ninja clans, Sarutobi Sasuke, the father of Sarutobi Hisashi, assumed the role of the second Hokage. Fujiwara Tenichi ultimately did not abolish the system of ninja villages. Most of the ninjas in the ninja world had gathered in the 5 major ninja villages, and during the campaign of the 12 shields of the Holy Protector, the other 4 major ninja villages suffered heavy casualties, leaving only a few remaining. It had already become unviable. Nowadays, the only place with a complete and sound ninjutsu system is probably Konoha. If even Konoha were to cease to exist, the various ninja clans would inevitably descend into chaos, which would require suppression and killing, leading to the possibility of ninjas becoming an endangered profession, much like the samurai. Senju Tobirama's concerns were not without reason. However, such a shrewd person, if not for the machinations of the worlds, would not have acted so impulsively. Perhaps he thought that bringing Uchiha Madara along would guarantee victory. The result, however, was that he encountered the formidable Fujiwara Tenichi. Under the absolute power of the 12 shields of the Holy Protector, the ninja world is now dominated solely by the Land of Fire. Even the desolate Wind Country, filled with yellow sand, has completely surrendered under the ravages of the Desert King Agile. The Wind Country is not like the Land of Fire or other prosperous nations. Due to its lack of water and poor soil fertility, many of the common people in the Wind Country live alone and do not congregate to form villages or cities. Agile, taking advantage of his sand magic, was able to completely reclaim the Wind Country in a short period of time. Ding! A congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of unifying the ninja world. You have received a reward of 100 world points, a fixed teleportation passage X1, an opportunity to draw from the treasure of the worlds, can specify direction X1, and an opportunity to draw a character template from the worlds, can specify direction X1. Indeed, you are a system that enjoys being passive, Fujiwara Tenichi joked at the system. Since he crossed into the ninja world, he had not triggered any hidden tasks. Host Fujiwara Tenichi. Identity Daimyo of the Land of Fire, Lord of the Ninja World. Strength Celestial level 6 Pads level. Bloodline Human 100. Skills Swordsmanship Advanced, Ninjutsu Intermediate, Breathing Techniques Advanced. Divine Powers Rebirth I World Transparency 8 Gates of Doinjasudo. Talent Sword Heart Directionally Challenged. Character Template Kinju Enichi 100 Rorinoa Zoro 100. Pending tasks Passing on the Lineage. Item Sun Will Sword Hado Ichi Manji Black Blade Shio Shuei 3rd Generation Ghost Cutter Yin Mo 2nd Generation Ghost Cutter 1st Generation Ghost Cutter Fixed World Teleportation Passage X1. Drawing Opportunities New World Passage Drawing Opportunity X1 World Character Template Drawing Opportunity X2 Can specify direction X1 World Treasure Drawing Opportunity Can specify direction X1. Ninja World Points 123013 World Points 10,000. Evaluation You are already a great lord of the ninja world, but in T. After the campaign of the 12 shields of the Holy Protector, Zoro's template has reached 100 proficiency. However, with the rebirth, even if my swordsmanship has improved, it seems insignificant after all 3 parts depend on destiny, 7 parts on reincarnation. Systems specify the drawing direction as the sword path. Draw a character template. Specify the drawing direction as the treasure sword. Draw a treasure. Ding! Specifying the drawing direction of the sword path. Drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host, you have drawn one of the 10 fiends, the 9-leaf sword grass. Ding! Specifying the drawing direction of the treasure sword. Drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host, you have drawn one of the 10 divine weapons, the Xianyuan sword. Fujiwara Tenichi's eyes sparkled. This is the true golden legend. The 9-leaf sword grass from the perfect world, one of the 10 fiends. Description: a grass that can cut through the sun, moon, and stars. The Xianyuan sword, an ancient divine weapon. Description: the world's divine sword given to Emperor Xianyuan by the gods of the heavenly realm to defeat Chiyu. Later nourished by human luck, its power has increased even more. Since the 9-leaf sword grass is not of the human race, does that mean it can only pass on its sword intent and divine powers? Fujiwara Tenichi murmured as he felt the new memories emerging in his mind. The Xianyuan sword legend has it its origins are much debated, but the one in Fujiwara Tenichi's hands is indeed a postnatal weapon that rivals innate divine artifacts. This sword was originally a slaughtering sword made from the flesh and blood of the human race by the demon race during the early stages of the War of the Sorcerers, possessing incredible effects against the sorcerer race, being a bane to them. Later it was reforged by the supreme sage of the 3 pure ones who collected copper from Shoshan Mountain, recast it in the 8 trigrams furnace, purged its evil and malice, and bestowed it upon the then human Emperor Xuanyuan, becoming a treasure that suppressed the fate of the human race. The grade of this divine sword is far beyond what Fujiwara Tenichi can wield in his hands. It feels more like an antique sword, unable to unleash even a fraction of its power. Because at this moment Fujiwara Tenichi still cannot gain its recognition. A treasure sword has a spirit choosing its master. Although Fujiwara Tenichi is also a lord of a realm now, this small ninja world is likely not enough for the Xianyuan sword to even turn over. At the very least, it's an antique sword that won't break, Fujiwara Tenichi said to comfort himself. In the capital of the Fire Nation, numerous caravans filled with families passed through the city gates, while the bustling streets were teeming with pedestrians, and the calls of vendors added a touch of vitality to the city. It has been half a month since the Fire Nation unified the ninja world, and the results of this campaign are evident. Now only one voice remains in the ninja world, the voice of the Fire Nation. The four great nations are no longer independent states, but have been incorporated into the territory of the Fire Nation. However, making such a significant leap requires time for the Fire Nation to stabilize and recuperate. Currently, the strength of the Fire Nation is still limited to military might. Even with the entire ninja world under its banner, it cannot spare the resources to meticulously govern each region. To address the chaos in various regions, Fujiwara Tenichi has continuously employed the multi-shadow clone technique, dispatching a clone to each country to govern personally. If it weren't for the persuasion of his ministers, Fujiwara Tenichi would have wanted to create 1,000 or 800 clones to monitor the movements of the ninja world at all times. There is no doubt that he could achieve this. The worst outcome would be akin to Naruto becoming Hokage, merely an illusion. In addition, to ensure the prosperity and stability of the ninja world, Fujiwara Tenichi invested heavily in purchasing high-yield seeds for rice, sweet potatoes, corn, and other crops from the system. These seeds are treasures of the world, but due to the necessary planting cycle, immediate results cannot be expected. However, with these crops, it won't be long before the ninja world experiences an unprecedented era of prosperity. Within just a month, Fujiwara Tenichi has managed to stabilize the chaotic conditions following the Great War. In the capital, Fujiwara Tenichi stood atop the newly constructed altar, raising the Xinyuan divine sword in his hand, praying and offering sacrifices to the heavens. The altar stands a towering 365 meters high, built from earth manipulation. Below the altar, the common folk gathered, cheering joyfully. Although they were kept at a distance by the warriors, it did not dampen their enthusiasm in the slightest. The officials of the Fire Nation stood on the steps of the altar, with those of higher rank positioned further up. A monk from the Fire Temple stood beside Fujiwara Tenichi, chanting praises. Since the heavens covered the earth, clouds drifted lazily. Sweet dew rains down the land, is fit for passage. Nourishment seeps through. How can life not flourish? With 6 ears of fine grain, what more can I store? The yellow dragon rises auspiciously, heralding virtue. Colors dazzlingly shine, radiating brilliance. The sun rises clearly, awakening the dawn. Through the vessel of transmission, the clouds carry the mandate. Its principles are clear, not needing to be repeated. Relying on nature, it reveals the mountains and peaks. Fujiwara Tenichi's unification of the ninja world can be regarded as an unprecedented achievement, earning him the title of Emperor Tenichi. Long live Emperor Tenichi! Long live Emperor Tenichi! Long live Emperor Tenichi! It is unknown who started the chant, but the crowd soon began to shout in unison, "Long live Fujiwara Tenichi," echoing throughout the capital. A festive atmosphere enveloped the entire capital at this moment. After the grand ceremony, Fujiwara Tenichi's second uncle Fujiwara Hiroshi reiterated an old saying. "Your Majesty, your unification of the ninja world is a feat unseen by those before and after you, making you a timeless emperor. However, you still need to be cautious about your heirs." Fujiwara Tenichi. Since the end of the war, Fujiwara Hiroshi's only joy has been urging Fujiwara Tenichi to have children, and many ministers have begun to follow suit. At every opportunity, they would bring up Fujiwara Tenichi's lack of heirs, seeing it as an irresponsible act towards himself, the nation, the people, and his ancestors. During these days, Fujiwara Tenichi found this incessant pressure unbearable and could only rotate his affections among the concubines in the harem each night. Through Fujiwara Tenichi's hard work, results finally began to show as 4 of the primary consorts in the harem confirmed their pregnancies. As the days passed, Fujiwara Tenichi's first batch of high-yield crops finally reached the harvest season. On this day, local officials responsible for taxing the fields of farmers reported to the capital, each one looking quite agitated. Previously, the Lord distributed a type of hybrid rice to our county, and it actually yielded over 1,000 kilograms per mu. What Lord? It should be referred to as the Emperor. An official nearby quickly reminded him. Oh, right, how could I forget? What about the crops you are responsible for? Are they also high yield? An official stationed in the northern part of the Fire Nation chimed in. The corn promoted by the Emperor in the north actually surpassed 500 kilograms per mu. The average yield is even higher than our previous best single mu yield. It's simply miraculous. This person seemed to regard corn as a miraculous crop, and the official he was addressing scoffed, just 500 kilograms. The hybrid rice we manage in Teigu County exceeds 1,000 kilograms per mu. Oh, how is that possible? Don't talk nonsense, otherwise when it comes time to pay taxes you'll be shorting the amounts, and the Emperor won't let you off easily. The northern official naturally thought this person was bragging. It's rare to see someone like you. This is the crop the Emperor wants to popularize in Teigu County. This first year, our local government is only responsible for seedling cultivation, but later on, every citizen in Teigu County will be able to plant this super hybrid rice that yields over 1,000 kilograms per mu. Seeing the confidence of the person before him not resembling a boastful character, the northern official stroked his chin and fell into contemplation. Not only them, but Fujiwara Tenichi has also exchanged for dozens of high-yield crops with the system and distributed them according to the actual conditions of each region. Have you heard? The Minister of Finance stationed in the Wind City actually said that their rice yield per mu also exceeded 1,000 jin. Is that true? That guy must be crazy. He wouldn't be trying to save face by boasting since all our crops are high yield, would he? Yeah, growing rice in a desert and yielding 1,000 jin per mu. How can he say that? The Ministry of Finance. Officials stationed in various regions gathered together, eagerly reporting on the crops they were responsible for. Chongya Daichi, what about the situation in Wind City? The head of the Ministry of Finance quickly directed his question to the official from Wind City. Since the Fire Nation unified the ninja world, the names of the great nations have been changed to cities. The gaze of those around focused on Chongya Daichi as they had heard of the desert rice situation and naturally had great interest. Lord Kazakage, the desert rice trial in Wind City has reached a yield of 500 kilograms per mu thanks to the joint effort of the local citizens and the ninjas from Konoha village. However, it will take time for it to mature. Good. The Emperor is particularly concerned about the situation in Wind City, as it is resource scarce. The Emperor worried they might struggle due to environmental factors, which is why he sent an earth manipulation expert from the Senju clan of Konoha village to assist. You should take extra care. The situation in Wind City is not like other places. If you change personnel midway, it could greatly affect rice cultivation. Once the desert rice becomes widespread, I will transfer you back to the capital. Yes, Lord Kazakage. Hearing the words of the Minister of Finance, Chongya Daichi's eyes lit up. Us local officials are not afraid of hardship. We only fear that there is no hope for the future. Volume 2, The Cosmic Human Alliance. In just a few short years since Fujiwara Tenichi took office, the Land of Fire not only unified the ninja world, but also thanks to the crop seeds exchanged from the system, the entire ninja world was enveloped in an atmosphere of peace. In the 5th year of the Tenichi Emperor's reign, time flowed like water and the power of the ninja world was no longer used for conflict, but had transformed into an extremely efficient productive force. Moreover, under the intentional guidance of Fujiwara Tenichi, the technological tree of the ninja world began to head in the right direction, with the Otsutsuki clan along with Kurozetsu and Shirozetsu being eliminated one by the magical King August. It is worth mentioning that the 3 generals under August's guidance mastered their respective magical specialties and successfully stepped into the threshold of the Super Shadow level. However, the current Super Shadow level has been classified by the system as a pseudo-celestial level. To qualify as a celestial level, one must not only meet the requirements for power, but also possess the ability to traverse the cosmos, a necessary skill for cosmic citizens. Fujiwara Tenichi stood above the capital, gazing down at the masses below. With the power of his rebirth, he could easily see the ground several kilometers away. It's time to embark on a new journey. 3 years ago, when he ascended to the celestial level, he had drawn a new world. However, this world's level seemed far too high, far beyond what the current ninja world could reach. The goal of leading the ninja world to battle across the heavens had also fallen through. August, how is the arrangement going? Fujiwara Tenichi inquired. A fluctuation enveloped Fujiwara Tenichi, and August stepped out of the void responding, Your Majesty, the formation has been successfully set up. Then let us depart. Looking at the familiar city beneath him, Fujiwara Tenichi reluctantly turned his gaze away. August set up a magic formation that encompassed the entire ninja world, establishing over a dozen formation eyes, which were guarded by various individuals. The most critical formation eye was set in the royal palace, personally guarded by Scarlet Despair Eileen. With Eileen in this formation in place, Fujiwara Tenichi no longer needed to worry about the Otsutsuki clan invading the ninja world. The function of this formation was simple: to protect and conceal the earth, while enhancing the concentration of magical elements in the air of the ninja world, thereby lowering the difficulty of magical cultivation. The resources used to set up this formation were thanks to the contributions of the 3 great sacred places. Fujiwara Tenichi, along with the 12 shields of the holy protection, raided the 3 great sacred places to gather the magical elements needed for the formation, which were essentially forces of nature. Especially the toad oil from Miyaboku Mountain, which was a divine substance for increasing the concentration of magical elements in the ninja world. To Fujiwara Tenichi's astonishment, the sages from the 3 great sacred places had absorbed magical elements for over 1,000 years, with their magical power being so substantial that in terms of quantity, it was comparable to the 12 shields of the holy protection, second only to August and Eileen. If they were to gain the means to cast spells that would result in 3 pseudo-celestial level combatants. Moreover, with their immense magical power, they also awakened their own magic. The prophetic magic of the Toad Sage was a power capable of glimpsing the future. The healing magic of the Slug Sage was a lower-tier life magic. The transformation magic of the White Snake Sage granted limitless possibilities. All three of these magics had high ceilings, and to cultivate them to such a level in this world, Fujiwara Tenichi silently marveled. These three were indeed the true children of destiny in the ninja world. Fujiwara Tenichi still wanted to take them to the new world to battle across the heavens, but unfortunately everything they could do August could do as well. In the sky directly above the ninja world, Fujiwara Tenichi opened the passage to the new world, while August lightly waved his wand, creating an invisible magical barrier to protect the two. The moment they passed through the passage, Fujiwara Tenichi felt a searing sensation. What appeared before his eyes was unexpectedly a small sun. Though small, this sun was complete in every aspect. Its volume was less than 10 cubic kilometers, but its surface temperature exceeded 3,000 degrees Celsius, and the wave of heat that hit them almost scorched Fujiwara Tenichi. The magical barrier set by August evaporated instantly, and the power of the rebirth eye automatically shielded him. In an instant, Fujiwara Tenichi manipulated a repelling force to distance himself and August from the small sun. This starting point system, you must be doing this on purpose. Fujiwara Tenichi questioned the system with annoyance. Anyone who walked in front of the Grim Reaper wouldn't have a good temper. Your Majesty. August's voice trembled slightly. What is it? Fujiwara Tenichi asked after calming his emotions. The magical power. The magical power here. Upon August's reminder, Fujiwara Tenichi instantly grasped his meaning. The concentration of magical elements in this world was extremely high, and the power surged towards them like the sea. This, X2, the exhilarating sensation of magical freedom, caused both of them to gasp. Compared to the magical wasteland of the ninja world, this place felt like paradise. Let's find a planet to land on first, Fujiwara Tenichi said, regaining his composure. According to the system's introduction, this world was no simple matter. The ocean-like vastness of magical power alone proved how favored the magic users in this world were by fate. Not only Fujiwara Tenichi, but even August, who came from the magical world, was shocked by the concentration of magical power here. In such a world, the bottlenecks he previously believed in would cease to exist. The two quickly found a large comet. There was no gravity on the comet, and after setting up a magical barrier, Fujiwara Tenichi and August began to adapt to the magical power of this world. The difference in magical concentration also had a certain impact on casting spells. When August and the others first arrived in the ninja world, the power of the spells they cast was affected due to the low concentration of magical power. Moreover, a high concentration of magical power wasn't entirely beneficial. August was relatively fine, having come from the magical world, but Fujiwara Tenichi was already showing signs of magical excess. Similar to the principle of oxygen toxicity, the discomfort arising from an excessive concentration of magical elements in the body generally occurs when someone moves from a low concentration area to a high concentration area. However, due to his powerful physical constitution, Fujiwara Tenichi quickly adapted to this change. Meanwhile, August, whose magical power was as heavy as the sea, began to surge violently. Having just arrived in this world, his strength underwent a qualitative change. Having lived for over 400 years, August's strength had not progressed for over 300 years, previously hindered by the weakness of the world. Now it was as if he was immersed in a sea of magical power, and the once solidified bottleneck was easily shattered like a sheet of white paper under the onslaught of magical waves. A powerful wave of magical energy radiated outwards from August. The comet where the two were located could no longer bear the strain and began to crack apart. The bottleneck that had confined August for 3 centuries shattered at last, and his elation overflowed. Only after a long moment did he regain composure and hastily bow to Fujiwara Tenichi, standing nearby. Your Majesty, this humble minister has acted most unbecomingly. No matter, Fujiwara Tenichi extended a hand to help August rise. Your breakthrough is also a blessing upon this realm. Let us first seek a populated place. We must not linger here. Fujiwara Tenichi spoke calmly. Though both possessed celestial tier cultivation, they dared not presume arrogance upon arriving in this unfamiliar world. Indeed, according to the system's exposition of this universe, even celestial tier cultivators could barely ensure self-preservation within their native star system. This world embraced the concept of a multiverse. Within each universe existed vast aggregations of galaxy clusters and galactic clouds, collectively termed supergalactic clusters. Fujiwara Tenichi had manifested upon a solitary star system. To safeguard the host, the system had designated a birth system devoid of any cultivator exceeding the celestial tier. Naturally, beings far surpassing the celestial tier existed, but the system's introductory dossier offered no further details on them. For an indeterminate span, Fujiwara Tenichi and August drifted across the star system until they finally located a planet, only to discover its inhabitants still languished in the Stone Age, utterly incapable of offering aid. Thus the two wandered the cosmos for who knew how long. Fortunately, celestial tier cultivators sustained themselves purely through energy, otherwise starvation would have claimed them long ago. Adrift in the primordial void, they could not measure time precisely, yet they vaguely recalled it had been over 40 days before they sighted a vessel gliding silently through the stellar abyss. The stranger uttered a torrent of unintelligible syllables, then suddenly grasped a crystalline shard from his pouch and handed it to Fujiwara Tenichi, gesturing emphatically for him to press it against his forehead. Fujiwara Tenichi complied, and instantly a new tongue bloomed within his mind, the universal tongue of the Cosmic Human Alliance. He then passed the crystal to Ogast. Oh heavens, celestial tier adventurers who do not speak the universal tongue. How astonishing. The stranger introduced himself as Uchiha, a seasoned explorer hailing from the Hunter Galaxy, famed as the Star of Adventurers. Uchiha himself had attained the celestial tier, and he stood astonished that Fujiwara Tenichi and Ogast, peers of such stature, traversed the void unaided by starship. After all, in countless star systems, celestial tier cultivators were already deemed apex sovereigns. Thereafter, Uchiha patiently imparted foundational knowledge of this cosmos. From his discourse, Fujiwara Tenichi distilled several pivotal insights. Generally speaking, a celestial tier cultivator represented the theoretical zenith attainable by a planet's total resource endowment, though this applied strictly to the first celestial tier, being emerging from a nascent civilization. For the galaxy's most advanced civilizations, however, cultivating celestial tier life forms had evolved into a rigorous systematic discipline. That energy which Fujiwara Tenichi and Ogast had instinctively perceived as magic was in truth far more profound, known as cosmic energy. It served as the primordial substrate capable of transmuting into any form of energy in existence, an inexhaustible wellspring of infinite profundity. A civilization's first conscious engagement with cosmic energy invariably heralded an epochal leap forward. Such engagement was not physical. It manifested profoundly differently between technological and transcendental civilizations. A master of arcane arts, upon shattering planetary confines and stepping into the cosmos, would instantly sense this energy and immediately reap its boundless benefits. By contrast, technological civilizations grope blindly, like the proverbial blind man touching an elephant. This non-material energy remains utterly imperceptible to them. Uchiha shared numerous fundamentals of the multiverse, then guided the two toward the nearest transit hub of the Cosmic Human Alliance. This hub was erected by the Blackrock civilization, the most dominant power in this universe, specifically to serve interstellar explorers. Within each supergalactic cluster, dozens of such hubs were established, not all solely by the Blackrock civilization. Other factions of the Cosmic Human Alliance also contributed to this critical infrastructure. It was not due to insufficient capacity on Blackrock's part, but rather a deliberate policy to nurture allied civilizations. After all, adventurers proved remarkably fruitful sources of mutual benefit. Indeed, generous souls like Uchiha abounded among the ranks of explorers. Having ascended beyond rivalry, the Blackrock civilization actively fostered the growth of others, secure in its supremacy. For the multiverse teemed not only with humanity, but with colossal stellar beasts whose casual exhalations could annihilate hundreds or thousands of worlds. The Cosmic Human Alliance itself was forged to confront these titans. Without such existential pressure, humanity's fractious nature would have long since splintered this fragile coalition. As the foremost civilization in this universe, the Blackrock civilization bore immense sacrifice and reaped extraordinary glory in the war against stellar behemoths, earning renown across the multiverse. Indeed, this very universe bore their name, the Blackrock universe. The Blackrock civilization. Fujiwara Tenichi gazed upward, heart stirred by quiet aspiration that one day his own civilization might ascend to such eminence. Dreams may soar, but duty remains grounded. For now, Fujiwara Tenichi and Ogast's paramount objective was strength to safely transport the ninja world into this realm. They first required absolute self-sufficiency. A single breath from a stellar beast could obliterate 1,000 worlds. Such cataclysmic power dwarfed the ninja world's fragile scale beyond endurance. Uchiha's vessel moved with breathtaking swiftness, crossing the million-light-year gulf to the transit hub in under 10 days. Though termed a transit hub, it resembled a metropolis in every aspect. Its infrastructure complete, its facilities seamless. Uchiha led them to the tallest edifice in the hub, a gleaming spire forged entirely from an unknown silvery metal radiating luminous elegance. Fujiwara Tenichi and Ogast were ushered into an empty chamber, while Uchiha departed to locate the Blackrock civilization's local liaison. Moments later, Uchiha returned flanked by a towering man over 2 meters tall. Pointing at Fujiwara Tenichi and Ogast, he declared, "These are they." The man studied them impassively, then waved a dismissive hand and murmured, "Begin." Instantly, a shimmering energy net descended from the ceiling, enveloping them both. With the powerful perception of the rebirth, Feng Yuan Tian instantly sensed the strange energy in the electric net and quickly dodged. However, the two individuals at the door had somehow cast a spell that slowed down Feng Yuan Tian's movements by several times. Finally, the electric net fell upon the two of them. It seems ineffective. The tall man at the entrance expressed some confusion. It turned out that Uchiha had already placed a layer of barrier on the two of them when the electric net descended, blocking the attack from the net. How is that possible? How could it be ineffective? Hokage looked at the two a bit flustered. The malice in this world is indeed quite strong. Indeed, Feng Yuan Tian said lightly. Uchiha had sensed something amiss even before the two boarded Hokage's spaceship. Uchiha possessed a magic called Divine Ear which allowed him to hear the inner voices of people. Although it had been greatly weakened after arriving in this world, rendering him unable to hear others' thoughts, he could still easily judge kindness and malice. From the moment you boarded the spaceship, the stench of malice emanating from your soul made me feel nauseous. Uchiha did not conceal his disdain for Hokage. In contrast to Hokage's flustered state, the tall man beside him revealed considerable interest in Feng Yuan Tian and his companion. Are you two the nascent cosmic citizens of some civilization? How do you possess such control over energy? Moreover, judging by your appearance, it seems you aren't even at the planetary level yet. Hokage, are they really from a civilization that hasn't joined the Cosmic Human Alliance? The tall man's tone carried a hint of questioning and dissatisfaction. Hokage hurriedly explained, Boss Daimyo, it's true. I found them in a barren star system over 1,000,000 light years away. They don't even know the universal language of the cosmos. Well, it doesn't matter. You are quite lucky. These two exhibit no signs of energy catalysis, and it seems that old man is not an ordinary planetary level either. We won't pay you for these two. You may leave now. Lord Daimyo, then I shall take my leave. Hokage wanted to say a few more words, feeling it was a waste to come all this way without any compensation. After all, he couldn't afford the fuel cost for over 1,000,000 light years. However, when he saw the cold glint in Daimyo's eyes, he shivered and swallowed his words, quickly fleeing. One at the planetary level and the other seemingly at the nebula level. This is quite a substantial gain. Daimyo's gaze on Feng Yuan Tian and Uchiha was akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey, and he did not hide the cold light in his eyes. With a thought, Feng Yuan Tian summoned the Xinyuan sword into his hand. Currently, he was unable to unleash the full power of the Xinyuan sword. Even with the intent of the 9-leaf sword grass, he could only execute one move before entering a period of weakness. Uchiha acted first, tapping his wand on the ground, causing a 2-meter diameter golden-red fire pillar to burst forth from Daimyo's location, breaking through the metal skyscraper. The scorching temperature reached that of the surface of the sun. After arriving in this world, Uchiha had broken through the limits that constrained him, greatly enhancing the power of his magic. It seems ineffective indeed. Daimyo slowly walked out from the fire pillar, the intense heat not even singeing the corners of his clothing. It indeed shows no signs of catalysis. This power almost broke through my protective barrier, you two. Daimyo licked his lips, his eyes glinting with greed as he looked at Uchiha. You will surely fetch a good price. Saying this, Daimyo quickened his pace, rushing towards Feng Yuan Tian. He intended to take care of Feng Yuan Tian first before turning his full attention to Uchiha. It seems he isn't handling this attack as easily as we thought. As a sovereign, Feng Yuan Tian analyzed the situation calmly amidst the crisis. Grass character sword technique. A surge of soaring sword intent erupted from Feng Yuan Tian, and the powerful and pure sword pressure instantly shredded the metal walls and floor. Daimyo felt as if he was charging towards a lethal sword aimed directly at his throat. His right eyelid twitched under the blinding sword intent, causing his attack to slow considerably. At this moment, Feng Yuan Tian had thrust out a sword. Faced with such an unknown adversary, he dared not hold back. After all, even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. The grass character sword technique urged forth a sliver of true intent from the Xinyuan sword, piercing towards the enemy before him. Slow, painful spiral. Uchiha also cast 2 spells towards Daimyo. Although Daimyo sensed danger, he found himself momentarily immobilized by the pressure of the sword intent, and under the influence of Uchiha's magic, he charged straight towards the blade. Thud! The Xinyuan sword sank deeply into Daimyo's abdomen, and under the destruction caused by the grass character sword technique, his internal organs were instantly shredded. I never expected to fall so easily. I am a body refining. Daimyo fell to his knees, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if he could not believe that Feng Yuan Tian's sword could pierce through his formidable body and kill him. Boss Daimyo. Boss Daimyo. Naturally, Daimyo was not alone in the metal building. His subordinates, hearing the commotion from the battle, rushed to the door just in time to see Daimyo down under Feng Yuan Tian's sword. How is this possible? Boss Daimyo is our pirate civilization's only nebula-level powerhouse, and a body-refining nebula at that. How could he be killed by a broken sword? One stubborn subordinate glared at Fengyuan Tian, who held the long sword, and charged at him angrily. Fengyuan Tian had already entered a weakened state after using the grass character sword technique and barely managed to maintain his position. If Uchiha had not been there, he might have truly suffered an injury from this lackey. These lowly subordinates had not yet reached the level of cosmic citizens and could not defend against Uchiha's divine ear magic. After subduing these individuals, Uchiha had also gathered sufficient intelligence. Your Majesty, this is not a so-called cosmic transfer station, but a civilization that has already lost its home planet. Uchiha's words drew Fengyuan Tian's attention. This city floating in space was the remnant force of the pirate civilization. The pirate civilization was not originally cosmic pirates. They had their home planet where their people lived prosperous lives with technology and extraordinary powers developing in tandem. Their extraordinary powers focused on the rare body-refining direction, possessing unique advantages in defense, even able to withstand attacks from foes of a higher realm. After entering the interstellar age, such body-refining techniques quickly attracted the attention of some. Thus, the home planet of the pirate civilization was plundered. As their civilization faced extinction, they pooled their global efforts to create this cosmic drifting city, allowing the only planetary-level powerhouse on their planet Daimyo to lead selected immigrants on their interstellar wanderings. They wandered for thousands of years unknowingly, becoming the infamous pirate civilization. Daimyo broke through to nebula level, enabling him to keep this city alive. Moreover, relying on his formidable defensive capabilities, Daimyo was nearly invincible among peers, allowing the pirate civilization to persist to this day. Is this the law of the cosmos? Even with the so-called existence of the Cosmic Human Alliance, the natural law of the survival of the fittest still applies. The universe is vast. How could the human alliance manage it all? Only one's own strength is the ultimate truth. However, Fujiwara Tenichi became interested in the body-refining techniques of the pirate civilization. Even a force that even Daimyo, who had reached the nebula level, did not dare to entertain thoughts of revenge, would certainly attract the envy of Fujiwara Tenichi. Daimyo was just like them, not having experienced the resource catalysis to become a nebula-level powerhouse. In the multiverse, there exist countless civilizations, each with its own unique cultivation system. A civilization that has not been catalyzed by external forces and relies solely on self-cultivation to produce celestial-level powerhouses is vastly different from ordinary celestial-level beings. Many powerful civilizations have developed to the point where they can use resources to instantaneously create a celestial-level existence. Of course, the amount of resources required for this is also tremendously staggering. Moreover, such celestial beings only possess long lifespans and cannot balance strength. According to data observations, the first self-cultivating cosmic citizen of a civilization to reach celestial level possesses a much higher upper limit than other cosmic citizens. In Daimyo's view, both Fujiwara Tenichi and Agasut were such individuals. If they were sold, it would be enough to exchange for the means to cultivate two celestial-level beings in the pirate civilization. Moreover, Daimyo believed himself to be invincible at the same level, which is why he dared to act against both of them at once. Fujiwara Tenichi gazed at the collected body-refining techniques, instantly captivated. Star Sea Body Refining Classic. This body-refining secret art differs from ordinary techniques in that it is not limited by realms. Typically, whether it is body refining, soul refining, or other cultivation methods, they enhance with the rise in realms. However, this Star Sea Body Refining art sidesteps this pattern. In its initial stages, it only requires medicinal baths and the pressure of the deep sea to refine the body. Once the deep sea cultivation reaches its limit, one will naturally break through their own life level, achieving celestial level and becoming a cosmic citizen. The later stages of cultivation, however, come at a great cost. Aside from some conventional high-level resources, the star core of ocean planets is also required. The original text of the Star Sea Body Refining Classic merely provides a concept for the later cultivation methods. The specific methods were researched by Daimyo himself, and based on his personal practice, he proved this to be a feasible path. However, star cores are a costly commodity. The pirate civilization has plundered across the cosmos for thousands of years and can only afford two, one of which has already been used up by Daimyo. Fujiwara Tenichi and Agasut did not annihilate this civilization entirely. Even those who are despised must have their moments of pity. Aside from one star core, they only took some cultivation resources needed for the Star Sea Body Refining Classic and a spacecraft. Oh, that guy hasn't gone far. On the spacecraft, a faint smile appeared on Fujiwara Tenichi's pale face. In his perception, the figure of Uchiha reappeared. It turned out that Uchiha, unwilling to let go of the fish he had almost caught, had been lingering around the pirate civilization. At Fujiwara Tenichi's command, Uchiha's spaceship was trapped within an invisible energy cage. Although currents began to surge within the energy cage, there was no doubt that the lightning magic cast by Agasut, a nebula-level practitioner, was beyond what Uchiha could withstand. Along with the spacecraft, Uchiha vanished into the vastness of the starry sky. This minor incident did not affect the two. Fujiwara Tenichi looked at the built-in black rock cosmic map of the spacecraft and soon determined their destination, the Adventurer's Paradise, Hunter Supercluster. The Hunter Supercluster is one of the most prosperous and lively places in the Black Rock universe. Apart from the main base of the Black Rock universe, the Black Rock Supercluster, the order here, is the most regulated. Because the Black Rock universe frequently attracts adventurers from the multiverse, many of whom come from prominent backgrounds, to ensure their safety, the Cosmic Human Alliance has established outposts in superclusters across various universes. The outpost in the Black Rock universe is located in the Hunter Supercluster. However, the Hunter Supercluster is a billion light-years away from them, and even with the most advanced spacecraft of the pirate civilization, it would take nearly a year to reach. During this time, Fujiwara Tenichi and Agasut could familiarize themselves with this world. From the information database built into the spacecraft, the two constantly absorbed new knowledge. First, regarding cultivation realms before reaching celestial level, each civilization defines cultivation realms differently, making it impossible to unify. However, they generally encompass body, refining soul, refining beast mastery, and energy cultivation. Each of these cultivation systems has its own strengths and weaknesses. For instance, the body refining technique of the pirate civilization can withstand attacks from a higher realm and is considered a top-tier method below celestial level, which is why it attracts the covetous eyes of advanced civilizations. Upon reaching celestial level, one becomes a true cosmic citizen capable of representing their civilization in the Cosmic Human Alliance. After celestial level, one must condense a nebula, and the first step in condensing a nebula requires the power of a star core. The power of a star core can be obtained not only by absorbing the core of a planet, but also through self-cultivation, though the latter requires a long time to accumulate. Agasut chose this path in his own world. He was an unparalleled genius, having reached the peak of his world in his 30s with nowhere left to progress. However, he had accumulated a full 300 years of time. Thus, when he arrived in this world, he underwent a metamorphosis, creating a star core and advancing to the nebula stage. If he were in this world, it would probably only take him 10 years. Using a star core is not a simple matter. First, one must find a planet that matches oneself and destroy it to obtain its core. The probability of finding a suitable match is incredibly small. Although there are countless stars in the universe, finding a compatible one is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Unless one spends a fortune to purchase from some major powers, one would not know how much time it would take to find one otherwise. Furthermore, the chosen planet must comply with the regulations of the Cosmic Human Alliance. It is strictly forbidden to destroy planets that harbor life. This is an unbreakable rule. Every nebula-level powerhouse registered must prove the source of their star core, and the Cosmic Human Alliance has methods to verify its origin. Of course, those who have formed star cores through self-cultivation to reach the nebula stage have a slightly higher energy utilization rate than those who have advanced by absorbing star cores. The next step in cultivation after the nebula stage is precisely to improve one's energy utilization rate, but enhancing energy utilization is not a simple task. Generally, the energy utilization rate after self-accumulation will be around 50, while those who advance through star core absorption only achieve about 30. Moreover, the improvement of energy utilization is a process of continuously refining oneself, requiring a long time. In simple terms, the cultivation of this technique relies heavily on talent. The first prodigy of the Black Rock universe, Haiyanshi, also known as the king of this generation of the Black Rock civilization, reportedly raised his energy utilization rate to 100 in just 10 years. According to the data released by the Galactic Human Alliance, the average cultivation time during the nebula stage is around 550 years. After all, the true prodigies are but a few. Not to mention that behind Haiyanshi stands the support of the strongest civilization in the universe. Cultivators at the nebula stage can attempt to break through to the next realm once they achieve an energy utilization rate of over 90%. However, if they can hone it to a full 100%, the success rate for advancement will be significantly higher, greatly benefiting their future cultivation. As for the cultivation methods after the nebula stage, the information database of the pirate civilization lacks detailed materials. In this regard, the information database only contains a few fragments of description stating that the next realm after the nebula stage is called the domain, and upon becoming a domain powerhouse, one can create a battle domain best suited to their own cultivation system. The power of the Star Sea body refinement scripture lies in its ability to withstand attacks from the domain. During a year traversing the starry sky, Fujiwara Tenichi made significant progress in his strength, adapting to his own star core is a treasure that is often hard to come by for most celestial-level beings. In the High-End universe, only a handful of top civilizations have their own star core repositories open for external purchase. However, the price is astronomical, with many celestial-level powerhouses needing to save for half a lifetime to buy one. Fujiwara Tenichi's ability to scavenge a star core in the pirate civilization was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Moreover, the star sea body refinement scripture perfectly fits Fujiwara Tenichi's current needs, and he had previously packed a considerable amount of compatible cultivation resources in the pirate civilization. With the help of the ocean pressure simulator on the spaceship, Fujiwara Tenichi elevated his physique to the celestial level in just a year. One day, as he played with the star core in his hand, Fujiwara Tenichi stroked his chin and fell into contemplation. Now that his body refinement level has reached the celestial level, the next stage of cultivation will rely on time to hone. There are ways to shorten this process. The star core in his hand is one such method. Not only can a star core assist celestial-level cultivators in breaking through to the nebula stage, but it can also accelerate their cultivation speed in the celestial stage, although its rarity means it is seldom used in such a manner. However, for someone like Haiyanshi, the star core is as common as a pebble, not considered a treasure at all. Thus, prodigies cultivated by the top forces in the universe do not spend much time at the celestial level. It is well known that breaking through from the celestial level to the nebula stage is not difficult. It all depends on your financial resources. Money is a bastard, we spend it, and then earn it back. Sitting cross-legged, Fujiwara Tenichi placed the star core before him. As the star sea body refinement scripture operated, this star core resonated with him, drawing forth an overwhelming energy from the depths of the sea. The energy contained within the star core is similar to cosmic energy. More accurately, it is processed cosmic energy. Planets absorb and refine cosmic energy, just as cultivators do. Using a star core for cultivation resembles how Duan Yu uses the North Sea divine skill to absorb the inner power cultivated by others. Moreover, as long as the star core fits the cultivator's own cultivation method, there will be no rejection. If a cultivator uses a star core that does not match their own, they may quickly enhance their strength in the short term, but before long their entire cultivation will be consumed in the clash of two differing energies. Most celestial-level cultivators attain their strength with great difficulty, and unless absolutely necessary, they would not seek their own demise. Those who reach the celestial level through resource accumulation are even less likely to waste their lives. The sensation of cultivating with a star core is truly enchanting, Fujiwara Tenichi remarked. The energy that can be absorbed without refining oneself feels like a cheat, making it addictive. No wonder there are so many celestial-level cultivators like those in the pirate civilization plundering in the universe. In this year, Fujiwara Tenichi encountered people only twice, both of whom were space pirates. These civilizations did not destroy their home planets, but instead exhausted their resources and began to plunder. However, once these individuals are recorded by forces within the Galactic Human Alliance, they will appear on wanted lists, facing hostility from countless civilizations and unable to participate in the Galactic Human Alliance. From what Fujiwara Tenichi understood, such civilizations seem to be quite numerous. Indeed, why do the High-End civilization and other top cosmic forces possess such a large number of star core repositories? It is because they have conquered planets. Once they develop, they do not allow other cultivators to take star cores. This ability to undermine others' livelihoods is truly remarkable. Just thinking of the star core extraction standards set by the High-End civilization in this universe made Fujiwara Tenichi burst into laughter. Rule 56 states that as long as there are any life forms, including but not limited to single-celled organisms, etc., in the star system where the planet is located, star core extraction is prohibited to avoid affecting the civilization's development. Single-celled organisms. How many billions of years would it take for them to create their own civilization? Not to mention, there is a rule that requires cultivators to report to the Galactic Human Alliance before extracting star cores. Subsequently, the responsible civilization will send someone to determine if it meets the star core extraction guidelines. In the database of the pirate civilization, this is also an important source of income for the High-End civilization. Although it is called verification, even if it meets the standards the verifier dispatched will extort a considerable sum. Moreover, this fee is not a small amount. Originally, the Galactic Human Alliance established such strict star core extraction guidelines to protect the development and safety of cosmic civilizations, but due to the laxity of the management department, everything has fallen into chaos. In the past 10,000 years, the number of space pirates in the High-End universe has increased more than tenfold, and this is only the recorded number. The universe is so vast, the occurrences of space pirate activities are few and far between, making it impossible to be fully documented. If the High-End civilization does not implement drastic reforms, it risks being pulled down by several major civilizations behind it. Speaking of the Haiyan civilization, who did not admire it when it first joined the Galactic Human Alliance. The Haiyan civilization's Jupiter is resource poor, appearing in the universe as a black wasteland with over 80 of the planet composed of a type of black, or making it exceedingly resource scarce. To what extent is it scarce? Conflict is human nature, yet the resources of the Haiyan civilization have become inadequate to support the consumption brought by conflict. Thus, the Haiyan universe has always been a unified civilization, with very few instances of internal division or rebellion, let alone dynastic changes. It was not until the emergence of the first celestial-level powerhouse that the Haiyan civilization discovered that the black, or on their home planet, was in fact an extremely precious mineral. With this, the Haiyan civilization rose completely, leaping to become the strongest civilization in this universe within a mere 100,000 years, even naming this universe after their own civilization. After more than a year of interstellar travel, Fujiwara Tenichi and his companion finally arrived at their destination, the Hunter Supercluster, Hunter Galaxy, Adventurer's Star. The moment they entered Adventurer's Star, a mechanical life form appeared to guide them. As they had not yet joined the Cosmic Human Alliance, Fujiwara Tenichi had submitted an entry application prior to arrival. Adventurer's Star lived up to its reputation as a direct administrative world of the Cosmic Human Alliance. Even angel-tier mechanical beings were assigned to serve as escorts. Their starship docked at the designated location under the mechanical guide's direction, after which the two followed it toward the Adventurers Guild. Along the way, they encountered numerous adventuring teams from across the multiverse, each boasting at least celestial tier cultivation. Though all were classified as human, they displayed astonishing diversity. Giant folk Lilliputians, long-eared clans, figures once confined to fairy tales, now walked among them in flesh and blood. While differing markedly from Fujiwara Tenichi's conventional understanding of humanity, they fully conformed to the Cosmic Human Alliance's formal definition of humankind. Today, over half of all known universes have joined the Cosmic Human Alliance. Its founding architect is the venerable Alpha of the Alpha universe, whose cultivation has long transcended mortal comprehension, rumored to have merged entirely with the cosmos itself. Every atom and law within the Alpha universe bends to his will. Across the entire multiverse, none dare provoke such a sovereign figure. The Adventurers Guild operates as a subordinate institution of the Cosmic Human Alliance. Every universe affiliated with the Alliance maintains its own Adventurer's Star. We offer paid services to adventurers from every corner of the multiverse. Moreover, Adventurers' Stars catalyze intercosmic economic exchange and trade. Here in the Blackrock universe, Adventurers' Star ranks among the most prosperous worlds. Throughout their journey, this celestial-tier mechanical life form elaborated extensively on the Cosmic Human Alliance and Adventurers' Star. Half the planet was devoted to the Adventurers Guild headquarters, the other half served as a free zone for adventurers to trade goods, seek entertainment, or form expeditions. Soon the two were ushered into a towering building. An elderly man clad in unusual attire stepped forward. "Dear friends, I am Andrew, elder of the Blackrock Adventurers Guild, registration ID HY78. It is my honor to assist you. We wish to become registered adventurers," Fujiwara Tenichi declared, directly, pausing briefly before adding, "We have not yet joined the Cosmic Human Alliance. May I conduct a brief examination?" Andrew asked politely. This examination screened for unauthorized use of stellar cores. If detected without verifiable provenance, the elder would instantly discard his courteous facade and enact immediate sanctions. Though Andrew shared Fujiwara Tenichi's celestial tier cultivation, he held only the rank of ordinary guild officer, a position held by hundreds on Adventurer's Star alone. Under Andrew's guidance, the two entered a chamber containing a device resembling an automated vending machine. "Who shall proceed first?" Andrew asked again. "Your Majesty, allow this humble servant to go first," said Ogast, stepping forward from behind Fujiwara Tenichi. Without delay, Ogast placed his hand upon the indentation at the machine's center, as instructed by Andrew. "Concentrate your energy into your palm." A brilliant flash erupted from the indentation, and a crystalline plate tumbled into Ogast's waiting hand. Andrew retrieved the plate and glanced at its reading, then exclaimed in genuine surprise, "Nebula Stage Cultivator. Omnitribute. An Omnitribute cultivator. How exceedingly rare. And one who achieved Nebula Stage through pure self-cultivated accumulation." Though Ogast's results startled Andrew, they fell far short of true astonishment. As a seasoned guild officer on Adventurer's Star, he routinely encountered formidable adventurers drawn from every universe, and prodigies were no novelty in his experience. Next came Fujiwara Tenichi's turn. The procedure repeated identically, but the result left Andrew visibly shaken. Celestial tier. Presence of H-class stellar core energy. The stark brevity of Fujiwara Tenichi's reading was precisely what unsettled Andrew. The stellar core was seized from cosmic pirates. Their data archives are included here, and our vessel was likewise acquired from them. Fujiwara Tenichi offered no further explanation, merely stating the origin of the core. Very well, Adventurer-san. You may depart once AI verification completes, Andrew replied. Having lived long enough, Andrew understood precisely what questions to ask and which to leave unspoken. His duty was clear: perform his assigned role impeccably and involve himself in nothing beyond it, no matter how deeply curiosity tugged at him. Moreover, Fujiwara Tenichi and Ogast bore no resemblance to denizens of a nascent civilization. In the Blackrock universe, newly emergent civilizations unaffiliated with the Cosmic Human Alliance rarely produced cultivators beyond celestial tier. Yet Ogast stood at nebulous stage, defying all precedent. It resembled instead the discreet outing of scions from a mighty clan, traveling incognito, shielding their lineage. But why assign only a single nebulous stage guardian for such an expedition? Andrew murmured to himself as their figures receded into the distance. Perhaps they fled without permission. No matter, I'll meddle no further. Self-preservation is wiser. Andrew's pragmatic discretion spared Fujiwara Tenichi considerable trouble. After all, they were not natives of this reality, nor did they possess any verifiable origin civilization. Deeper scrutiny would expose fatal inconsistencies. Fujiwara Tenichi had carefully avoided this topic earlier, only to find the officer never raised it at all. At last, we have official identification. He exhaled in quiet relief, gazing at the adventurer's insignia in his palm. Then the two strolled leisurely through the adventurer's bazaar. They had drifted through the void for days upon arrival in this world. Then, believing they'd found benevolent aid, discovered instead they'd been sold into slavery by a trafficker to cosmic pirates. After a brutal battle, they endured a year of monotonous interstellar transit. Now surrounded by crowds, at last Fujiwara Tenichi longed to unwind. I wonder if Adventurer's Star has proper bathhouses. I was once a proud Cadillac owner after all. He stretched his limbs, reminiscing fondly. Stalls lined every street on Adventurer's Star. Though permanent shops existed, most adventurers operated transiently, renting or purchasing storefronts only upon retirement when wanderlust finally waned. And real estate on Adventurer's Star was notoriously expensive. After joining the Cosmic Human Alliance, Fujiwara Tenichi and Augustus quickly established themselves due to their formidable strength. As the King of Magic, Augustus possessed a terrifying magical talent, and with hundreds of years of accumulation, his power rapidly transformed into strength, allowing him to break through again in just a century. Fujiwara Tenichi, leveraging the immense foundation provided by his external aids, developed top-tier artifacts like the Xianyuan sword and the grass character sword art, which enabled him to dominate the cosmos. After a century of arduous cultivation, Fujiwara Tenichi experienced a transformative change in his strength. This metamorphosis is something all beings from lower worlds undergo when ascending to higher dimensions. To transcend the limitations of the world is beyond what can be described merely as a prodigy. Typically, such an opportunity is rare and cannot be sought after, possessing an irreproducible nature. In some vast worlds, the ascension of geniuses from lower planes can lead to two possible outcomes for the original world. The first possibility is positive, the child of destiny, where one individual achieves greatness, elevating all around them. Such figures will bless their realm, and even if geniuses transcend from lower planes to higher worlds, as long as they survive the initial adaptation period, they can soar to great heights. Such children of destiny are rare across multiple eras. Generally speaking, it is only when lower planes face crises of world exhaustion or opportunities for advancement that the world's foundation is consumed, giving rise to such children of the plane. The other possibility is the ascension of great villains whose rise often leaves nothing behind. These characters tend to surpass even the so-called children of destiny after their ascension because they exhaust the entire world's foundation to aid themselves, leading to the downfall of their original homes. However, their endings are often grim. Just imagine if you reported your elementary school teacher for giving tutoring lessons after successfully enrolling in a good junior high. How would your junior high teacher view you if they found out? Thus, such villains who ascend become the antagonists of higher dimensions, serving as a cautionary experience for another child of the plane. Fujiwara Tenichi, however, was different from the two types mentioned above. He had external aids. After a century of diligent cultivation, both Fujiwara Tenichi and Augustus had become galaxy-level powerhouses regarded as experts on the vast Adventurer Star. Fujiwara Tenichi began plotting to establish his own empire, and the title of Emperor Tenichi started to spread throughout the cosmos. In the first year of the Tenichi Emperor's reign, Fujiwara Tenichi summoned the Arhut Grand Gift, with all 18 Arhuts being powerhouses above the galaxy level, achieving mastery over single universes. With such support, Fujiwara Tenichi swiftly took control of the entire Adventurer Star and began plotting to conquer the entire Hunter Galaxy. In the 125th year of the Tenichi Emperor's reign, Fujiwara Tenichi broke through to the single universe level, fully occupying the Hunter Galaxy. His followers included the 3,000 practitioners of the Thunder Sound Temple, 72 sages of Confucianism, and 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, making him one of the most powerful forces in the Hunter Supergalactic Alliance. In the 534th year of the Tianyi Emperor's reign, Fujiwara Tenichi broke through to the multiverse level, becoming the Commaster of the Hunter Supergalactic Alliance and the 13th leader of the Cosmic Human Alliance. He gained the allegiance of powerful factions such as the 12 Ancestral Witches, the 3 clans of the Primordial Dragon Phoenix, and Shilin, and the ancient Heavenly Court of the Primordial Era, bolstering his forces and stabilizing some of the chaos within the Hunter Supergalactic Alliance. In the 1458th year of the Tianyi Emperor's reign, Fujiwara Tenichi transcended the multiverse, beginning to plot the heart of the plane, becoming the sovereign of the Cosmic Human Alliance, and gaining even more powerful forces, including the 7 saints of the Primordial Era and the 3,000 chaos deities and demons. In the 1888th year of the Tianyi Emperor's reign, Fujiwara Tenichi successfully refined the heart of the plane, becoming the Commaster of the multiverse. Celebrations erupted across the world, and with the ascension of realms, Emperor Tenichi ventured into the higher dimensional worlds.